folks. It's Friday, December 2nd, 2022. First a live stream of December. One of five. The math works out. It works out 5 live streams in December on already a record-breaking year on the channel. Already past the amount of videos.
Could be 6.
8?
We'll have to see. No, but the thing is, there's 5 for sure. Because we got the 5 Fridays in December. No matter what, it's the 5. Our lock
Crazy stuff pops up all the time.
Yeah.
190 counting up.
Yeah. So it's that you never know.
How about if this would be the last one we ever do? We never do this again.
Well, we could do that. Like, watch. Like right now, I'm going to stop the stream right now. All right, we stopped it.
Done. Over. Finished.
Yep. So David here. Good evening. Hey guys, can you get into more detail about the MTG 30th edition sales? Sure. Yeah. Like I actually know I'm actually up on that story. I can talk about it a little bit. It is kind of fun, and I can still link it around to sports cards a little bit, so we can touch on it. It's no problem. See, you see how easy that was, Eric? I just canceled it. It was great.
I did like
And make things happen for you, Eric.
Yeah. Listen, you just have to ask. Eric eats bugs. True. More Peter North stories. We'll see if Brad comes on for that. That's his department. So Paul here. Good evening. Eric paid for all 2,500 MTG 30th sales. Like I said, he's rich. By the way, if you guys hit the like button, I charge him for it. Like the dude, they're $1,000 each, and Eric bought 2,500 of them. That's $2.5 million. By the way, I'd like to announce that Eric generously before the show said, Carlos, enough of this nonsense. I'm tired. It's the holiday season. Make it 10x what I normally pay for the like button. I go, Eric, if you insist, if that's what you want to do for December,
Goes towards a good cause.
It's for a good cause.
And what's the cause?
The cause is our general amusement and rich and self-aggrandizement.
Because Carlos likes money.
That's
the
true.
cause.
Yeah. Look, until the Fanatics money comes in, it's all you, buddy. It's all you.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for Panini money, so.
There you go. So, hello, people. Modcall, good evening. Jeff, good evening. Brendan, good evening. Orlando, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
Hockey 99. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, all. What are your thoughts on Ken Golden putting a cease and desist? Funny enough, Eric was actually asking if we're going to talk about that. So, yes, we will touch on that for sure. We'll get into it. Albert, good evening. And looks like Eric has some victory green under that Bruins sweater. Oh, look at this guy. He's already getting on you for that.
It's the Irish. That's all.
There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what I'll do is off the top, we'll talk about a couple of these different topics because there's some good ones. There's definitely some good ones here, and I'll also kind of intermix a couple of the topics from basically the channel this week because there's been some videos on a couple different things, and I included some of them in the thumbnail there. So let me start off with a little bit of. Let me start off with the easy one. Let's do a little card documentary. So this will be kind of my bookend on my card documentary trilogy.
Was there a card documentary?
All right. If you both talk at the same time, you can't really make out what you're saying. So go ahead.
I said, are we getting 3 a.m. Carlos at 8?
On Fridays, you get 3 a.m. Carlos from morning to middle day to night. It never actually ends. It's 3 a.m. the whole time.
That's awesome.
So let me go in here. I'm waiting for Heartland money. There you go. I must not like what they found, eh? Yep. Yeah. So I'll put a little bookend on it. So if you saw the stuff on the channel, I did the review on the documentary. I did it after one of the. I initially talked about it on the live stream, had my fun with it, and then decided to do a standalone review video. Several of you got a chance to see it. The video actually did very well, so I was very happy with that. Now, I did a rebuttal because I was done with it. I had done the review, and I was satisfied with everything I'd gone through with it, and just as a standalone deal. But then the futurely named director boy decided to come by and start posting a bunch of comments. And at first it was kind of entertaining, kind of amusing. And frankly, by the end of it, it was very entertaining, kind of amusing. But it was kind of weird. But then at the end of the day, he reached out to me on Instagram, and I covered this in the rebuttal. I'm just giving you the short version. Reached out and basically demanded that I bring him on to talk about it because he wanted to rebut, a lot of the stuff that I said in the review, which was my opinion. But, he obviously didn't like it. But yeah, he made it to be like this big deal, like he's he's producing this great film that's going to help the industry, blah blah blah. So I didn't really agree with that, but and I also didn't appreciate his tone. He needed to take the bass out of his voice because effectively he was asking me to help him promote the damn movie. Because by bringing him on and doing all that, it's helped the promotional vehicle. Because he's done a bunch of other interviews already and that stuff. He'll go anywhere where somebody will listen to him. So there's a coffee shop somewhere that he's doing an interview in it right now as we speak. So, yeah. So it's one of those things like, fine, whatever. But there were some gem comments. There were some gem comments in that comment because I just watched him go off. He replied to almost everybody who had anything resembling a negative comment. He replied directly to them. And almost every time it was either saying, "Oh, you got to see the movie. You change your mind if you saw the movie." Variations of that, and it's all in the comment section, so you can see it for yourself if you want to. It's all there. But there were a couple of gems, a couple of real good ones. Now, before I get to those, though, I want to give some context because when I did the review, I didn't know who the hell the director was, and frankly, I didn't care. It didn't really matter. I was looking at the film as a standalone, piece of cinema, and also what the message was and what they got to, who they had on it, what they said.
You were actually being nice.
In relative terms, comparatively to what I could have done, I
Yes.
was very nice.
Comparatively,
I was
yes.
nice,
Yes.
Carlos.
Yeah, I don't think I was particularly mean spirited in any way on the film. I just looked at the content, and the content was garbage. I didn't think it was very good, but I thought it was well shot. I thought it looked good, like cinematically, it looked good. It looked like a solid film, but unfortunately, the content didn't hold up to the rest of it. But apparently that wasn't good enough. So I also couldn't quite make heads or tails of what the point of the film was. So I couldn't quite grasp, like, okay, so what is the objective of this film? A documentary has like a narrative thread, a message of some kind.
Collect cards, everybody. It's fun.
Apparently that was the thing. So what I'm going to do right now for you is I'm actually going to play one of the other interviews he did. I'm going to play a clip it here. So I'm going to take it straight from the horse's mouth. I'm going to let him tell you what the film is about and what some of the decisions were made. See, I don't have to interview him. I already got it. So why would I have to bother hearing the same thing again? So let me do that for you, and we'll share it. And I'll also include a link to this in the description if you do want to check out the thing on your own. You're more than welcome. So this is from a channel called Let's Talk Wax. It's actually got almost 7,000 subscribers. I had never heard of them, but they've actually got a decent amount of subscribers, so pretty good. So he does interview the guy, and it's about a minute and change. I sped it up a little bit so it wouldn't take too long, but let's listen.
A really wide range of opinions covering a lot of different aspects of the hobby community. And it was really cool and very neat to see everybody's different opinions on how things work. So how did you draw these guys out of your list of people to put on film?
Yeah, that's a great question. And essentially, if you look at the space of the card market, it's more like a secondary asset for a lot of people nowadays. So essentially when I wanted to do this documentary, I was thinking, okay, let's get other people that aren't collecting or investing to come join us in this card collecting venture here. So essentially I wanted to provide the right knowledge and the right places for individuals to go once they saw my movie, when they decided, let me go buy my first card, let me do my first break. So individuals like Lane Sports Cards, very large organization at this point for breaking. I would say they're the most kid friendly. So we kind of went that direction. They have a really big community as well of followers that really are diehard Leighton followers, right? Yeah. In that perspective. So when you look at individuals like that, that's why I brought them in. Sports card investor Jeff Wilson, he does a really good job of just highlighting news on an ongoing basis, almost daily, right? Essentially across all sports. So being able to consume that data, and like sports card investors side off of not the investment side of Jeff, but his content side, he's not really pushing people into certain players. He's just giving you an idea of what's going on. So we tried to figure out how can we place that in each single section of our film. And then we wanted to get big guys and big players, right? So we needed Panini or Topps involved. So we sat down with Panini and their CEO and their VP of marketing. And then with the grading companies, really at the time, it was Beckett and PSA was far ahead of everyone else. So we really looked at doing one of those individuals, and we chose Beckett because of their history, the Beckett pricing guides, right? So they were able to bring more than just grading to our movie. And we're able to really talk about different sections of what's going on in the card market space. So that, from a director standpoint, is essentially why I went that way with the individuals that we had.
Beckett was doing price guides.
Ta-da!
Okay, so like I said, I wanted to let it play out. Because that is literally what he said about his own movie. He gave the objective, he laid it out for us. So it's supposed to be to convince people who have never participated in it to join in and do it. So now I have to frame the movie in that context. So HGA, even at that time, wasn't really a relevant player. They had literally
barely.
Yeah. So even at that point, that's wrong. That's incorrect. Then I look at Beckett. Okay, Beckett. Now I know it's Eric's favorite. He identifies as a Beckett, so he's got that going for him. But even with that considered, like being serious for a moment, I'm going to be 3AM Carlos, but I'm going to be 3AM Carlos, who's now going to go to #scholarship. So let's just remember this for a moment. At the time that we're talking about late 2020, 2021-ish time frame. We got to frame it in that time frame. By that point, Beckett had already been sold in the early 2000s. By the original Beckett, the namesake, and then sold again. So at this point, it's owned by a conglomerate whose owner is in jail. That's Eric's favorite trivia note. So we're already two lines of Kevin Bacon away from the original Beckett concept. The company had already lost a lot of its cachet by this point already, And they were in the midst of having their own backlog issue by this point already. And they were in the midst of having their own issue where their slabs were being counterfeited easily. And they still have not addressed that issue as of today.
Yeah.
This is even before the debacle where they were showing slabs that weren't the slabs that, oh, we're just getting, feedback, blah, blah, blah. Before all that. But even at this point, they've already like one foul up after another. That's Beckett at this point. So he's trying to make a connection to the past Beckett. Now, in another interview, he did the one with Dustin and Brad, who's in the movie, which was a hard-hitting interview, as you might imagine. Hard-hitting. But in that one, he also mentioned that they had reached out to other folks. So to his credit, to give him a point here, he did reach out to some other folks that they tried to include. They weren't able to schedule it. They weren't able to get in, which is fine. But all those things still don't take away from the fact the movie itself is crap. It doesn't change it. Because in reality, if the goal is to get new people into it, the information is out of date. Which means you're giving people bad information to try to entice them to come into a marketplace that won't match or resemble what the movie will portray. It won't jive. And by the way, if the 2020-2021 roundup didn't actually happen, with all the headlines, the record sales, this, that, and the other thing, all the people that got drawn in by the money, to be clear on this, if the money didn't draw you in, that wasn't interesting to you, and you had no nostalgic pull either, and you had COVID and all the perfect storm of things, and you still weren't interested in the hobby, why on earth are you watching a hobby movie, number one? And number two, why would that encourage you or convince you to get into the hobby? That is a stupid idea, a stupid thesis, and a waste of time. And that's assuming it was done correctly, which it wasn't.
Well, he thought it was quite a well done movie, and I look at it in a different way. Getting people in the hobby, everybody wants everybody to get in every hobby there is out there. We always want to draw more people in, but you want them to come in naturally. You can't just force people into a hobby. It really has to happen by osmosis. You start collecting. So why did they get some new people on there, or some other different people? Maybe a historian or somebody. Whatever.
They should have contacted you, Bobby. That would have taken care of it.
There's lots more out there like me, but
Yeah, but the point though is that I made the point in my rebuttal piece. I said it's a false representation of the hobby. Again, even if the goal had actually been to try to convince people or talk to them about why it's good or whatever, I still reject the notion that we should be selling the hobby to people. You're either interested in it or you're not. And if someone shows interest, then we can nurture that interest, facilitate, give the information. I mentioned in that video, I said flat out, I'm not in the goal of driving people away, but I'm also not in the goal of recruiting people. I'm not running a recruiting office. I got my own business to take care of. I got my own stuff to do. But if someone is new and asks for help, asks for information, would like to be at least pointed in the right direction, then as hobbyists, it would be good for us to help in that regard. So we can do that. That's our way of helping, not running out. But he has this idea in his head, and he portrayed it multiple times, and some of the comments I'll read you will play into that. His idea, his notion was that, well, I'm putting it out to the masses and then they'll see it because YouTube doesn't have the same reach. And he effectively made this argument. I go, you're right. But the thing is, the people on YouTube, the enthusiasts are seeking it out. And truthfully, the majority of people who are watching this movie right now are card people already. So you're preaching to the converted at best. You're not getting new people. They're not going to be interested. They don't give a crap about this.
If anything, you open yourself up to critique.
And you did. And he clearly didn't like the critique. And as a
piece of work, so he's going to take it personally every time he does something because he thinks it was a great job.
Sure.
Now, for him, on outside looking in, probably was a great job. Mm-hmm. But when you're in the hobby, you'd almost have to have somebody in the hobby to do something like that.
Oh, he claims to be in the hobby. He says he buys and sells stuff on eBay all the time.
Really?
Yeah, he claims to be in the hobby, which actually makes it worse, by the way. His argument was, well, you guys didn't do research into me. You would have known I was, I do participate in the hobby. I go, so then this makes this movie 100 times worse. I was actually looking at it. I was giving you credit for being ignorant. And now I know you're just stupid.
Yes.
It's I was the first video was Carlos being nicer because I was giving you a pass because I actually thought you didn't know what the hell you were talking about. Now I know you sort of do, which actually makes it worse.
Sort of.
I feel it's like a package deal that basically, here's your price. You don't know nothing yet about what's all of this. Open this up. And now it's like the instruction manual of like, this is supposed to be the guy and that's the other way to do it. And those are the company. But once you go over that after usually a week or two, you realize that no, this is just like the sham or the pretension of what this is all about.
Yeah. Well, that was my point.
It
That was my
It's
overarching
not.
point. Everything he added as a defense actually made it worse. It
Yeah.
actually made it worse.
Actually, it got worse for him since.
Oh yeah. Now let me get cut up on a couple of these comments here. I want to say good evening to some folks. So Alex, good evening. Steven, absolutely good evening. So I know some of the folks are here. Korean Cardboard, good evening, absolutely. Word Faster Talker. I put it at 1.5 speed. I sped it up a little bit so we could get through it because I listened to it the first time. It annoyed me, and I'm like, I only have so
Had to
much
go-
patience for this. I need
Thank
to
you.
speed it up a little bit. Yeah. So Bob hit the nail right on the head. 1.5 speed exactly. Yep. Yeah. So let me go here. I like this comment. The goal of film is to get new people into what? Scamming people out of money? Well, HGA. Michael Ham, good evening. Can't wait for the sequel to this movie where the sky's falling and the value is creating for people who bought it this peak. Well, he said he's not going to make another movie. So his is just a launching vehicle to make other movies about other topics. He wants to be a big director. So good luck to him on that. Hockey 99. There are many who used to collect cards and never came back to hobby. You never know if that movie would be nostalgic to them. Do you think in 10 years the movie would be a good time capsule? No. And I'm actually being serious. And the reason why is if you want to do a time capsule movie, you'd be better off doing it in 5 years, 5 to 10. The reason is because you want the just after, because you want to capture that time period, but then you want to catch the aftermath where the market declines, and then you want to see when it stabilizes. So you need the whole arc, and then you actually have better context for that time period, comparing it to just before and just after. But right now it's too soon to do that. So like it's too early.
So 5 years from now down the road, this would have been a comedy.
Well, it's a comedy now, in fairness, an unironic comedy.
Okay, a funny comedy then.
Oh, yeah, that's different. But this was the thing about director is that he believed that because I was laughing, I was like, yes, I was laughing. That doesn't make this movie good. He goes, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Oh, I was, because I realized how hard I'm going to troll this thing, so hard. It's like that's why I was laughing, why I was enjoying myself, not the reason you want me to be enjoying myself. Not the same thing. He couldn't quite grasp that one. But anyway, so yep, let me go here. Scroll through. Yeah, Alex Gold to capitalize on past hype money and make a crap film. It was. None of these guys are actually in the hobby. They're taking advantage of it, sure, but they're not in it. Yes. And there's a comment that actually makes it moi, chef's kiss. I love it. Reefer Madness, yes. Bunch of charlatans and hype men. There you go, Bob. Go ahead. Yeah, the hobby has already plenty of hype men. You don't need another one. So there you go. Besides YouTube, how can you watch the movie? That's how most are watching it. Well, I think it was on Apple TV, and
Yeah.
they did put it in some limited theater stuff. I'm sure at some point someone will pirate it. I'm not encouraging that. I'm not telling anybody to do that. I'm saying I'm actually saying don't watch it at all. That's actually what I'm saying. But to each their own. Y'all do you. But I wouldn't pay for it. And to be blunt, I did pay for it because I was genuinely curious, and then I did my review. Now, the review between the review and the rest of it, I actually got my money back for watching the movie, and then my rebuttal actually made it profitable for me. I'm like $6 or $7 in the black. Let me tell you, woo, $6 or $7, man.
If you had the like button going on that thing with Eric, man, you'd have killed it.
You damn right. Just think about the movie The ShamWow, and that's about right. Yes, sir. You got it, Jay.
It was almost very good. Yeah.
Yep, they were going with the ShamWow guy to narrate the movie, but he was busy. You know, it's funny y'all mention that. Y'all know that I like the ShamWow guy.
Hi, it's Fitz with Slap Chop. You're gonna be in a great mood all day because you're gonna be slapping your troubles away with the Slap Chop.
Do you have any idea how much better that movie would have been if he had been there? Do you have any idea how much better? Vince Offer could have saved this film.
Yeah.
He could have. Could have been. Bob Lewis, good evening. Carlos is a hobby representation of opposite day. Facts. I've only spent time watching half of it. We'll finish it tomorrow. Yeah, you'll have to fight it in pieces. Brad Comeback Card is in the movie. Yes. He has the line of the night. He has the line of the night.
These kids are gonna be rich.
Yeah, when the international market comes in, the party's just getting started. Crash. It didn't age well. Carlos is now the $1 million man, not the $1 million man yet. Not quite. Look, I was just happy that I got my money back on it. I got to make fun of it, troll it a little bit, and I'm not out of pocket. That's a win. I'll take it. Yeah, if everything you have is wrong, then the opposite you have to be right. That's right. Exactly. Thank you. Getting caught up with the comments, so thank you for that. Now, to finalize, to put a bit of a capper on that, like I said, I wanted to use his own words. I wanted to make sure he explained what the film was about. I took a straight from the interview. I will include a link to it in the description for you guys. You can watch the whole thing if you want. He had plenty of sympathetic ears to a lot of that stuff. But at one point on the original review, he and Ziggy got into a back and forth argument. I didn't participate in it at all. I just read it with great amusement. But the last comment on that segment is the best one. The last section, the last line, is the gold, and it says everything I need to know about this director and the film in question. And I will read it to you. And by the way, it's in the comment section. You can check it out yourself. It is right there. That's why I say you can cite all these sources. They're there for you to read on your own time. Last comment here on this one. Vegas Dave has been collecting cards longer than 95% of collectors, and he sold the highest price of a modern day card at the time of filming, so he was 100% necessary for a documentary that was focused on the recent rise of sports card market, as he played a huge role in the time frame of 2017 to 2020. That is a quote.
There you go.
I feel like I actually could have done another video just on that.
And who's
I could
Vegas Dave again?
That is Christopher Fitzgerald, air director.
Well, listen, I haven't seen the movie, so I cannot critique it at all. I will say that I think it's great that they made a movie about our hobby.
Is it though?
Yeah, why
There's
not?
other
I'm
movies
actually
about
my
how-
point. My point is that my argument is I'm not convinced that a movie about the hobby is necessarily a good thing one way or the other. A good movie about the hobby is a good thing, but just a movie for a movie's sake, I disagree.
The fact that someone had an idea to do it, I think having Jeff Wilson in there is fine. I think we're not talking today, of course. We're talking a couple of years ago when this stuff was all being planned out. I think having Vegas Dave in there makes sense. A couple of years ago, he was the one making national headlines and selling trout cards and giving out all this different advice and burning Jordan rookie stickers, and so that makes sense that a couple of years ago that the guy that was getting all the press would be in the film. Having HGA come in, if the topic was this boom has allowed new companies to come into the hobby, then that makes sense. If you're telling me HGA is the greatest thing since sliced bread, well, that's just redonkulous. But,
Well, that was Steve Aoki's role. He actually included, it's like, I want, I'm paraphrasing, but he says, I want my cards graded by respected graders like HGA.
all right, well, that's redonkulous.
And they got basically a promo package in the video.
Yeah, that's silly. But if it's
And holds up really well, let me tell you.
If you're talking, if they're in there talking about, hey, all these new companies have come about, like friends of the show, like Tim's company, Corey, with Show Your Slabs, and with Dan with Stand Up Displays, and HGA.
We needed big.
Well, Eric,
hats.
though, they weren't
that's
focused. They weren't
great
focusing
topic.
specifically on new companies because
Yeah.
Because Mr. Ziggy was arguing with him back and forth, and now in a reverse course, he was trying to argue the opposite of what you should say. Why didn't you include the bench clear guys? Why didn't you include the card ladder guys? Oh, now you want the card ladder guys? Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Interesting
exactly.
take. Interesting take. The response was, card ladder and bench clear were both formed in 2020, less than 3 years ago. So, new ones shouldn't count, except for HGA. Collectors, which I'm guessing you mean Nat's company now owns Card Ladder, etc. We had communication with some of their entities, but chose to showcase others that encompass more than just one section of the film. Everyone else outside of collectors has been around for less than Jeff Wilson's sports card investor has been around. So look for those who have been longer than 3 years. Jeff has barely been longer than 3 years. Barely. Yes. He barely covers that line. Doesn't make sense when you list those that have less time in the space. Again, quote from Air Director. That is a quote.
When I do get the opportunity to watch it, and I will at some point, I'm not rushing to find the time, but I'll hopefully get around to it soon enough. But
for $6, you could have chocolate sticks. Are you sure you wouldn't rather have chocolate sticks?
I'd much rather have chocolate sticks.
But you're losing chocolate stick money to this film.
But I think my wife is already paying a monthly fee for HBO Max or whatever the streaming service is. So
I don't think it's on there.
I don't know.
You probably, as it stands today, you would actually have to pay out of pocket separately for it.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. But
when
the time comes, I'm going to try to keep it. I'm going to try to watch it in the mindset of that time period. Like a lot of historical pieces, you have to try to watch it in the time period instead of in the now.
The problem is if I did a recut of the film, I could take contemporary footage from the exact time period in question where I'm literally making fun of the exact same take at the time that it's being given.
He's in there talking about Beckett, and obviously, if anyone's listened to even one word I've said in the time that I've been doing this with you guys, I'd stay as far away from that company as possible. So, but that's a choice. And remember, and the reason I'm so upset with Beckett and I hate them so much is because I used to have them up on a pedestal, and I feel like they let me down and let the rest of us down, and continue to do so and don't care. So, yeah.
Continue tiptoeing through the tulips on this movie. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, all I'm saying is I haven't seen it. I can't.
People will still have you on your show, and you'll still have friends. Don't worry. Whatever you say.
Yeah, when Jeremy has them on and you have to pretend you like it, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. So Dave here says, good evening. Absolutely, Dave. Good evening. Steven says, C-spoofs know they're making fun of something. They think they make an accurate representation of hobby in a positive way that'll attract new people. Yes, absolutely. 100% right. So Billy here, good evening. It's not something that is for someone who's looking to get into hobby. It's not a rush video to watch because it doesn't pertain to current timelines filled in. Therefore, Fitzgerald's thesis doesn't make sense. Well, that was kind of my point earlier. I said if the idea was to draw new people, I just presented the case that if the new people were not already interested during the headline grabbing, the run up, and all that, because it was out there. Lots of people were talking about it. It was in the news. It actually was out there. So it's not like you can act like, well, nobody knew. This feature film is the key to them knowing. It's like, guys, this is the untapped market theory thing that I talked about last week or the week before. It's literally the same idea. It's like these people literally don't have the internet or news or anything. They haven't seen anything during the entire COVID period when the industry exploded and all these companies showed up and all this money got thrown in. They didn't see any of that, didn't care about any of that, but this film will get them. This is the film.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's idiotic. That's actually a garbage argument.
It's not a matter of how good it is. It's the intent that counts. He came from the heart, and he really tried to do a good job. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, my favorite, to be completely fair, I'll also link you to a different review that was done by somebody else. So this was Junk Wax Hero on his YouTube channel. He did one. I've seen some of his stuff. I'm subscribed to it. So some of it's
Wax Hero.
Junk Wax Hero. But he did a review on it, and basically 3/4 of his responses on this one were trying to discredit the review. My favorite, well, there's a couple different ones that follow the same theme, but right here, 50% of what you said in this video, by the way, this is his video, not mine. 50% of what you said in this video above was inaccurate of how it was said, filmed the film, and wrong about the moment in time the individuals were showcased in the documentary. It was probably because you watched this at 4 a.m. Well, 3 a.m. Carlos was pretty good. 4 a.m. might be better. But again, this is his, not mine. I would be happy to join you in the next YouTube video to discuss the film from the director's point of view, which is basically the same offer you made to me. Unfortunately, you pushed over 1K viewers away from watching the biggest released content for the card space. Again, follows the same general theme of the comments. By the way, he has blocked me on Instagram. Bullet point on the end of that. I never replied back to his last thing, but he has blocked me on Instagram, so I am blocked.
There you go.
I could have replied, but it's like normally you block somebody who says something to you. I actually didn't really say much to him at all. But I have screenshots, don't worry. And by the way, I was nice because he included contact information. I could just call him. I'm not going to, but I could.
Are you going to call him and ask him if his refrigerator is running?
Maybe. A chocolate stick is a Long John donut. Yep, that's an eclair. There you go. Arguing about it. But yeah,
do not like eclairs.
Yeah. Bottom line.
If you like the movie, great. That's fine.
Fine.
You can watch it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't have Apple TV. Whatever. So
Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but I saw enough clips that I think I seen the gist of it and heard enough about it. If you don't like it, that's fine. You're allowed to say whatever you want on whatever channel you're on. Like,
well, that's
you think you're deflaming the hobby because you're saying something a little bit negative about it. No.
Yeah.
And if the guy wants to be an asshole, and that's fine. If he wants to get haughty with you, go for it. Have fun, but it's not going to get you any further.
Correct. So
because you're fighting the converted who really don't care.
Yeah, but
and if your movie was really worth any salt, you wouldn't have to come back to anybody.
No,
really.
100%.
Go forward. If your focus is that, go forward.
Yeah. My line on this was twofold. Like, look, am I going to pretend that I didn't get enjoyment out of this? I can't pretend. because I definitely got entertainment out of it. I was not expecting to have any follow up. Again, the intention was to do the review as a one off. I was going to do it, old school to the old videos. I actually did a movie review. It's been a long time, but I was like, but what's funny is that the comments outside of El Director is actually predominantly positive. Most people felt that it's like, oh, it was even handed. You gave some credit here. You argued about the pieces you didn't like. Again, I could have been much harsher in my initial review. Comparatively, I'm being much harsher now because now in context, it's actually worse. The more he talked, the worse it was. And I actually showed Bobbles at one point because I got a kick out of it. I went to the YouTube analytics on this video. The video did very well for me on my channel, very well, and it followed its normal path. It got some traction because I was one of the early ones to do a review on it. So people, when they were looking for it, they found my stuff. So it did this and went up. And it got a ton of views, and then eventually just started right within the days after, started going down, and then eventually just plateaued and shut down. I never heard a single comment from our director friend here until 8 or 9 days after the review. So it had already been like past a week. I had forgotten about it. I was done with it.
Dead by now, yeah.
And then what happened is, as he started complaining, what happened is I saw this. A little bit of an uptick, and all of a sudden there were more views than there had been in well over a week on the thing. And it actually gave it a second life, a resurgence. And I was like, thanks, El Director.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, bro.
Comments too.
Appreciate
help
you.
the
And he
whole
just
thing
kept
even more.
going. But the other point is, why, to Bobby's point, why would you care about one review on YouTube? You discount the importance of YouTube because you said YouTube didn't reach the masses. So if we're not reaching the masses,
I care.
then why do you care? My video has almost 1,600 views on it, which is good for my channel, but in the space of YouTube is a pittance. It's nothing. It's literally nothing.
Yeah, if you don't crack 1 million, you're nothing on YouTube.
Yeah, so it's like, so how much energy are you going to consume to argue with a 1,600 view video?
And you were actually nicer to him than Bobbles was with Tag.
Which we can get into it. I enjoy
Brandon,
that.
sorry.
But the bottom line was like, how much energy are you consuming, and for what? Like, in all honesty, funny enough, maybe it's thematically appropriate. The energy you consumed arguing with people in my comment section, and with me and blocking me, was more energy than was required. Funny enough, this movie existing is more energy than was required.
I think the one thing you teach your kids growing up is you tell them that 9 people like you and the one kid doesn't. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't chase that one kid. And you can't get everybody to like you. I'm sorry. That's just the way the world works. So move on.
Yeah, but
And
that was the bottom line. So that's why I said all the comments that I read off to you are verbatim. They're sitting in the comment section of those videos. If anybody wants to audit me, they're right there. So when it comes to this information, I find it better to read it verbatim right off the screen, and it's right there, and anybody can look at it anytime they want. So anyway,
Bobby,
aside from that, I'm
I
done
just
with
want
it.
to get one person to like me, and that would be
And
interesting.
that's still been a struggle. It's pretty bad.
You
I mean,
got one.
my own
You got
mother
one.
doesn't even like me. I mean, she
Deservedly
types-
so. She's known you for as long as anybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, she types in, says I've disappointed her yet again. I'm a disappointment to the family.
You are.
I mean, I just think it would be interesting as a science experiment to have one person like me. It'd be
I think
interesting.
Jeremy from Beckett likes you.
Oh yes, he's
He
your
likes
biggest
the picture
fan.
of you in front of the booth before.
He
it
wouldn't
opened.
stop talking about you every time. I'm like, I gotta introduce him to Eric. Jeremy loves him. He wanted to get an autograph,
Yeah. And
and you went around. You jerk.
Eric.
You jerk.
Mhm.
I know we on a side note, I know we all 4 of us kept trying to figure out a way for me to get near that guy
Because we all wanted that selfie. We all wanted that selfie.
I wanted that picture with him so bad, but I just
It was
didn't
so
have-
easy. He was everywhere.
I never saw him.
We will make a more concerted effort in
I was
2023.
always
I was
someplace-
alone and I saw him 4 times, and I had a chance to say hi, and I was just like, why?
Well, then you should have called me and we should have made it happen. So it's your fault.
I was a busy weekend, things
There
to
you
do, people to go, places to see.
There you go. All right. Collector's Dream, Orlando. No, Orlando, the reality is I needed to put like a bookend on it because, like I said, there was a couple more things past the second video. I wanted to have a little fun. And on the live stream, we have the opportunity and the space. And I wanted to give the people the information. Just understand that when you see the interviews where it's all like niceties, it's the same dude. So like, I want to give you context to understand that is why I didn't actually take him up on his offer, because I'm not interested in promoting his film. It doesn't deserve it.
Carlos, do you chase down people who don't like your show?
Generally, I don't make a habit of it, Bobby. I've made plenty of enemies, and that would take up a lot of my time.
Exactly. So
Yes.
why worry about it? Why?
Yes,
You just
I
move forward.
mercilessly mock my enemies, if that counts. Does that count for anything?
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of a.
Yeah, I can do it from my chair. It's great.
It
I
is
don't, I
easy.
don't,
Yeah. That
I
way.
don't have to find them. They can come and hate watch me. It's great.
Yes.
I hate
Yep.
this show. He never asks me to like it.
Absolutely. But you know what? Who I do ask to like? Everybody else. Because every time you like it, I send Eric a bill.
Don't like it. This show's
Love
stupid.
it.
No.
Love it.
No. This show is
The only
stupid.
reason we haven't gotten more likes is because people are looking for a love button. Love.
No.
Jay here. For a film, you put your kid on the bus, and then the kid gets off the bus in school and meets that world. Hopefully, it goes well. Yes, yes, indeed. Like I said, the bottom line was the information I didn't have in the original was a full understanding of what the premise was and why it existed. Now, unfortunately, I understood why because I watched Dustin and Brad's interview with them, like I mentioned a little earlier. The one question they could never ask, and I would love to have actually seen somebody ask it, and it's not going to happen for me at this point, is that like I want an actual justification for why this needed to exist. He just made it like this was this, like, you know, obviously this needs to exist because we need to promote the hobby. It's like, no, we don't. I don't accept that argument. I don't agree. Nice try, though. But anyway, cool. All right, so let's move on. Let's have a little fun with the tag thing. We did have, because I included it in the thumbnail, so we may as well have it. I loved Bobble's interview with Steve. Is it Cass? Is it Cass? Yeah. So Steve Cass from Tag, the founder. So I enjoyed it. Obviously, I enjoyed it enough that I did a post-game show with John Madden and Pat Summerall on thumbnail. Quite enjoyable. I do recommend if you didn't get a chance to see it, it was good because we also had Bobbles on. And part of the thing that I really wanted to make sure is we had Bobbles on, so also get his opinion. Obviously, he had just done it, and get his impression based on the questions he got to ask, the answers he received. I thought it would be good to have it all together. Yes. So I thought that was really, so it added more rather than me just doing it. I still considered doing a response, but if Bobbles hadn't come on, I probably just would have done a standalone video based on it. But having him on allowed us to actually talk through it. It was actually a lot of fun. And then we had Eric as referee to keep us from going too far out of line.
Yeah.
And for the majority of it, we did.
Up until the last 4 minutes, I thought we did really well.
I was overjoyed. I have a coaster coming. It's going to be amazing.
We almost saw the finish line and almost crossed it, and then the whole thing blew up.
But Eric, you got to learn what rule number 5 was. You know what rule number 5 is?
No.
Carlos lies.
Carlos lies.
Never trust that Carlos is going to play it straight the whole way through. No. Not my style, bro. You should know better. You got fooled again.
It was a good interview.
It was.
You know, Bobbles really twisted the screws on him a little bit much, but I think it was due.
He hadn't been legitimately challenged at all. No,
you know, and that goes without saying. Why do you go on interviews if you're going to be legitimately really challenged? Yeah. And Bobbles did that, and that was good. He was a little bit dismissive in his tone, very haughty, like I said before, in his attitude. I thought he was, you know, he was getting angry at certain points, and he couldn't control it. But he kept straight and through, and he did show him everything he needed to show him, which was good. Mm-hmm. And so it was interesting, the banter back and forth. A really good interview both ways. You get to see the good and the bad and the ugly of everything. So
I think I agree with that, absolutely. So International Board is here. Good evening. Watched another video where the director was interviewed. He's clearly a COVID baby collector, modern cards guy that got swept up in the hype. Well, he claims he was around before. I'll just take him at his word. I'll just move on. Like I said, that actually makes it worse. To be clear, that makes it worse, not better. But anyway. Best thing the director could have done is release the film and do interviews about it. Never ever attempt to defend your art to critics online. Yes. Like, in all honesty, Bobby basically made that point. If you believe in the product to that degree, you're going to have critics. You're going to have. That's why I actually
write a book.
Yeah, but that's why I actually enjoyed the comment section, because part of it, the example I gave you, that was Ziggy and him arguing amongst themselves. I wasn't involved in it. I stayed completely out of it.
Ziggy's good at that.
Yeah, but the point is, though, in doing that, it revealed a lot of information. I just kind of sat back and just watched and like read the responses, because people don't understand. I've talked about this before. This isn't new to folks that watch the channel regularly. I get a lot of information sometimes watching a video, but I get more information sometimes looking at the comment section and looking at the debates and discussions people have amongst themselves. That's why I don't interject myself. I say, I'm not going to interfere with this. I want to see how this plays out. You guys talk about, I'm just going to watch. And as I watched, I got a lot of information just looking at it. Just looking at it, I was like, huh, okay. I learned something new because you revealed more as you went along. It gives you a lot of the impression of like, okay, this is what he's going with. All right, fair enough. So I just let it roll, and then you learn a lot just reading sometimes. So Kaz was slapped around discombobulated. I like they put discombobulated. And kicked up and down the road, Austin 316 style. Look at that.
Mhm.
Yep. Judge the Giants. We'll have to see. 0.2% chance, 200% chance. There you go. Hockey Hockey 99. I think Carlos puts more time to think about tag than the entire hobby combined. The problem is Hockey Hockey 99. I put more time to tag than tagged it. That's the problem.
Well, Tag is a very important company because, as much as everybody doesn't want to admit that, your eye is not as good as a computer, I think that's a regression. I think we're supposed to be going forward. We want the best iPhones, the best video games, the best YouTube channels, the best everything. But when it comes to technology, so I'm giving Tag a nod here. I think that technology is going to be upon us soon. And I think they're probably in a good position. Are they going to sustain this marketplace? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only problem is you're coming in last after 10 years. Why didn't you make it 8 years and come out in 2000? You would have killed it, or you would have at least advanced yourself a little bit further. But unfortunately, they are where they're at. So now they're trying to struggle and climb up a down trending marketplace. And it's tough. And then you're going to compete with the other grading companies and price values. That's going to take another 5 years, 10 years. I don't know. I don't know how long you can invest into a company, and you're only so old.
Yeah. Well, you're also doing it $10 million in the hole.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. And
like
advance it 5 more years because they're not
Yeah.
going to be profitable for at least
Yeah. So basically, it's just
a 20-year financial.
Yeah,
Makes
it's like buying a boat. It literally is buying a boat that already is damaged. So it's like just throw more money at it, keep throwing more money at it. So that's why I said, like, in the last couple of minutes, I got to have my fun. I put on and really got to have a little bit of fun. But for the most part, I wanted to let the discussion play out. I wanted Bobbles to explain a lot of it. I wanted to have the overall discussion with everybody. So I recommend check out the post game show because we had Bobbles on and we all talked about it, what he's discussed. And I felt like it was a good recap of a lot of the elements of it. And then we also got to touch on a couple of different topics and debate them a little bit. He's got a new site. I love it. But the other piece of the puzzle is that when we're going through that discussion and going through the concept of it, to your point, he came off as very dismissive, came off as very defensive of a lot of elements of it. And there were several favorites. My favorite is how many tag employees does it take to read a dig report? Answer, more than 3. That wasn't great. And I know who has that card, and they've looked at it. So the point, it's not me, by the way. But the point is that that was kind of it's kind of a gotcha, but it's not a gotcha because it's your technology, it's your report, the whole point is that with the report, we should be able to figure out why the card got the grade it did. It wasn't an unfair challenge. It was a challenge, but it wasn't an unfair challenge, especially with people in that room that should be able to do that because you were involved in the design of this report. And it basically says that either A, you guys don't know how to read the report, which isn't good, or B, you need to enhance that report. It clearly isn't enough to do what you need to do.
It was certainly B because I think they do know, but they have 40 different whatever. Okay, that's fine. We understand that you need 40 different scans to look at it. But if you're putting that online for somebody to look at and it's not there, what are you left to do?
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah. Because the end result
they
was
were totally unprepared for that. Yeah. And then I love that Bobbles, he doesn't like the clear holder. That's what I think he said it 18 times.
But who's counting? Okay.
Not me. I wasn't. I was running out of fingers. But anyways,
right.
And toes. But it was kind of funny. But it was a good interview any which way. But like I said before, I think tags technology is the future. And I think it will happen. But I think the timing and the marketplace is not prepared for it.
But it also might not be them. By the time the marketplace is ready for it, there's a real possibility somebody else could just reverse engineer it and the tag is left out in the cold. All their patents are worthless.
This is going on right now.
That's what I mean.
Somebody else has been working on it for 8 years.
Yeah.
Another guy's 4 years. It's like, and technology's changing so fast. Who's got the best system?
Yeah.
Or maybe the other companies who are existing right now, Beckett included, Tag included, might be going forward with something like this.
Yeah. Well, Geniment has the fingerprinting side of it. They've been working on that tech for a while.
Exactly right. Yeah.
So we don't actually know where they are because they're operating in a skunkworks section of collectors doing their own thing, kind of operating in the shadows. We'll have to see what, if anything, comes of it and when that comes online. But also, to the point, also from the interview, one of the things that I think Steve did incorrectly, in my opinion, was that he took, he got very defensive about the piece regarding the basically the way that the surfaces and things were measured, the different scores, because it's all proprietary. The problem is, well, then as a collector, you're like, okay, well, but I don't understand it. At the end of the day, I don't understand how this hurts it. But one of the ones that I actually disagree with, that is a philosophical thing. Now, what's funny is that the Tag's founder said, basically, if I disagree with that philosophy, I should agree with somebody else. And I'm like, don't mind if I do. Thanks for letting me know. But my favorite one was that the idea of, where the scratch is, using like face detection technology, and if the scratch is over the face, it would deduct more than over the side.
Definitely.
Now this is actually an interesting discussion, because it's the discussion between, a holistic grade versus a technical grade.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is a technical grade is, this is the standard, this is the grade. So that means a technical grade would say it doesn't matter where the scratch is. It just matters how severe the scratch is and basically how deep it is. That's the important part. Because a collector will differentiate it, but I could take a 7 and I could take a 7, or I could take an 8 and 8, a 9 and 9. One of them has bad registration, the other one has clean registration. They're both technically 8s. As a collector, you'll choose the one with the better registration and maybe pay a premium for it, but the technical grade is still the technical grade.
But understand, we have humans grading,
Yes.
and they're emotional, and that emotional response where there's a big, John Boy Walton dimple on the face of the card, or it's in the bottom corner. It's like, aesthetically, that will affect your opinion, because if you're going to process all this information about grading and where the dots are, where the creases are, where everything is, that's a process. Even professionals, as much as I say professionals, because they're just a bunch of guys who know a lot about cards, they get it wrong too. But Tag's going to be a little bit more consistent in that, and I do agree with that. If it is a mark on the face opposed to a mark in the bottom corner, that it's technical, but I mean, it's not technical.
So can I just jump in real quick?
Go ahead.
The grade should be the same whether the mark is in the corner or on the face. Let the hobby decide how much that's worth. A 7 is a 7 is a 7 is a 7. When it gets,
but literally what they said defeats that. The problem is, if it's on the face, it's not a 7, it's a 6 or a 5.
No, because
but that's what they did.
Right, but that's a problem. And we're saying that's a problem. If there's a dimple, a mark, a cut, a scratch, whatever you want to use as an example, on the face or in the corner, you take a point off because there's a scratch on the card, not where it is. You let the market decide how much that is worth now, depending on where that scratch is. I am going to pay less for something that goes right across Bobby Hull's face rather than down in the right-hand corner.
Yeah.
But that's my wallet deciding, not a computer or a grader at PSA.
But that's my point, Eric. You're making my exact point. My point is that
agreeing with
that
point.
Yes,
Yes.
the
But
individual
you weren't saying it right, so I had to do it for you.
Yeah. So the grade at the top is I don't care about your aesthetic opinion. The grade at the top, I'm asking about the technical grade. When I'm looking at the card is when I'm making the judgment call on the aesthetic. Because as long as the card meets the requirements of the grade that's appropriate, I want you to put that grade. And the computer can do that, but they're trying to introduce the what's it called? The aesthetic part of it. They're basically saying, I want to include that into the algorithm. Well, a computer can't really judge that properly. It can say, okay, it's over the face, deduct these many points, but it's going to do the same every time. If the scratch is over the face, it will deduct, whether it looks better or worse, or it's directly over the eyes as opposed to on the cheek. So it will it's the face, so it'll treat it within that zone and it'll deduct X. The problem is you are taking away. The person looking at it will make that judgment call. That's why I gave the example of not a scratch. If I wanted to look at a different example, registration is a classic. You could have two cards that are the same technical grade, but one of them has better registration or better color. Well, you're probably going to pay a premium for that versus the other one that is the same technical grade, but looks washed out. It's not quite as nice, because aesthetically, to you as the collector, you would prefer the better looking example. But the computer can't really make that judgment call the same way.
Well, neither can humans. I'm not trying to be right or wrong here. I'm just, humans cannot determine that either, honestly, because he's going to sit there and look at that thing, and there is a grade. Yes, I understand, but if it's on his face, right in the middle of his, he's going to look at it, and it's going to go somewhere in his head. that's there, and that doesn't look as good as because the card is about the player, is it not? Is it not? It's not about background. It's not about it's all encompassing. I get it, but there is something to this.
I don't
And
want
it's
scratches
not-
in the sky,
we
Bobby.
can't-
Do not scratch my sky.
It's beautiful in the sky.
See?
I'll put a cloud in there to make it, nice.
You
scratch around
should.
it.
It's the
And
least
we'll
you
do
can
it
do.
that way. But I'm just saying there is something to that. To say that a machine doesn't work, but a human does it better, I'm not going to fully agree with that completely.
Well, it's gonna be
I think him going forward with that, and if it's just a small percentage point, I'm for it. I'm good with that because it is really technically about the card and the player. Honestly,
well, that's the problem. We don't know if it's a small percentage point or not. We don't know how heavy the deduction is. That's proprietary.
neither do we know what PSA guy thought when he did the card either. So how can you say one's right and one's wrong? They're both wrong, or they're both right. One of the two.
And what if the PSA grader is grading a card of his?
What if he
favorite
got laid last night? What if he,
or his,
like
or his
honestly,
least favorite player?
emotional. It's all emotion based on grading, and
What
the
if the
technical
guy-
part eliminates
That's
that.
good.
If they're going to do that, I'm for that.
I'm not paying a
for that.
premium for it. Right now,
You don't
you would have
pay
to
a
pay
premium for it.
Right now, it would be a premium. Yeah. The other alternatives are actually cheaper.
Well, maybe it only went up 3 grades. That doesn't affect the grade. How's that?
Sure.
You know,
There you
0.03, whatever, right?
If-
We don't know. We'll never know.
If Tag can actually do, and only time will tell, if Tag can actually do what they're claiming they can do,
Mhm.
they deserve to charge a premium.
You're forgetting one thing. The time could tell, except we don't have the ability to judge it. You would actually have to have a proper independent study, and they haven't really volunteered to do that.
Yeah.
It's like right now they're telling me it's accurate. That's cool. That's in-house
Right.
propaganda. I need
Sure.
someone who is not you to
Well,
run
right
that
now,
test.
PSA and Beckett and all say they have the best graders. So same thing.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
That's the
Right
argument.
now,
Yes,
right
it is.
now, I can actually sell a PSA 10 card for a premium. Tag literally came in out of left field. I have no reason to use you. I don't care what you say.
I understood. I'm just saying.
They're late to the
From what
party.
you said.
Yeah, so the reality is they're the ones who have to prove themselves to enter the space. You can say that the other ones are, I don't believe you. That's fine. Then don't you use a different one or don't use any of them. But the new player in the space who's saying that we are better, you have to prove to me that you're better, and you have done nothing to prove it.
I don't think they want to be better. I think they just want to be in the space and respected. And I think there's a space for them. And I believe that the human part of things have to change. I'd rather go with a computer than a human on a lot of different things. And this is one I probably choose going forward. And I think they all will eventually. And it's going to happen. It's just that they're first in the space and they're being, But did they come in the right way? Nah. Was he very nice in the interview? No. But I'll give them credit for what they've done so far. Are they going to make it in the business? Who knows? Probably not.
I hope so.
There's
I
a
hope
lot of questions here.
everything
But
upside
human
down.
versus machine wins most of the time. So
I like
Play-
that I'm the
play
technology
chess.
guy, and
Play
it's like
chess.
I like that I'm the technology guy, and I'm like, screw the machine.
Yes, exactly. That's what everybody's doing. It's like, I love technology. Oh no, they're coming. No. You can't. What are your scales? What are your?
Bobby, the thing is, I like technology. They haven't shown me technology. They say they've shown me technology. I haven't seen it yet.
You
Right now,
won't
it's a
get to-
box.
You won't
Right
get
now,
to
it's a
see it.
box.
You won't
That's
get
the
to see it.
point. So literally, it's the great and powerful laws anyway.
Well, who's the PSA graders? Who's the Beckett graders? Who's the HDA graders? Are they hiding?
So
Do
they're
we know them?
working for Tag 2. I like it.
Who knows?
I like it.
So
so
we don't
Paul-
know a lot.
Yeah, the argument though that it's like, oh, they're just as bad as the other one. Cool. Then you're the new guy. You're out. Sucks to be you. Like
That's right.
Nothing.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. So
I
Paul here
just-
says,
Oh, I'm sorry.
can I read the damn comment? Jeez.
Please.
Paul says the worst part of the slip is when he went through this trouble of seriously submitting are comfortable with the turnaround time. Basically saying those 30K cards are the owners or floating heads. Yes, that was the funny part. When he had 35 or 40,000 cards, they choose not to grade them. It's like, don't worry, we got a rollout plan. You could just grade the damn cards. That's what you should be doing in theory. So Bobby, according to Wiki, Skynet, Egg Tag Machines became self-aware on August 29, 2022. Love it.
All right.
Tag said they have 2 Canadian reps of locations, so who's the other guy working at them for PSA Canada? I like that there's a follow-up here. Conspiracy. Sounds like Bobby may be the second tag guy. He's the guy on the grassy knoll. John Boy
It's
reference.
okay. I've defended myself pretty good here, and I don't hear any other questions back, so we'll go forward.
Questions of what? You didn't make an argument. You just said they both suck, but They're new, so try it. What's the argument?
No, I said the emotional grading over the technical grading.
But we don't have, but we haven't established the technical grading. They literally haven't proven anything. They said they have, but again, I'm actually, let me explain my position very clearly.
I got you.
They said they have a machine that will do this. They have slabs. The problem is because I don't know what the tech is behind it, because I'll never know. It's proprietary.
Yes.
Therefore, they could literally have a guy doing the grade physically, punching in numbers in their computer, and you wouldn't know.
You would never know.
That's correct. So the problem is you are saying you're doing it differently. I actually can't prove that.
Maybe
I'm taking your
HDA
word that
is
you're
doing it with computers.
Maybe they are. But that's my point. I'm actually being serious. The reality is they have not actually proven a single thing. All they've shown me is they've got the slab, yes. They've got a room where they show us a box,
Yep.
and presumably the box does something, and on the other side you get a grade, and then this report gets generated, but they can't read the report. Outside of that, sure. Right now, all I know is that they have a fancy scanner somewhere, and presumably it does something. In theory, maybe smoke comes out of it.
I get
That's
it.
all I know.
And lights and all the other stuff. I get it.
Yeah. So when Eric does his grading, I'm going to start a grading thing with Derek here, and we use a machine too. It's called the Eric 2.0.
May as well.
I can make it up. It doesn't really matter.
I thought we said it was going to be poopy pony grading.
We'll have to work on our branding efforts. You might have make sure it's not trademarked.
PPG, baby. All the way. To the moon.
Yeah.
PPG to the
It's
moon.
final tests all day.
Yeah. Can they grade luster? That's why I say I need an independent study on it, because that way you'll actually be able to validate the claims of consistency. Because if you develop the consistency that is consistent with a machine doing it within a certain tolerance, that's when you'll actually have the evidence that they're actually doing what they claim to do. Because right now I'm being fed numbers. The founder actually said, if we rerun the same card on the machine, it'll vary within about 3 or 4 points. That was his statement on there. Sounds good. But the problem is that's where the independent test can validate if that claim is accurate. But right now we don't have that. So right now, everything you say, you could literally tell me it's accurate to within 1 point or 1,000 points or 5 points, whatever.
Like Dave's comment.
1 second.
That's right. He's all about the MBA. Shouldn't registration be part of the grade? It generally is, yeah.
Yeah, that is part. Yeah,
Yep.
100%.
Yeah. So you can, but I'm saying you can have 2 cards that are the same technical grade because the flaw in one knocks it to a 7 and the registration knocks the other one to a 7. So then when you're looking at IAPEAL, you decide which one of the 7s, because they're both technically a 7, which flaw is worse to you. So basically that's what you're doing. You're comparing the flaws and choosing which one you like. But it's the same as centering. You could have one that is sharp edges, sharp corners, but way off center, almost miscut. The other card is got bad registration, a couple other things, but technically they're the same grade. But you look at the one with the nicer picture. Can you live with the centering? That's a decision you as the collector make looking at the two. But they're
Scratch on the
technically the
face,
same grade.
scratch
Did
on
I
the
miss? Did I miss? Now we have to calibrate the machine on like what's the most important: the centering, the eye appeal, the edges. The
Well, that's what they're
borders, the
doing.
corners?
That's literally what they said they're doing because they're making that
Well,
distinction.
I like stuff off center better than I like my corners. Like so.
Yeah, everybody has their own thing. Sure. Got it.
That's what, yeah. So whatever the standard they're applying to the algorithm is, that is the specific prejudice that the machine is going to have because it's built into the program. So
Well,
it'll
what if
favor
the
one
guy
thing over the
punches
other.
in the machine likes corners better than centering.
Well, that was the point we made in the stream where I said, look, what if they decide they get feedback and they say, actually, we're more concerned about this flaw versus the emphasis you're putting on this flaw, and then you go and make the adjustment. All of a sudden, you have 2 different sets of standards depending on when you ran it through the machine. It's the
Yeah,
same
they've been
machine.
working 10 years on it,
What
so
if
they
the
must have
guy
come up with
who
something.
punches in the machine that morning when he went to his Dunkin' place, they were out of chocolate stick?
There you go.
We're back to our original problem. We just let the machine have the problem instead of the person.
I just
Although
wanna
the person
point out
programmed it.
that Yannick's completely wrong. Corners are better than centering, so he's completely wrong.
There you go. All right.
Sure.
Shibari with refractors. Andy, good evening. I appeal is subjective. Yes, it is. Some guys prefer centering, while some prefer registration of corners. That's basically what I'm saying. As far as the I appeal piece, you try to program that into an algorithm. You can, but then it's based on whatever the preference is of the person who put it in the system. And then that's basically it. Everybody's going to have to live with that because that's the specific section of I appeal they put the emphasis on. Likely 9 out of 10 of cards are looked at by PSA graders for like 10 seconds, give or take. Yeah, probably more like 10 out of 10. The heavy if we put them to give us proper grades is bonkers. I like the idea of tag, just need time. I don't know how much time they have. They've already had $10 million in 10 years. So
If didn't PSA say that they were producing 40,000 cards a day? They were grading 40,000 a day.
more like 50.
Okay, so how and then they said they have 100 graders. You're a pretty smart math guy, so they have 100 graders, 50,000 cards a day. say someone works an 8-day, you know,
Eric,
8 hour.
Eric, it's already been said a million times. They look at for less than 30 seconds a card.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take the computer when it's up and running and accurate.
The one that's just half a second a card.
Yeah, that can do that.
But did it do that?
Get all those Reggie Lemlins.
Did you find the report I was asking about? Because you haven't told me that it actually does it.
You take Reggie Lemlin out of your mouth.
Dirty mouth.
Moving on, children. Moving on. Will, good evening. AI will probably use as a complementary tool. Yeah, it will be an enhancement to the existing. That's why I said you can use enhanced imaging to help you. In medical imaging, you need the human more than the machine. Machine makes way too many mistakes. Yep, lots of false positives. Yeah. The irony is the reliance on the machine is actually probably going to get you worse results over time. I imagine it'll be a tool in the grading process, but not an end all. Yeah, I agree, Will. Probably will raise the grading costs since you still need the human. Yeah. And the problem is you're going to need more programmers eventually as they start making it more sophisticated to match up the other stuff. And again, I haven't confirmed that this thing can even do authentication properly. Again, I'm taking their word for it. Everything is what you told me, and I don't believe you. So I agree with the computer aspect, but can't help but think humans might be able to change whatever outputs the machines give. Yes, literally they can. That's been my point. It's like you keep acting like the machine, the algorithm's locked. Once you lock it, it's like, that's it forever. No, you can change it. You can change it 100 times if you want to. You can have different programs for different people. You submitted it. All right, you get program B. You got higher grades. Enjoy. It's even easier, actually. It's easier than corrupting a person. Can AI tell if the card's real? No. That's the thing. Like right now, I'm not convinced it can. Fakes can be made to fool AI. Right now, if you have fakes, I'd send them all to tag. See if they can catch them. Similar to what happened with HGA. Test them. Tag still only grades post 2000 cards, so I don't even need to consider using them because I don't have the cards in that area to grade. Plus, they only do sports. Yeah. Right now, yeah. Paul Carl Cards. Good evening. I don't think I've seen that name before, so good evening. AI grading is inevitable for card condition. It's just a matter of who does it. We'll see about that one. The concept of an algorithm changing, disrupting all the previous grades is a major wrench. Yeah. And that's the other part, actually. So Jason, Cards and Comments here. One of the keys is if you do, it's not really AI, it's machine learning. Let's just call it the more appropriate term. It's machine learning.
I was about to jump in on that.
Yeah, let's just call it machine learning. That's more accurate.
That
but here's the thing. If machine learning works properly, and it does that, that means the standard actually will change over time, over and over and over again. So it actually means you won't have one standard, two standard, three standard. Over multiple iterations, you can have hundreds or thousands of standards. So your card was graded in generation 1 or 2 or 3, but now we're on generation 4,557 with a different grading standard. So if we put your card through it, it would actually get a different grade because it's done so many iterations. So it's actually the opposite of consistency. We've actually created permanent inconsistency. It will actually get better or worse over time depending on how the inputs it receives. So in reality, it could actually get worse as we go along. The first couple might be graded accurately, and the rest of them actually get progressively worse.
So there you go. We created another problem.
We've created a new problem, a fancier problem. So somebody needs to tell me if my cards are cool as well as condition. That's right. They don't even have the room for a fancy scanner. It's in the middle of their main showroom. Yes, they said they have a machine in a clean room.
Carlos, do you think they maybe borrowed Comsty's machine?
Ooh, we do love Comsty's machine. It's pretty fancy.
What if those two AI machines got together and made a baby AI machine?
Stop thinking about chocolate sticks and getting excited. Settle down. So be fair. PSA hasn't proven they actually look at a card's beyond a cursory glance. I literally said they give a cursory glance. We've proven that. They actually give a cursory glance. And throw in an arbitrary grade. Doesn't matter. That's what people don't understand. I actually don't care about accurate grading. I care about getting the utility out of it. I've been very clear on this, but I'll re-explain it. When it comes to third-party grading, all I need you to do, really, two things. If it's an older card or something that's a little more obscure, we'd like the authentication piece done. You can argue about whether they do it or not. That's on you. But that's what we want, number one. Number two, I need it for the application I'm using it for. If I'm a modern card, I'd like to get a higher grade on it. And as long as I get the higher grade on it, if it's completely inaccurate, then I'll sell it and move it on to somebody else. It's the Elite Co 3 thing. I gave an example of a YouTuber who literally has done this for years. If he feels it's overgraded, he'll sell it. He'll disclose what he feels about it or whatever. He'll include that information. But then it's on the person buying it. It's on them. If they just want to look at the label and ignore the rest of it, so be it. The marketplace can choose. Consistent grading is a nice concept, but it actually doesn't serve my purposes one way or the other. I don't care. Because when I submit my cards, I generally get within pretty close to what I expected. It's been consistent enough for me. Now, if you submit in enough volume and you're seeing too many discrepancies, then use one of the other companies. You've got options in the space. It's not like it's not a monopoly. You've got multiple options. So the difference between a PSA 9 and 10 is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It can be. That's why tag is there to save the day. A tag 9.31. Don't forget it's a 1,000-point scale, man. 1,000-point scale. Carlos wants to put a stag in tag's art. I don't need to do it. They're doing it for themselves. With the anger of someone committing a crime of passion. Hockey 99. They're not worth that much passion, but I do enjoy making fun of them. But I also enjoy making fun of documentaries. Need a second smaller sticker for a cool factor grade? I'd love that. Be amazing. Wonder how different PSA Canada grading is to the USA PSA Canada consistency. It goes to the same office. It literally goes to the same place. They send it to Santa Ana, California, and eventually New Jersey probably, but it's going to the same office.
Yeah, I think
Canada is only 8 submitted.
I don't know if it's people just not knowing, or maybe some of the jokes we tell, but Brad, PSA Canada is not a grading.
Yeah, they're a bulk submitter. They're a bulk submitter who sends it to Santa Ana.
That has a very good relationship with PSA, and
Yep.
PSA allows them to use their name and symbol in their promotion. But no matter, I know we joke around a lot, but Brad does not grade cards. He doesn't have a grading company in his basement, and he sends them to the same place that some guy in Pittsburgh sends them to.
Yep.
I know, Jeremy. Trying, Jeremy. I really. Oh, hello.
Oh, you got to work a little harder, Bobby. The year-end bonus is critical. It's going to count on it. So bulk art card says the post-boom PSA has been crap for me for auto grading on undergrading cards. Sounds like I need to go to SGC or CSG or Beckett.
No, never go to Beckett.
No, like the thing is, I'm being serious, Paul Card. If you are finding an inconsistency and it is unacceptable to you, I would recommend using one of the other people in the space. Or if you don't need it, don't use it at all. I'm not telling anybody to submit it to any grader. That's the thing apart. I think people misunderstand. Some people struggle with basic concepts. Hockey 99. But the reality of it is, I just think that we're not being critical enough of tag and new players in space. By the way, I also killed HGA when they showed up. And I think people forget that. I killed HGA for not proving crap either. I also killed them when we got to see their videos because it was very funny. Literally did a live stream watching their video and making fun of it. That's on the channel.
Well, if every grading company isn't looking at tag, I don't think they're moving forward in the right space. Looking at tag.
Yeah. Well, that's why I put Andy's thing
It's
here.
technology. It's like self-driving cars. Who's for it? Who's against it? Is it going to happen eventually? Yeah, probably. Do you trust it right now? No. But going forward, yes. You say we don't test their machine, but we don't test the people. Do they go through a psychological test every morning? No. So
listen, I want my graders unstable.
Machines are less infallible than humans. But do chess. Play chess against a computer. Who's going to win?
I get it, but the problem is, and this is where Andy's.
But who programmed up the computer?
That's what I'm saying.
A human.
So the thing is that Andy is making.
There is some error.
I'm not even talking about that. The point here is Theranos. That one is the one that the lady who founded them was found fraud.
Oh yeah.
They claimed to have machines that could but they never actually did it. So the point is, you can claim it. In this case, to take your self-driving car analogy, it's like they have a company that's self-driving car, but the problem is there's literally a guy in the driver's seat. It's not a self-driving car. There is actually a human there.
Oh, it's coming. The other one said it.
No, I understand. But this is like a company who claims to have self-driving cars, but it's literally Eric hiding underneath and just controlling the steering wheel.
So Thanos was hype, and that was a really good, interesting scam.
And the point is, until we have successfully established that, in fact, a machine is doing X, Y, Z, it's literally you're just telling me that. You're just saying it. HGA also claimed to have AI and machine learning and all that, but we never established that either.
I'm not saying anything. You're missing my point completely. It's just looking forward. This is the way things will end up going. It will be there. And I'm open to that technology because I know it's coming. And I think humans are more infallible than a computer will be. And if there is some algorithm or whatever they're going to put together that's equal across the board, then I think all the grading companies will end up even at sort of some point. Will they not? Will it be a consensus that they all come together? Are we going? See, we can critique them, and I don't think I critique them tag as much as anybody else. But the technology, I'm not critiquing at all. I think going forward, it's probably the best thing for the hobby, especially the way the cards are going. And we've seen the infallible nature of these high grades, the 10s that aren't 10s, and they're obvious to us. That's human error, and that's bad human error because we're talking millions of dollars here. Just saying. There's no argument to win or lose here, Carlos. It's just an opinion about where the future is going with the company. And Tag is the first company that's come to do that. And they're all looking at it.
Well,
to say
HJA
that
was the
they're
first
not.
company to come do that. HJA was the first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, HJA was ahead of them. HJA came earlier.
Scanner. That's all they did.
Well,
It
as
is-
far as I'm concerned, HJA has more claim to this technology than Tag does at this
and where
moment.
are they now?
That's my point.
They're in videos.
Well, they got in the documentary.
Yeah,
They're critical.
documentaries. I mean, yeah. There you go.
Bobby, I agree with you 100%. So I think we're definitely on the same page, you and I, on this.
I think everybody is looking at the future, but Tag, the way they came upon the business, the way they did the things, the way the marketing is for right now, the hobby, the way it's going. Yeah, it's maybe not the right time for Tag, but that technology is right, and we're on the precipice of moving in that direction, especially with all the trim cards and all the other stuff that's going through. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of time.
And so your PSA, a couple of years from now,
I'm looking at I'm being very serious when I say this. I think you're thinking about it like it's way closer than it is. I think in 10 years you're still not going to have it.
okay.
And it might be closer to 15 or 20 before you even get close.
my next.
Oh no! I don't believe that.
I'm not talking about the technology. I'm talking about the implementation, the market acceptance. I don't think you're going to get there. I think it's going to be a hybrid between visual enhancement and the human being making the call.
I think that's great. I think there should be that anyways.
Yeah.
There should be a final run through.
That's what I'm getting at. I think it's going to. I don't think it's going to be reliant.
No, it shouldn't be.
Tagdo is pitching for just the machine. They're pitching for just the machine
I
doing
don't
it.
think they're
I
just-
think you're going to get a final person to do the last check.
I think that's crucial. I think that was perfect, and that's what it should be. And I'm sure the guys are looking at the card going, "Hey, how did they miss that thing?" They must have did that, but there should be that final. I'll put it in the machine.
Yeah,
let's
I
have
think you're going to
quick
get a
look.
final review.
I'm good.
Yeah,
So
I
the
think you're
machine
gonna
says
get a
this.
final review.
I'm this, and actually that's perfect, isn't it?
That's the hybrid model I think it's going to be. I think though a lot of folks are thinking when they say machine learning or AI, they're thinking the machine does it from end to end. I think you're going to get a check in there where there's one final check somewhere in that
Yeah,
process.
and going forward, like I said, that's why these other companies, the bigger companies, are going to be looking at this technology and going, "Hey, listen, why don't we use that?" And then we still have our guys, but
So let me read this one.
So,
Eric, let me read the damn comments. You keep
God
can't
damn it.
Jesus.
I don't understand why people watch this stupid show and comment in the first place. I thought it was just.
Anyway, with all due
There you go.
respect, their machine and no machine. See, he got quiet. It's good. Can grade the corner of a rectangular piece of cardboard, layers of fiberboard upon layers. Yep. Touche, Andy. So I'm trying to get caught up. I'm about 11 minutes behind. So I'm going to try to get caught up here. Maybe the Bruins can ice a team of AI robots. Ooh, that'd be good. So I'll need the eye appeal sticker and the cool factor sticker and authentic sticker. Wonder if it'll be able to see the card. Psh, who cares about the card, Dave? Come on. Tag too expensive. It is right now, yeah. Even for what they're trying to do, if they want market acceptance, they're going to have to drop their price. By the way, the founder already said that they can drop the price and beat everybody on price. So they might be a race to the bottom. They might just run straight down to the low price to get the more stuff in the tag.
Bob's right. Algorithm will change. It's just a matter of,
Yeah.
But the problem is people change daily, hourly, minutely. Minutely? Is that a word? Oh, well. Anyways,
you give it a shot.
You get what I said.
Yeah. But the problem is if it changes minutely, how is it different from the person?
Because I'm
Because
mad
it's
right
not
now,
it's
and
literally
then
not
I'm
consistent.
happy.
It's not literally not consistent.
Hey, I got a raise. Everyone gets a 9.
Yeah, until their algorithm changes, and then you get an 8. Would be interesting to see if the AI grading doesn't post the score on the slab, just a web link. Well, we've got the what's it called? The what's the stupid little scan of the little barcode on it? And not barcode, but you know what I'm saying. It's the QR code. QR code is the one that's on there, so you can scan it and go to the report. So you do have the QR code right now, so
Which
that is
no
there.
other company has, really.
Yeah, well, they use barcode, so to go to the pop report and stuff. So
Just the pop report, yeah, but you don't get anything. See, I think the one thing about Tag is that at least they're giving you something where the other companies give you nothing.
yeah, well, we already established that something they give you is not helpful. So it's like keep giving.
Yeah, in that instance, I understand.
Yeah. So Michael Ham, good evening. Why do we still not have a standard of grading? Can we as a hobby create one? No. The reason is because they won't agree on it. And there's too many people who already have a vested interest in a certain standard versus another, and they will argue for which one they prefer. Oh, I want grading to be centering to be less important. Oh no, centering is critical. It's got to be correctly centered.
If this first came in when grading started,
Yes.
it would be great.
Yes.
And then we could go forward with one standard.
Yes.
It's I'm trying to think of an analogy here. It's like you buy something and it's different from the other thing that you bought a nut that goes on a certain thing, and it's a different size nut because it's from Japan, so it's metric, and it's not the same thing. Like the light bulbs aren't all the same, but they are the same screws, but different ones. It's just whatever. It's
Yep.
nobody's coming together on this, and that's fine.
No, you're not going to get consensus. That's always been my argument. You're not going to get consensus. Right,
No.
Eric? Are we getting consensus?
What? I was sleeping.
Good. Okay, so while he's sleeping, I compared Tag's machine to Thorano's blood machine on Clubhouse one time. Oh, Clubhouse! It'd be nice if we knew somebody who was on Clubhouse. I don't even know what that is. So, and everyone was appalled that I made such a correlation. That was 3 months ago, and now many others say the same. Well, Eric too. You can't hear him, but he's saying it. He agrees. As Ed McMahon was to Johnny Carson, so is Eric to Carlos enjoying another family show. There you go. He might need to work his way up to being Ed McMahon, but I appreciate the sentiment, and thank you, Timeless Cardboard. Good evening. Tag is overprotective of the patents, but we'll put machines in place to grade a la carte score. They did talk about ATM, so they did talk about a grading ATM thing. So this card is a 743. Let me see here. Why, you may ask, we can't see the problem ourselves, but the software will say, well, you have to see the card in person. That's important. So hold on, let's get somebody important in here. Brad, how's it going?
Hey fellas, what's up?
Oh.
So hold on, your biggest fan is here. Eric, Brad's here.
Uh-oh. Where's your note?
I just wanted to replace him.
There it is.
Oh, you can replace him. Just say the word. Just let us know. We'll boot him. All right, let me read a couple of these comments here. So come on, Eric. The secret's out. People know I grade all your leaf cards. True. I'm filling out my BCCCCCCCG submission as you folks speak. Facts. Yep, I've stopped grading for now. 99% of the cards they sell now are 1 to 3% single, and that's perfectly fine, Paul Carl. Like, look, my statement and my comment is if it doesn't work for you, it's too inconsistent, too expensive, any reason, don't use it. That is my recommendation. Do not use it if it makes no sense to you. If you have a use case for it, that's why I say part of the reason I have so much fun with folks when I debate this with them is that it's like, guys, I understand the inconsistency you're talking about, but I don't care. And the reason I don't care is because it's serving the function I need it to serve. I don't need them to be perfect. I just need the stuff I'm putting in to accomplish the task I want to do. When it stops doing that, then I use another alternative, or I don't grade it at all. I find the thing that fits what I'm trying to do.
Then you use Tag.
I will literally never use Tag. If they were the last one left, we're going raw. Bob Jackson, I need to get all these Peter Klima rookies graded for Eric so I can send them to Horde. Facts. Yep, you need this is how far behind we are. Brad's on the screen and I'm reading his comments.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get caught up here. You don't think the existing great companies already have the technology equal or better? Gentleman is definitely working on their stuff. So we'll see where they get with that. I think that's going to be the enhancement hybrid model if they get there. People want self-driving cars, but that might be 20 years off too. Talking about a computer grading a trading car will probably have the same timeline. I think self-driving cars, we're probably a little closer to that because at least we have testing. At least we can cite attempts at doing analysis on it.
Yeah.
Likely they're not using it at the extent Tag seems to, at least blatantly. Yeah, no, that's fair. They may not have technology, but they clearly don't know how to use it. No, not right now. Otherwise, they would implement a fingerprinting card as in grading. Yeah, fingerprinting is to help with certain things. Again, it's an enhancement. It's not meant to replace grading. It's an enhancement on what they're doing right now. Computer tries to do the job and fails miserably. Sure, a computer can kick ass in chess. It's true. Big Blue. Was it Big Blue? Or Deep Blue? What was the
Something
one?
like that, yeah. I remember.
Yeah, it was the one that beat Kasparov. So I remember that one. But until we have strong AI, which may never happen, there are many things that computers are touted as a panacea for. Oh, I like that you brought in panacea. And they're falling well short. There you go. Well, I appreciate the hashtag scholarship, so I appreciate that. If anything, Tag can sell the scanner so I can have more better scans. I could see that being useful if you wanted to do that as a pre-grade mechanism. Bobbles made a pitch that Tag probably could have rolled into the market 5 years ago if they had done some of the software and done some pre-grading thing and gotten into the marketplace that way,
Yes.
and they'd be way better off today if they had started with that. And I agree with that. I agree with that thought. Even though I don't plan to use Tag right away, we'll wait and see. Bobby had the most sensible commentary this evening. I bet you think so. Theranos is a good analogy. Tag wants to put kiosks of a magic grading box all over the country. Just Theranos put theirs in Walgreens and wanted it all over the country. That is true. It was Walgreens.
I think Theranos is completely different. She didn't have anything work. Like, it didn't work at all. And she was faking every piece of documentation that she submitted forward by her people. It was all fake. It was based on nothing. There was no blood test. There was nothing. It wasn't working. It didn't work to any degree.
But that was my point. Like at the moment, all I have is a dig report, which you can generate, and slabs. And again, they're not slabbing a lot. Like Bobbles is doing the pop report. They're actually not slabbing. So actually a human could punch those in manually at the pace they're doing it right now. When they accelerate to more of a machine-like pace, then we can go, okay, maybe there's something going on. But right now, a human being could literally, manually do all of those at the current pace they're doing right now. That's what I mean. Like, I don't have evidence they actually are using a machine. I just have their word for it at the moment. At the moment, it's literally Bob in the back, as far as I'm concerned, until proven otherwise. If there's only a way to pay money to throw an actual tomato.
Can you make the screen big, please?
All right, hold on. Here's his moment. Go.
Oh God!
Fail.
Oh.
Such fail.
Okay, next.
See, again, technology fails, Eric. The tech failed at your critical moment when
Come
you
back
needed it.
next week.
I gave this one to him, and he still needed to struggle. There you go.
There it is.
I fed that to him, and he still struggled. Well, Carlos nailed it. They've been talking about AI for 20 years in medical imaging. Minimal implementation at this point. Yes. Like I said, there's always a possibility. You got to take steps. There's intermediate steps. You do the hybrid model, and then you can start incorporating more and more into it. They're trying to skip a couple of steps. And again, they haven't proven they've done it yet. Sorry, that's what I thought about when I first talked about their pods. I thought the card is in and comes out with a slab with a grade. Yeah.
No, that was another company, wasn't it?
No, that's the one, the card score. There wasn't a slab. They said
No,
they
it wasn't a
would give
slab.
you,
It would just give you the
just
yeah.
the grade. And it
And
was
then you could send it
crowdsourced.
in.
It was crowdsourced.
Yeah, and then you could send it in after that or something. Or
You could have them slab it after the fact. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
what happened to those guys?
I think Eric saw one.
Theranos again, right?
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, let me make clear. I am a technology guy, but you can't just say technology. I need you to then, okay, let's run the study. Do the independent study. Let's start seeing, let's see the magical white papers. We've talked about white papers in the past. Okay, great. Produce the white paper. Show me the information. Let me look it over, and other people we can do the peer review thing. Show me the actual information that indicates you've done the thing you said you've done. And then right now you're just telling me you're doing it. And that's all I got.
I'll have them on. Request it.
Request it. Give me the white paper.
That's
I don't
it.
care about your pens. Hand it
I don't
over.
care about your pens. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
luck.
tag deduction for paper left on a die cut card. We genuinely don't know. We actually legitimately don't know. Minutely is the correct word. There you go. Is this the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? Are you in the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, Eric? Only 6 minutes behind now. We're getting closer. Ed McMahon wrote the check, says that Eric. Oh, there you go. I like that comparison. We're talking about tags, so are they winning? Maybe they are. Victor, good evening. Brad is on the screen fast, and you can read his comments. It's true. All right. Pepsi and Coke called all the grading companies for 2020 present and asked if PSA could spare a little plastic for them. The amount of plastic used in slab alone the past 2 years must be horrific. There you go. Big Blue. That was the one. Beat him the second time around. That was the one that we're talking about. Okay. Robots licensed to kill in San Francisco and AI grading sports cars 2022. Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Hockey 99. Want to thank you for talking some sense into me last week. About time some sense is getting talking to you. Data tools are a waste of money. They are. like here's the thing. I don't have an issue with them. They can serve a purpose, but right now with what they're doing, and I've been very clear on this, I have no problem with market movers and I have no problem with card ladder, but they both have deficiencies. And right now for the cost, 130 point can do enough to get you where you need to go. So until you, and back to the same thing, it's a technology thing, right? They're both doing technology. I like technology, but I'm looking at what they're offering, the cost, and I'm saying you're not doing enough for me to be worth the cost. When you do enough for me, then we can talk again.
A good Google search or even an eBay search will render you.
Yeah, right now, 130 point is a favorite of mine because it does a pretty good job, but you can put in your search, and I'm still using it right now. I used it earlier today. It's still quite good. And you can use TerraPeak, which is free on eBay. You can use that yourself, and that's eBay's own, so they confirm the sales.
Yep.
So there are free options that are available to you that are quite good. You got to put in a little more work. It's not as fancy. It won't look as nice. But if you're willing to do that, it can help you.
Sell the peak, I guess, or I forgot.
That was the one I used to use. I think the site started to have some trouble. I think they started to have some struggles. 130 point though right now is quite good. It's pretty stable. I'm a big fan of it. I wanted to leave that so you could absorb it. Bob's retort to you is quite good.
Oh.
Yes. Use the video because he can't make his own sign. No, he can't. He has construction paper, crayon pivot to take away. Facts. Computers have not made many fields more efficient, just created ability to track things better. Yes. Computers have made baseball more entertaining. There you go. It doesn't matter if PSA grades accurately. Why is it then imperative than any other TPG does? Yeah. I know Hobby Champs is trying to disagree, but I agree. I say it. I repeat, third-party grading has a purpose. It's not necessarily to grade accurately. I know it's not the answer you want, but it is the answer. I want you to think about it. It'll come to you. Yep. Yep. Carlos says 2022. Internet doesn't care or understand the scientific method. I understand. I agree. Did you tell on the Sports Car Radio latest video? We finally got to the end of the comments. Now we can. All right, we got there. We did it.
Oh,
Jesus.
keep coming.
Whew. No, we're okay. It's fine. All right. Brad, how's it going?
Oh, Brad, yeah, he's here.
Brad, that was a challenge, man. I was like 12 minutes behind. That was a lot of damn comments, and I tried to read as many as I could.
Well, we waited pretty good on it, so.
After my 8-hour break that I watched today, I feel like I'm a little tired. I was going to bed, but
What's the results, Brad?
I was exhausted. We did good.
Mhm.
I don't know who the players were, but I know that we ended up getting Milwaukee Brewers, and they have Jackson Churro, I think.
The fact that you have to ask this question only indicates the
we got
concern.
the best guy. Yeah, we got the best team, and we got a refractor of his, which paid for our spots, and it went on for it was 8 hours of break.
Oh my gosh!
Well, with the amount of stuff, I'm sure. Yeah,
It was super. I had it on in the background while I was working. It was enjoyable. They did a great job. I never knew that Blez before. I never watched their breaks or whatever, but
Oh, you should have seen the one they did in Vegas. It was great.
well, I did see a clip. I did see a clip of him with the shirt off, but no,
Well, Layden was in that one too, by the way. You know,
Yeah.
in the documentary.
Yeah.
Layden, come on. Family friendly, by the way. Vegas Showgirls, super family friendly.
Yeah.
Come on.
Exactly.
Hashtag research. Anyway, moving on.
So I went in, but then I thought I had to come on just to make a few comments on it. I just think that sometimes, again, without being biased towards PSA or to Beckett or to SGC, any of the big three companies, I think we really are foolish if we don't think that these companies already have things in place.
Brad.
This
No,
is my
just kidding.
personal opinion. I want everyone that knows me and people in the chat, if you get to know me over time, I want everyone to succeed in life. I don't want anyone to fail. I want every company to do well. Unless you're a bad person, that's a different scenario. But
I don't have this problem. I like certain people failing. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy to watch people burn. It's called sudden fraud.
But it's not who I am. I think we're absolutely ridiculous, and people can argue this if they want with me, but I'm happy to debate it. I think if you look at from a PSA standpoint or a Beckett STC, but let's use PSA. They have an evaluation of a $5-6 billion company now. They have 1,500 employees. They're grading 60,000 cards a day. We listen to other companies come on and say over 10 years they've burned $10 million. PSA can burn that in a weekend in research. I just think we're being very naive if we think that any of the big companies, not just PSA, don't already have technology in place or making it. And if there was new technology that came that was groundbreaking, they'd be gobbled up instantly by one of these big companies, right? PSA would buy them. SGC would buy them. Beckett would buy them instantly.
Well, here's the thing. I mentioned one thing. I said, like, even to Bobby's point, if they legitimately spend $10 million, and I'm taking them at their word, that's what he said, so I'm taking him at his word. But if that's what he spent to do the patents and everything related to it, if I'm PSA and those guys, I'm reverse engineering. If the technology has merit, I'm reverse engineering. I'm not giving them a dime. I'm basically stealing the tech and finding my own way to build it. And then you can spend 30 million, 100 million, 500 million, get some Saudi money in there. Like, keep dumping money into this thing. I don't care, because I'm not interested. If they're already 10 million in, how much would it cost to buy them?
Yeah.
And would it even be worth it?
Well, they don't want to sell.
No, well, of course they want to sell. Everybody wants to sell.
No. Well, he said, if the right offer.
He literally, everybody on that board, all of them, buy companies and sell them. So if this is the only time in history, so it's like all of them do that.
Steve Cohn is the master of it, right? You just look at that from that scenario, and it's like, what is, again, $10 million to us is a large amount of money. $10 million,
well, except to Eric.
Yeah, to Beckett or PSA is a joke, right?
Yes.
Like it's a drop in a hat. You think what the payroll is for a week with 1,400 employees.
Well, Brad, like, just you can even simplify it. This past month, GemRate ran the numbers for last month. They graded 995,000 cards. Just round it up to $1 million to make the math easy.
Yeah.
Take the lowest price grading, the bulk grading rate. That's $15 million.
Yeah.
That's $15 million in 1 month. And by the way, that isn't the average price. Like, there's the higher tiers as well. But if I took it at the lowest possible rate, that is $15 million in 1 month. In 1 year, that is $180 million.
Mm-hmm.
Just straight up, $180 million, because they've been doing $1 million a month for several months.
Yeah, and then look at it the other way too, Carlos, and say, okay, well, that's just the PSA side of things. That's not DNA. That's not PCCG. That's not WADA. That's not all. And when you're talking about this technology, this is going to reflect into all aspects of the collectible hobby. It's not just technology. It may just be designed for sports cards, But if the technology can do that, it can be implemented into all kinds of other things as well. So I just think honestly, I think we're kidding ourselves at that to say, hey, these companies out there are a hell of a lot smarter in this space than we are. They're doing.
Hey, hold on, settle down. I'm not giving any of them credit for that. Not a one. I was as nice to PSA as anyone in this hobby will be. They're not smarter than me on the best day. They just have a lot of money. They just have a lot of money. That's it. And it helps, by the way, if you have money, certain things become a hell of a lot easier. And you can make stupid mistakes and still, all right, we'll throw some money at the problem, we'll fix it. Don't worry about it. That doesn't mean you're smart. That just means you can leverage the chips you have.
But what I'm saying is, again, everyone makes mistakes. All companies do make mistakes, but with that, there's a hell of a lot of smart people working at these big companies. And I'm using PSA. It's not even just PSA. It's Beckett. It's SGC. It's the same thing. I know Peter has talked numerous times.
Eric agrees with the Beckett point. He's 100% aligned with
SGC has some new groundbreaking technology that's coming through the pipeline. Right? He's talked about it publicly. What's it going to be? I don't know. Is it going to be some sort of a...
It's not going to be a black insert. It's going to be a black plastic case.
No, I think what he's going to do, like breaking news, and Bobbles can try to contradict me, but I know he knows.
Oh.
SGC is going to go transparent. It's going to completely revolutionize the space. The black tux is gone.
Bubbles will be tearing up the little hair he has left.
That's a rumor I want to start. They're going transparent.
That's it.
That'll teach him.
Not transparent, invisible.
Ooh,
yeah.
Spicy. All right. You get to stay for another minute, Eric.
All right.
I like where you went with this. I like where you went with that. Good on you. But yeah, no, like the reality of it is that look, SGC, I like having some fun with the stuff they do. SGC likes to promise a lot of like vague things, and I'm sure they're working on stuff. I have no doubt they are working on it, but it's vague. It's like would you guys wait until it's like, look, tell me when you got something. When you got something, I'm happy to look at it and see what you got and like, hey, let's do it. Sounds good. I am open to it, but show me the thing. Don't just tell me you got. But guys, I got a thing. It's like when soon. It's like no. Just announce it when you got it. Just announce it when you have it. PSA can't figure what time it is to open their phone lines during normal business hours. Exactly. Don't give too much credit. Like I said, and by the way, they're the market leader in the space, and they make the most money. So, but again, large companies, and I joke with folks here, but it's like, guys, I work at a bank, and these companies make money hand over fist. And I've worked at multiple banks. This isn't the only one. I've worked at many of them. I've worked at 3 of them here that we've got nationally.
I just saw their profit reports.
And they make money. And if you were on the inside, which I have been, sometimes you'll sit there and go like, how do we make money? Dear God. And you'll hear things that'll just be like, I don't understand how. And yet I get a bonus at the end of the year. So I'm not going to complain about this, but I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
It's complicated.
And my stock shares went up. So am I going to cry about it? Like my dividends came in, my stock shares went up. Sounds good, guys. Whatever you say. Great.
It's the tag system. You don't know.
There you go. So here, they changed the insert for TCG, but didn't tell anyone. I just happened to notice it this evening. Oh, that's right. I think you mentioned in your reveal. You saw a change in the insert. So there you go. It's baby steps, y'all. Baby steps. Have to disagree with you, Brad. The idea that the companies are about to revolutionize grading is a joke. I don't think anybody's going to. I think it's going to be an evolution, not a revolution.
Yes,
everybody who talks about revolution is being ridiculous. It's going to be evolutionary. It's going to take time, and it'll be like phase 1.
But it will revolutionize the industry eventually.
Eventually, if you add up enough evolution, you'll get there.
Yeah, evolution times pi times square times.
You're going to need a couple
power
of
of 7.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to take a break for some pie, and then we'll get there eventually, hopefully.
Oh, what time?
Yeah, it's like anything. You need a lot of these little pieces to make it all work, and they're all learning every day. You need some humans, you need technology, you need all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Michael Ham says SGC seems to be the only other company talking about innovation. I see multiple ways each. Yeah, but the thing is, a skunk works. It's actually not smart to talk about innovation, to be blunt. I actually think it's better for you to actually basically announce it, execute on the thing, and then you've got, because SGC talks about it, but then we're waiting and waiting and waiting. And it's like, then eventually people are like, but you promised this innovation forever ago. I was like, well, I didn't promise it, but don't talk about it then until you're close to being ready. When you're close, then talk about it. There are 60 people in here. Have any of them seen the picture of the Beckett CEO? There is the picture. I've seen a picture of the Beckett CEO. Is there something specific to this cardboard? You don't have to be more specific.
Maybe he refers to the Jeremy picture.
No, we know who he.
No.
Come on, he's referring to somebody.
I don't know.
Mm.
We'll have to see. PSA is going to implement the non-see-through slab plastic. See, that's innovation that I can get behind. It's all love here. I think I could read. I think I read that PSA only spent 20 seconds per card. Could CSA software do that? It should take less than 20 seconds. If it's a machine scanning,
It takes you 20 seconds to load it.
Yeah, basically, it should take like less time actually. Hockey Barn Collectibles. Is there a Peter North rookie card? That one's for you, Brad. You got anything for us? As a subject matter expert on these matters, do you, do
He
you
plays
have an
for
answer?
Milwaukee, doesn't he? Yeah.
That's so good. I like it.
Yep, that's a callback to the PSA Canada live stream last night. They ventured dangerously into Friday night territory. I was like, I wasn't expecting this, but that sounds like Friday night territory. SGC still doesn't have a set registry. They did, and now they don't, and maybe they will again eventually.
What the hell is wrong with them?
I don't know, but remember they're innovating in the space, so they're gonna have a set registry someday.
Well, ask Bobbles.
Yeah. So what does it take for grading card hobby to get better? The horizontal slab was the last innovation. Yes, there you go.
Horizontal
And Tag
slab?
brought us that one. Ah.
Mhm.
Come on. All right, here we go. All right. Thoughts on Sports Card Radio. All right, let's do it. All right, I'm done with Tag for now. I'll make fun of them later. Okay, so let's do Sports Card Radio. So Sports Card Radio did the video that presumably Ken Golden's lawyers sent them a cease and desist letter effectively. And, we talked about it a little bit last night, so I'll kind of reiterate the main point that I have, and then we'll open it up. Everybody can chime in. I think it's stupid to send Sports Card Radio a cease and desist letter unless you're willing to go through it with a real lawsuit. If you feel like you got enough to actually do a lawsuit and you're willing to do it, then so be it.
Just do it.
Then do it. There's not even a point in really doing the cease and desist. You may as well go straight to the suit. Just skip a step.
It was sent by a narcissist.
Yeah. But it's a narcissist who, But the reality, my point was with them.
I think a narcissist to a narcissist.
That's what I'm getting. But Bobby, that was my point last night. I said, you're sending it to someone who isn't going to care. The only way they'll care is if you actually file suit and you actually have the actual information that you need to potentially win. Or if you don't care about discovery, because they have the right to counter with discovery, because that is the thing, they can open up your entire past and history and bring it into the public sphere. And Sports Card Radio would love to do it, I'm sure. But the idea of it is, if you don't care, if you're Ken Golden and you're enough of a narcissist where you don't care, go ahead, bring it all up, and I'm going to smile at you and keep this lawsuit in court until you go bankrupt. Now, you could do that. That is a legitimate tactic that could work. You could actually just make it so expensive that Sports Card Radio has to sell their Teslas and Rolexes, and they're done. Yeah. But you better be willing then to absorb, because you're going to take body shot after body shot. It just means you have to hang in there long enough to basically sustain. If he's willing to go, we'll use The Godfather. If he's willing to go to the mattresses, like legitimately go to the mattresses, then so be it. But you may as well skip the letter then.
I think he's going to get a little talking to from upstairs if he keeps up.
But that's what I mean. My point is Ken Golden has more to lose. And it's, you may as well have not even opened that avenue, because you just gave him a free video is what you did, really. That's all you did.
Oh, you just started though. You think this is going to stop?
So it's just going to be like an ongoing. And by the way, when Ken Golden has to back down, because I think he will, then all you did is you showed weakness. So my opinion is it was very stupid. Unless you are willing to go to war, knowing somebody that won't back down, then don't even declare it. Don't even open it up as a possibility. Just chug along and go on about your business.
Who called name first, right?
What was that?
Who called who by name first, right? Like he basically called them.
My dad's tougher than your dad. It's just like,
no, and I'm just saying the whole thing started by him calling them Jagoffs, right? So.
Yeah. The reality was they were going to take barbs at him all the time anyway, but which is whatever. But like, look, if you're in Ken Golden's position right now, you're pretty much entrenched in the hobby. You could literally just ignore them. Like strategically, my advice would have been like, ignore them. Go on about your business.
Why would you worry?
Yeah.
If you're Ken Golden, then you got a 9-figure bank and you got 4.3 acres, not 5.1 acres, whatever it is.
Yeah. But the reality is, like, I'm actually being completely serious. Like, what can Sports Card Radio actually do? They'll bring up stuff that is public record, which has been out there for 30 years and no one cares. And no one cares. And no one cares.
No, they want to hear the grub. It'll get more hits. That's it.
But that's me. Sports Card Radio will get hits out of it. But if you're Ken Golden, do you actually give a crap? Well, he does clearly. But should he give a crap? Answer no. Go ahead, Eric.
So the question is this, and we already know the answer. It's more of a rhetorical question. When Sports Card Radio got that cease and desist order from Ken Golden's lawyers, and they
Yep.
opened it up,
Mhm.
do you guys think they went, "Oh no, what have we done?" Or do you think they went, "Thank you"?
I think after a little chuckle, they did the thank you.
Yeah, they basically did what I did when Air Director started commenting.
Oh, there we go.
I'm
Round
like, very well. You have opened hostilities, sir, and hold on, roll up the sleeves.
I think
Let's do this thing.
I think they Instagram Carlos and ask him advices on 3AM Carlos how to
Maybe.
I was gonna say, Kenny, there's a better way to do this, Kenny. What you just did, that was the wrong way. You mock your enemies. You don't try to play into games that are gonna just basically he's gonna lose face because they're not gonna back down and they have no reason to. Like they really don't. And there's a couple of points here about that as well. So I'll touch on it. The fact that Beckett's CEO is East Indian is not surprising. Who cares? What does that have to do with it? Many of their board members, it's like, who cares? That's not
From East Indiana. What does it matter?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Baz, that's irrelevant. Who cares?
Or North Dakota. Or
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares?
Look,
South
if
Carolina.
he was from North Dakota, I would have issues. It was a stupid move. Who gave the publicity? Yeah, it wasn't a good move. Yeah. Who cares, Baz? So in California, there is anti-slap. Yeah, that's a thing as well. So Golden might have to pay SCR's legal fees if he loses. Now,
yes, that's the thing.
yeah, but my point is, you could, if you wanted to, you could basically drag it out so long they can't keep fighting the battle. But again, you'd have to literally be willing to go to the mattresses all the way because you could just basically tap them out so there's no money left. They can't keep fighting it.
Yeah.
But you'd have to literally be willing. I'm saying you'd have to be willing to scorch earth, go to war all the way.
So at this point, who's right and who's wrong here? Is there a case?
Well, I don't think Sports Card Radio is quote unquote right. I think they have the right to say what they wish because within the context, I love. By the way, in the video, I got a kick out of it. The one brother, I forget the two brothers' names, but anyway, the one brother who's doing the video, yeah, whichever one did the most recent one for
Frickin'
this
frack, whatever.
yeah. That one brought up, it's like, we said allegedly. It's like, well, you said allegedly. You know, I'm a big fan of allegedly. So that's a valid point. That's a solid point by you.
They backed up everything.
Yeah. So, but the thing is the reason why I say a lot of those videos, it's like, guys, you got to understand they couch it in certain language that kind of leaves us like, so what are you going to do about it? And they're correct in this instance. Like, as long as you don't state it like a statement of fact, you give yourself a lot of room to not back off, but you can still back off. Yeah. So in reality, Ken doesn't have a leg to stand on. He's saber rattling with nothing, and they called him out on it because he can't proceed. There's no way he can proceed from here. He's basically, that was his only move, and it's not going to work. So what are you going to do now? Hobby Champs, as the Rolex market correctly, like the hobby and other markets, yes, yep. Which is wondering if SCR is commenting on that endlessly like they do with the card market. They don't really talk about it. But no, the Rolex market has luxury watches have actually taken quite a dip. Now the super high end pieces, they still sell. Like they actually had an auction in Geneva a couple of weeks ago that still did very well. Like that stuff still sold. A lot of the better pieces sold for above estimates. So there is still a marketplace for it. But more common stuff, regular stuff, the secondary market has taken a big dip on. Like anything else, just like anything else.
Yeah, card market, any tens.
Yeah, all of it.
Rare cards, yeah.
It's normal. Yeah, it's normal. That's what I mean. Yep, you make a joke about SCR and keep living the life. Yeah, just move on. Like, just move on. Curious. You guys know my new to hockey. Is Jason Robertson any good? Average.
No, and matter of fact, Bobbles, let me take those off your hands for you. And
look at you going all modern now.
No, I'm going to give them out to the kids in the neighborhood. But he shouldn't have to sully his collection with that guy's cards, so he should send them to me.
Interesting. Yeah, SCR reported some public documents, supported home shopping. SCR reported some scoreboard stuff that happened after Ken was ousted. Yeah, so Dave is kind of making the point that the public documents are accurate. That is accurate reporting. Home shopping network, true. And then the scoreboard, some of the stuff, they got the chronology wrong. But again, fact checking isn't really a thing that people do with Sports Card Radio anyway. So like, to put it this way, if they get 2 out of 3 right, most people are satisfied. So in this case, 2 out of 3 are correct. So fair enough. But again, Ken doesn't have a leg to stand on. Like, even the stuff that was wrong isn't egregious enough to like warrant the response, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think sports card radio ends up as sort of tabloid news eventually.
Yeah.
Once you run out of things to do. So
Yep. So what SCR's didn't report on was master shill bids. Not sure why they did, as that's an actual illegal activity. Maybe later. They said they want to do a multi-part series, so maybe give it time. They like to space it out now. Once they have a topic they can cling on to, they'll break it up into multiple videos. They know how to play the YouTube game. Just break it up into pieces. Yep, overrated. Gonna do you a favor and trade is Joel Farabee's for him. There you go, an open offer. Yep. I already told you, Bobbles. If you don't like some neighbors, allegedly, there are websites and places you can go, organs, marketplaces, allegedly. Just saying, you can get your hands on that while you still can. Think about it. Just think about it.
And clear slabs.
True. That is facts. Facts. But yeah, so the Sports Card Radio thing, that's kind of my take on it. I understand why Sports Card Radio made the video. This is gold content for them. Hashtag thank the content gods, obviously. And Ken Golden fed it to them on a silver platter. Just fed it to them. Here you go. But it was dumb. Like, why would you waste your time?
It's actually kind of boring.
Yeah, I think it could have been a lot more interesting, but it's like it's Ken doing it's old Kenny doing the wrong thing at the wrong time.
It would have been more interesting if it would have been someone else in there.
Yeah.
Well, they provided a whole bunch of interesting options, but it was old Kenny. It's like, come on, Kenny.
Can't keep beat that dead horse.
Kenny. Terrible. Anybody else want to add anything to this piece?
No, it's dead to me.
Yeah, fair enough. Go ahead.
This being 2022 and everything, and watching a lot of people pay the price today for things that they did many years ago. This whole him being at a pool and throwing a temper tantrum and being accused of using the N-word towards employees of the pool
allegedly
seem. Well, I said accusations, so that's the same thing. It seemed like, I don't know what the I wasn't there. I have no idea if he did it, but what a horrible thing to be accused of if you didn't do that. And in today's society, he could lose his whole company because of something like that. What do you think people are more likely to forgive? The fact that he trimmed some cards with John West back in the day, or dropping N-bombs at a public pool? So I hope it's not true.
We'll see.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, all they could do is read the police report. And now the reality of it is the reason why. So I'll leave that there. Is protect the speech. Not my place to say, but I'll say this: if they're reading a police report, they have the right to do that. It is a police report. Like, if you're just reading it and you're not really interjecting any additional, again, that's up to somebody else to debate how much or how little. But if you're just reading the police report, you're reading the police report. That's what the police report says. That's what it says. On a lesser scale, I did the same thing tonight with Air Director. All I did was read the comments verbatim. I read them word for word. That's it. And they're publicly available. People can read them. And if I missed a syllable, you can fact check me on that. Like, the information's right there. So because it is available in that way, I was able to read it to you verbatim, and the information is there for you to see for yourself. And like I said, I'll include a link to the stuff that's appropriate so that you can check it on. I'm giving you the ability and tools to fact and audit that yourself if you're so inclined. And that's all you can ask. At that point, it's like, as long as you're being given that opportunity, then decide whether you agree, disagree, or believe it or not.
Carlos, not only I'll watch the movie and I'll go read every commentary too. That's as much time I have.
That's right. Absolutely.
Ooh.
So Robert, here's that. I don't think Scorched Earth will work against SCR. Their lawyers might agree to a minimal retainer. They got to be very friendly with their lawyers. If I'm their lawyer, I'm charging full price. I'm sorry. I want my money. Like, I'm with Orlando here. Lawyers make money. Like, why would the lawyer care about this? It's like, no, you're going to pay me. This is the hourly rate. We'll do it. Like, that's why I say, like, if the maybe they are able to work out an arrangement. They think they can extort, Golden collectors for a bunch of money. But again, they're going to need a solid case. That's why I'm saying, if you're Golden, don't even open the door unless you are actually willing to go through the door. If you're not, then this was a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, just a little posturing, I think, by him.
Yeah, and it was the wrong. You didn't analyze your enemy well enough. You need to be a little bit. You need to think about what you're dealing with and then make a decision. And I would have advised him against that decision if it was me. So Dave said he didn't trim cards. Don West was misleading, but not illegal. Master was legal. Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
See, Eric making accusations.
No, that was just some silly analogy. I wasn't.
Allegedly. Include a lot of allegedlys.
Allegedly, never allegedly. That was just nonsense coming out of my mouth. As what do you think people would be more willing to accept if you found out that he trimmed cards with Don West in the 90s, or he was dropping N bombs at public pools? So I wasn't really accusing him of.
If the if was there.
Yeah. What do you think he would be able to recover from in the hobby? We already know people are in this hobby that have trimmed cards. You know, Mastro's showing up on Probstein's.
You can recover from anything in this hobby, it seems.
You pretty much can, yeah.
So, but
and to be fair, and to be 100% fair, part of the reason why, out of all the transgressions that Ken Golden has had, then the thing is, if you listen to the video where they describe the police report and all that, part of the reason they brought it up is they wanted to do it as a contrast to them using the Osama bin Laden thing a bunch of times for Sasha T. They're like, well, you call us racist, but here's Ken Golden. It's the whataboutism.
Yeah.
Literally, they would have picked something else if this one didn't work with a very specific thing they wanted to counter. But he's worse. It's like, okay, look, I don't care, man. Y'all do you. It's all good. Cool. Sounds great. Keep slinging. I'll get some popcorn. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So Hockey Hockey 66 goes in the associate of Hockey Hockey 99. Perhaps Brad can pull some strings and favors with the elite elbow rubbers. And for his autograph show, he mentioned it last night. The likes of Trailer Park Boys, Peter North, and Carlos. I don't know if I can hang with that kind of company.
So
it's pretty illustrious.
Is this the same person?
We don't know.
I feel like it
so.
is.
I think
okay,
so.
right. Check.
We don't know, man. Look, as far as we know, the conspiracy last night was a Hockey Hockey 99 Sherry. So I don't know if this other person is another Sherry burner or somebody else. Maybe it's secretly Yannick. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
That says hands in the air. Everyone
right.
hands in the air.
That's right. Don't forget Golden says he has 9 figures in the bank. Yes, that's right. Exactly.
It's not Kanye, it's Ye, and it's I think 10 figures for him.
Ooh, Bobby's in with the kids. He knows the info on Ye. So Dave here says no need to trim. They just use Pro and WCG and handed out 10s to everything. Yes. Yeah, Pro grading did take in a lot of cards that were like screwed up. That's why I made a video on the Ken Golden, Ken Golden and the shop at home days, and some of the cards, and I showed a clip of it, and one of it was the Jordan 85, like the large card, basically the one that came out of the shoes boxes, and it was in a Pro graded holder. So I kind of poked fun at the fact it was a Pro graded holder. If people remember that from back in the day, they had all kinds of trim stuff and fake stuff in those holders. They were garbage. Yeah, too many people have survived in this hobby after basically stealing from people, shield bidders, and card dogs in jail, not being in the national. Yeah, 100%. Hockey Hockey 66, thou doth protest too much. So it is you. Don't worry, I have 9 figures too. They're just not all 9 at the same screen at the same time. Change day to day. Yes,
I have 10 fingers.
Okay.
Figures, not fingers. Figures, not fingers.
No thumbs? Got no thumbs, Eric?
I love that this is a new sign. This is what he's got. All right. Hold on. We got the next comment here. So by the way, if you guys want to touch on any of those other pieces, you can bring it up. But let me touch on this one for a second. So Wizards 30th anniversary set for 1K a box. Yes. Okay. Should this be a warning to fanatics? So I like that you brought in the card element into it. It enhances the conversation here. That could happen to sports card collecting in the future if collectors vote with their wallets are collected. So let me give the background on this one, and then we can open it up here. We'll bring it into the sports card realm since you brought up the fanatics piece, which I like. So I appreciate that. Thank you, J-Can. Okay. So basically what happened is that Wizards of the Coast, owned by Hasbro, decided to do a Magic 30th anniversary box set, and they priced it absolutely astronomically high. So that was the first problem. $1,000 per box for 4 packs in it, very high. Now, obviously, in sports cards, we've got boxes that are more expensive. That wasn't the only problem. That was one problem. The second problem is that the product itself is effectively reprints of classic cards from the beta series, that is the early series, and some of the big cards that are actually on a reserve list. So they're not actually supposed to be reprinted. That was Wizards' own policy to help maintain the value, basically, because you have protected cards that are not supposed to be reprinted.
It's not even done, and I know it's a bad idea. But
yeah. But so they combining these elements in addition to having been producing more and more and more products. So this is where the Fanatics angle is a good comparison here. So they're producing more products than ever before. They're like increasing the prices, producing more products, and constantly the market hasn't even absorbed this product, and they bring in another product and another product and another product. And this product is like a collector's version that's 10 times the price of the normal. And now we've got this $1,000 one that's supposed to be this mystical thing. And all of a sudden they're getting terrible feedback. It's not working out. And they have one of the PR guys basically saying, well, not all products are for everybody. If this product isn't for you, don't buy it. And a lot of people are like, don't mind if I do. You're right. So you're getting this backlash. The magic YouTubers, by the way, the irrelevant YouTubers, they all made video after video after video after video, and these are getting 10,000 views, 50,000 views, 100,000 views. And this is the customer base. So this thing goes up for sale. The website goes live. It lasts 35 minutes. The sale goes down, and they say, the sale is concluded. They didn't say it's sold out. And now today there's a leak that's still being verified that claims that they only sold maybe about 15% of the stuff they were claiming to sell. So basically 85% of it is sitting and rotting right now as we speak. But the last problem before the thing went live is they realized all the Magic creators and everybody in the space was rejecting this out of hand. Basically at this point they were so mad they were telling people like, vote with your wallet, leave it be. They universally across the board were saying like this,
Wow.
Leave this garbage alone, don't even bother with it. I'm not touching it. Don't touch it. Leave it be. At the very end, Hasbro decided to go into Yu-Gi-Oh content creators, Pokemon content, people outside of the space, and gave them free product, asking them if they would show it off and promote it to their audience because they realized the Magic audience would destroy them.
Help.
And they went to other categories. And a couple of them actually got some backlash and had to make apology videos because they're like, well, I didn't realize this was a problem because they hadn't done any research. And they got demolished. And then, Wizards basically took one PR blow after another. It was so bad that the stock prices tanked, and market analysts did some digging, and they realized, well, Magic the Gathering is 30% of your revenues, and you're alienating your player base. You're doing all this stuff they hate. They did a whole analysis saying you're screwing over your core constituency. That's 30%. We downgrade your rating as a stock. So Hasbro stock is taking a hit because the overall. So that's what's hurting it. So that's the short version. There was a lot to that, but that was the tight piece that I could make it. So about the Fanatics piece, obviously, people are worried about Fanatics overproducing. They're worried about producing too many products. We can bring it back over to the sports card realm. So I'm going to get a refill, but that was a synopsis. The best I could do as quickly as I could get through it. That covered a lot of ground, trust me. But any thoughts on the concerns or possibilities of Fanatics or somebody else running into the same kind of problem? I'm going to say no, by the way, because collectors are not unified in anything. Just as an opening statement, I'm leaving that out there. Please, guys, feel free to discuss. I'll be right back.
Boys, I'm taking off.
Make sure on your way out, take one more shot at Eric on your way out.
Brad,
I just want
to take the question.
I was going to say, don't evade the question. We will only bow down to our Fanatics overlord after they cut the check. After they cut the check, then everything they do is great. It's great, but only after.
Brad the Gathering, come on.
That's right.
I know. I'm completely exhausted, man. I've been battling this flu still, and I'm not quite over it. And
oh wow.
Yeah.
I took my medication.
Next time I have you on, I did the pickup video, Brad, with the proof card. So I put that up on the channel already. So
perfect. I'll watch it.
Yeah, okay, check it out. And then next time I have you on, I want to talk about the story about the find of that collection because there's some interesting stuff in there. We're going to chat about it more. So have yourself a good night.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Take it easy.
See ya. Everyone except for Eric.
Obviously. Yes. Cool. All right. So I'll leave it to you guys, but I opened it up to the sports card realm because it is a real concern. But again, I don't think the sports card hobby is not unified in anything. we disagree on the most basic banal things. I don't think you're going to get the same kind of vote with your wallet initiative groundswell. It is cool though to see that they were successful in being able to push back against. So that's cool, but I don't think it applies in this genre, in my opinion. Guys, go ahead. I'll be right back.
I think they were running off of the hype of everybody else making money, so they said, "Well, we got to get in the game too." Meanwhile, the market's tanking, and they're trying to upsell their stuff is what they were trying to do, and it didn't obviously work out too well. So that was a good synopsis by Carlos there. I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I heard it all, so I think I understand the gist of it now. And where's Fanatics going to go? I don't even think they really know because we don't know what's happening in the marketplace in the next little while, do we? Like, it keeps going down. Is it what's going to sustain it? Is Fanatics going to come in and change the world? Like, I don't think so. We'll see what they do with their production. We'll see what going forward. It's not of concern to me, but I do like to see the hobby go forward with cards or with whatever. As we suggested, I suggested last time on the last podcast. Maybe they need to change it up a little bit. and stop adding so many inserts and so many other things, and maybe put something else as an offering. I think going forward, if we can shift and change, and like we did say with the other things, so me and Carlos were bantering back and forth about with tag and technology and using all that stuff going forward. I think they'll go somewhere, I guess, but we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen in 2 years. 2 years ago, where do we think it was? Like the moon or bust? Well, we made it to the moon and then we bust. So, Eric, Yannick,
I knew a year ago that we were going to bust. I have it in.
we have that documented, but
we have it documented. But that's just whatever.
Yeah, that happens. But
I think people look like J Ken there is basically saying like the $1,000 it should be a warning for fanatics, so basically collectors like us in a way. But I don't see it. I agree like Carlos. Look at the last couple of years when there was no product, or even when there is product. Some of them are it's the price of a car payment or 2 car payment for $1, and people are still paying it.
But the chance to pull a car.
I don't think. Yeah, it is. Is it a warning? I
Yes.
truly hope. I hope people realize. I truly hope people would at some point say, you know what, this is enough. That price is ridiculous. But do we have the group of the like Carlos says, the like get people together, the union, I guess, in a way, and says like enough is enough? No way, man.
There's too many varied interests. Like, no, if we're being just very, very transparent and honest, everybody has their own interests. People don't understand, like, you can have communities. You have communities in the hobby, but the communities are varied. There are people that can move in and out of different communities, participate in multiple communities at the same time, but we're not all aligned even in what we want for the hobby. We're not aligned, just to be clear. We're not. Like some of the discussions earlier tonight, we can have fun with them. We can have the debate. We can have the discussion. And we can have that discussion in this forum because basically the people here understand that, hey, we're going to have the discussion.
Our opinions.
Their opinions. Exactly. So we don't have to agree on everything, and that's perfectly fine. But there are people out there who are so dead set on, if you don't agree with me, then you're my enemy and that's it. So it's like, well, then you're not going to get any unified. In this
Like
instance,
movie directors?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We can't even agree on whether that movie is worthless or worthless. There's a lot to figure out there. But the reality is, because even in that situation with Herr Director, he thought that the hobby needed a movie. Well, it helps that he was trying to make money on it, but he thought the hobby needed a movie, and he discounted the content already out there because it wasn't going to reach the masses. Well, the problem is if we aggregate all the YouTube channels and all the views and all the audience, more people are going to watch those YouTube videos and channels over time than the run of that movie. Most people are never going to see that movie.
Yeah.
They're just not. So it's the great irony is that probably Jeff Wilson is going to get more views in this month than we'll ever see that movie ever at any point in history.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that you got to understand, like, so in reality, which segment, traditional media has become less and less and less important as things have gotten more fractured.
Yes.
So in reality, you're going the traditional route, being like, oh, that's the way to the mass audience. Well, we had plenty of mass market appeal and news and everything. Didn't help. And they're not going to watch your movie just because you think they should. And blasting the comment section going like, hey, just watch the movie. It costs money, dude. It's not free. I'm not paying for that.
If it came out in 2020, I get it.
Yes.
If Tag came in 2020, I get it.
Yeah, but you spend. Oh, sorry, go ahead, bro.
I'm finished. I got it, so I'm getting it.
Yeah. Let's see, Golden is
I was
better
gonna
than
say, you spend $200 on a card. Yeah, that's fine. It's $6 on that crap. No way, man.
Well, I already said, like, look, I talked Eric out of it just by pointing out that was chocolate stick money.
Yes.
There's chocolate stick money on the line. It's like, which would you rather have? A couple chocolate sticks or watch this movie?
Hope you're warm, Paulie.
Chocolate sticks.
Evening, Paul. Good evening from the Arctic Circle. Thank you very much, Shake Hand. That was, by the way, that summary, for those of you who are not familiar, constitutes a lot of videos and a lot of content on it. So I encapsulated as tightly as I could, but it was a lot. So Rudy from Alpha Investments absolutely demolished YouTube videos on that. He got millions of views from covering this thing, and there was a lot that he could cover, and many hours of footage that I encapsulated in a couple minutes there.
Yeah, the director chases down little old Carlos here and wants to change your opinion, and whatever, in the grand scheme of, watchers of videos.
Like, better have tried, and the opinion remains unchanged. So
but they chased the wrong little guy down. So there you go.
yeah, it's back to the original thing. He took advice from Ken Golden, I guess.
I mean,
He decided to go down the wrong path, bark up the wrong tree. And the companies will push prices as far as they can. Yes, as a business, they need to try. Fanatics have been in charge of tops for a while now. Has anything at all changed? Well, that was my point originally. I think a lot of people freaked out about the Fanatics thing. Like, guys, there's going to be a lot of stay the course until there's a damn good reason to do it. So it's one of those things like.
Are they going to reinvent the wheel? I don't really get it.
Well, that's the thing.
Just
Exactly.
another company that took over. They didn't promise to change your life and the world and whatever. It's just another company who owns the business. That's it. Don't expect great things, but
Absolutely.
expect something.
Well, the point though is that my point originally was when we're talking about Fanatics. Fanatics is a business. The goal is to make money as a business. You're going to make refinements. You're going to make changes, but your changes are going to be about being more profitable. So
Yes.
if you don't need to reinvent the wheel across the board, why would you? Because it costs money to reinvent the wheel. Oh, we got to fire everybody and rehire a whole bunch of other people and get more talented people and pay them more money. And it's like, wait, that isn't the job here. The job is to make money. If you're doing your job adequately enough, unless I've got something better that I can put in your place that specifically will help us make more
That
money.
was Twitter. Sorry.
Yeah. But unless I specifically have somebody that can take your place and be that much better, that you're worth more to me to put in there, you guys can stay. You guys can say, you actually really suck at your job. You can go. And it'll be like that. But outside of that, it's not gonna be a fundamental shift. Why would it? It would make no sense to do that. It would actually cost you more money in the short run to do that. Unless there's a damn good reason for it.
I don't see no damn good reason.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it's not perfect, but it's not fully broken. So your job is to refine. It's to find the places you can enhance and make it a little bit more efficient. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for efficiencies.
Yeah.
So I'm also not aligned with the hobby. I want to crash one of ones for $5. Bring it. There you go, Paul. Going for the anarchy. I like it. Agree. It's not about cards. It's about gambling. Will enough gamblers reform? No. We like the gambling. JK, too much greed. I mean, how many Topps products are delayed? Heritage high numbers, update Chrome, expanded memberships. Yeah, the 582 Montgomery Club. That's right. Stadium Club Sapphire. Fanatics so much money all in to not want it all. Yeah, for sure. The one factor that is waning is the cool factor. It's okay. It's okay, Dave. The hobby was never cool. They just kept trying to make it cool. Bonehead is flexing tonight. There you go. Appreciate it. Thank you, Hockey 99. Yes. Well, I wasn't going to say it earlier, but I may as well. I did enjoy the lineup that they put in there. It's like, it's almost like mediocre content occasionally tries to prop itself up with Association of Sports Card Investor.
I think,
Well, I mean, if he wants to keep up, he has to raise the level of the guests. Right?
Well, no, but as I'm saying, Yannick, in the nice bookend to the earlier part of the discussion with El Director, it's like sometimes some people use Sports Card Investor to prop up mediocre content.
Maybe.
Moving on. You're going against the power team of Jeremy Lee and Jeff Wilson tonight. The problem is Scott. I understand what you're saying, but nobody spells Jeff's name right. It's G off.
Yeah.
Literally no one spells it correctly, ever. I love it. Makes me laugh. I spell it correctly. I said Boo Earns. I collect because I like the cards more than the value. So Fody collected. It always talks about investing in values. Fair enough. Yep. They promised 10x. That's right. The only thing I see 10x is pre-war in relative terms. That's right.
That's
There
it.
you go. Bob's got a good way to remember. G off my screen. That's the correct spelling. That's a good way to remember it. That's the good way to remember it. Come on. I love how many people get mad about Jeff Wilson. Who cares? I'm serious. Who cares? Let him have his damn channel. Let him overpay for some cards because he doesn't know what he's doing. It's fine. It's fine. In the grand scheme of things, who cares?
Nobody's responsible for propping up the hobby and the hobby tanking. No. Nobody took responsibility for anything, like all the other things that went on.
Well, the thing is,
People
though,
who
like
scammed, cheated, whatever, they'll be back.
the reality, though, is that when people look at it, Jeff is a great scapegoat. He's an amazing scapegoat.
Yeah, true enough.
So the thing is that he's a great target. People don't like his intro. They don't like, the way he presents it. They don't like, the tool and all of it, the marketing, the obvious,
Yeah, but he's the one with all the followers, so there you go.
But the point is that people still watch it.
Yeah.
And the point is, so I'm like, I want to put the blame on the viewership.
Sure.
Because an influencer without an audience doesn't matter. The audience is the thing. You keep letting the audience off the hook, and that's where I disagree with this concept. It's like, no, the audience deserves some responsibility for this. Otherwise, the platform doesn't exist.
Eric's
Go ahead,
got
Eric.
something to say.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I just I compared Jeff in a way to Howard Stern and some of us older guys remember when Stern first hit national, he was so outrageous and all these people hated him, yet he still had the largest audience in the nation, and there was more people that hated him that were listening because
They love to hate him.
they wanted to know what to be mad at next.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I never liked Stern. I just thought he was stupid.
And he's
whatever.
now worth, I mean, he's got to be worth he must be a billionaire by now.
No, he's a millionaire for sure, super millionaire.
I mean, he gets like 200 and something million a year from Sirius Satellite now. I mean, over his entire career,
It's going to be a lot.
Made $1 billion.
Basically, if he didn't blow it on hookers and blow, he's probably sitting on a decent pile of cash.
So,
or not.
And so,
hey, look, I put a qualifier.
Wilson.
I put a qualifier.
That's where the or not came in. Yes.
Yes.
And so Jeff Wilson sitting on a pile of cash too. People bought his product. People are turning into his show one way or another.
Yeah.
The guy flies all over the North America to go to different card shows. People flock to get around him and meet him and talk to him and see what he's up to. I don't see how this guy has a problem sleeping at night.
No, he's a current relevancy, and when that ends, there will be no historical recourse for him.
No,
he's also got like 5 other businesses. So why would he care?
Yeah, well, go
and why would he care? And why would we care? Why would we care?
People do, but both sides, Bobby. Number one, the viewers care, and the people complaining about him care.
Yes.
So I'm like, why are you so concerned with him? Just let him do his thing.
You won't miss him when he's gone. It's
No.
not like Howard Stern you might miss if you enjoyed him, right?
Yeah, but my point has always been like, why are you so concerned about him? Just leave him be. Let him do his thing. It's all good. Whatever. It's fine.
He's a nice, friendly guy when I met him. So,
But that was the joke, is that when I was talking to Cards and Comics Jason and he was doing his live stream, he said, he asked if I had met Geoff, and I had not. I had not made his acquaintance. I know you guys chatted with him at least briefly. But here's the thing: I don't think if I chatted with him, I don't think there'd be a problem. I talked to him. I'd say hello. We'd talk for like 2 minutes, and it'd be done. But I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't concern myself with that.
Hello, or would you say hello, Jeff?
I'd be like, kid, get out of my way. You're in my light. But outside of that, but
because it's kind of catchy, right?
Apparently it is. It really infuriates some people. All right, let me read a couple of these here. Dave says, "What? I thought it was cool for a minute. Drake wanted to hang out with me at a card show. He hangs out with Card Porn Kenny and Kenny too. So I don't know, Dave. The director's weasel his way on a channel. Quelle surprise! He's gotten onto a channel. By the way, he'll be eventually on Bench Clear because Mike's going to interview him because he's weaseled his way onto every channel in creation. By the way, YouTube is irrelevant.
Yeah, correct.
But you're weaseling your way onto YouTube channels. I'm confused. I don't understand. The YouTube channels can't get to a mass audience, but you're whoring yourself out to every YouTube channel that'll take you. Moving on. Okay. The hobby doesn't.
On other channels, quickly. On other channels, what is he talking about? Is he promoting it up,
promoting the movie?
Wouldn't he get in it with Ziggy?
Well, Ziggy. Okay, so Ziggy on one of the I think on the Bench Clear one because Baseball Collector was asking for questions.
Yep.
So I know, again, I read the comment section, guys. You should do it. Sometimes you get interesting information. So Ziggy was basically, he had his questions, so that's fair enough. But at the bottom of it, he asked Mike to ask the director to go on Ziggy's channel. That's not a joke.
Ziggy,
that's not a joke. I was like, couldn't you just ask him yourself? Like he literally reached out to me on Instagram, and I didn't ask.
Yeah.
Just reach out to him. Just ping him. Apparently, if you have a YouTube channel, he'll go.
I guess.
Like he'll do it. At least as far. I don't think he's turned anybody down. Just ask him directly.
Yeah.
Just ask him directly. Like seriously, I didn't even ask and I didn't even want. I still got the offer. So anyway, the hobby doesn't need a steward or a hype man, man, woman, attack helicopter. I need an attack helicopter. I'd like an attack helicopter, Bob. Be pretty sweet. Be pretty
There's
sweet.
many other Apaches laying around. I'll gladly take one.
I'm saying we could do that. We could slap Panini on the side of it, or get Fanatics Overlords to sponsor it. Dude,
that sounds good to me.
We're 10xing this thing one way or the other. You will comply. Don't forget the South Park episode with the Wheel of Fortune. Randy, people who bother you. There you go. As long as he's not doctoring cards or show betting, he can create as many videos as he likes. He's the 2020 version of Jim Copeland. That's a fair comp, Dave. That's a fair comp. Was Eric invited to Floating Head again this week? Were you cool enough to be invited to this one, the Hobby Hangout?
I was not invited this week. I
Not
think
cool enough.
I think I made it clear that I'm busy on Fridays, but if he ever had an invitation for another night, I'd be happy to join him.
I think you should. I think you should start making shows on Saturday. There's nothing there. Stern is worth 650 million. Okay, fair
Very
enough.
nice.
Pretty good. I'll be fair. I didn't even watch some of the most popular movies that most every person in the world has watched. Why would I watch a movie with folks I pay a little attention to something I enjoy? Valid, Bobbles. Valid. So let me know. I know you're hanging out. I know Bobbles is working on some stuff, but if you, I did leave him the link. So Bobbles, if you are able to join us a little bit, feel free to pop in and say hello. But again, do your thing in the meantime. But yeah, no, the reality of it is that I understand it. Like I said, I like to poke fun at it. I find it contradictory when someone downplays something and then wants to be desperately part of the thing that they're downplaying. It's like, thou doth protest too much.
Oh.
Just a little bit. But okay, sure. Sounds good. Fair enough. But we'll see.
Pick the fight you know you have a chance of winning, man.
Yep. I have more packages I'm waiting to hear from folks on. That's fair. I'm with you. I get it. Sounds good. Let's see here. Hanging in the chat while waiting for responses. Sounds good. Sounds good. I haven't seen the Titanic primarily because I've been told I have to see it. There you go. That's the great irony of this stuff. Sometimes if you tell somebody, oh, you got to do this, it's like you get the exact opposite in return. That was part of my rebuttal video. I said, like, if you had taken a different tact on this, I at least considered it, but then I regretted it because I'm like, I don't want to really encourage you going in this way. Because it's like, I'm not the kind of guy. There's 3 a.m. Carlos. He's not the kind of guy that you're going to get to cooperate with you if this is the tone you're going to take.
Listen here, Carlos. This is
Any
what you're
hour,
gonna do.
No, really, not so much. I don't need much provocation. As you well know, Eric, I don't need much in the way of provocation, do I?
No, not.
Do
not
I have to be
usually.
nice to Eric, Bob? Do I?
Why? Wait a minute, Bob's
Saying you got to be nice to Eric.
He's doing what I know.
He's
what
doing a
heel-
rope a dope right now is what he's doing.
Well, yeah, he's confusing me. Now he's a heel turn is when you're nice and you go bad. What is it called when you're bad?
A
and
face
you go
turn.
nice?
A face turn.
He's doing a face turn and it's confusing me. Knock it off. Just be nasty, weirdo.
Interesting. All right. Carlotta doesn't have as many partners on YouTube as they used to. Floating Head must have dropped them. I don't think, like at this point, I think he's got too many other irons because he's got the PWCC thing going on. Obviously, he's still doing that. He's got the tag thing, of course. He dropped the trade safe trade. That thing. He dropped it. But he's also got the, what's the other one that he does the show? Where he does the other interviews. Sorry?
That's
No longer safe to trade.
That one. That's the one. Yes, that's right. So he's got other sponsors and stuff. The reality is that Card Ladder kind of does its own thing. And mind you, Card Ladder is under the collector's umbrella. So I wonder if it would behoove him operating in the space with a grading competitor. Although the Card Ladder guys have gone on the CSG podcast before. So it's not like they can't. They definitely can. It just hasn't happened in a while. So
Jared and me are friendly as far as I know.
yeah, I think as in speaking of each other, I think it's been friendly the whole way. I think they're fine. I just don't know if they're going to collaborate on too much stuff, or maybe it's just coincidence. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Yep, Eric, I'm liking the show. Pay up. I love it. Thank you, Orlando.
There's nothing to like.
So much to like. So much to like. And by the way, thank you to those of you who've been hanging out. And by the way, if there's any other topics or anything you'd like us to touch on, I feel like we hit on the main ones you wanted to. We did the Magic one. We brought it into the card space as well. We touched on that. Obviously, I got to have my fun with Air Director, so I'll leave it at that. And then I got to make fun of tag, which is what I do for joy and for fun. It fills my heart with gladness. My heart grows 3 sizes when I make fun of tag. It's really good. I believe that Jeremy has equity in trades. He did, but he has said previously, not long ago, that he no longer has that association or the equity. So, but that was correct. That was accurate. Yeah, after Joe back, he sold back to the other part. Oh, sorry, you got it covered in the second half. That's right. That's right, Baz. So, yep, and that's fine. Look, disclosure. As long as you get disclosure, I'm fine with it. Whatever. You can have as many associations as you want, as long as you've at least made the correct effort to disclose appropriately, and then
like Yana needs to disclose the truth about his beard. I mean,
you're trying to say that you're trying to rumor monger right now?
No, you and I know that it's one of those fake, little things behind the ear, hook on things that he puts on, but he wants everyone to think he's got this big flowing beard, and we all know it's not real.
Interesting.
Interesting.
All right.
You've seen him without it. I know why he wears it. That's all I gotta say.
Sounds good. Let me take a look here. Big Scott. Now you're rolling into my category, buddy. I didn't get a chance to do too much on the AEW piece, but now I'll quickly touch on it briefly. So how was the quality of the new AEW cards, since so much of the modern stuff is so bad? Now, I did the discussion with Billy Celio from Upper Deck, so we talked about a lot of the AEW products, old and new. So I don't know if you got a chance to see that one, Big Scott. We definitely got a chance to talk about a lot of the products. We talked about Spectrum already. We talked about the upcoming ones, Metal Universe, Allure. Billy's excited about several of those ones. We got a chance to talk about it, so it was cool. And then we talked about Flagship, the one that came out just a couple of days ago. So far, seems to be okay. There are certain cards in it that seem to be a bit of a mixed bag. Some quality control issues I've observed in breaks I've watched. I have 2 boxes incoming myself for Flagship. I did observe a bunch of different breaks. I actually participated in a break today. So I was able to get the Britt Baker slot in the auction for a good price. And then actually the stuff they pulled was not bad. I actually did okay on my break. I'm not going to buy into too much of it, but I figured 8 boxes they were opening, and then I've got 2. So it gives me 10 boxes worth of opportunities to pull the kind of cards that I want. But I'm also going to open my boxes up on the channel so that I can hopefully put together a set, work on a couple other ones. I'll pick up some singles after that, and I think I'm good. I'm hoping to get lucky on the 2 boxes. We'll see. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But I've enjoyed it so far. It looks like they've made some improvements to this year's, added some more stuff for value, which is really nice. The breakout cards are really nice. We were talking about them on there. Like I said, if you get a chance, check out me and Billy. We show the cards as well, and he gives an explanation of some of the ideas behind it. I enjoyed the interview. I know it's not for everybody, but if you're interested in that kind of thing, I would check it out. And if you got any questions, hit me up. Yannick's beard is sponsored by ZZ Top. It's clear from the fact he's wearing this shirt showing that. Love it.
There you go.
Trade Safe isn't available in Canada. So lame. True. Yannick's wearing a Merkin. If you know, you know.
Trade Safe. Whatever happened?
I think it died in the fire. No, they're actually sponsoring a card show. They did a card show recently that was all Trade Safe. It was like a virtual card show, and they sponsored it.
Going on.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's still going on?
Yeah, apparently still. Like, I don't know how popular it's been, but they sponsored a card show where like all the people can do it through the Trade Safe thing. And then
Eric's got the inside info here. What?
Yeah, it's the monthly card show.
That's
it's
one,
called
yeah.
the monthly card show. It's online. It's free to get involved, and you can go to these people's different rooms. Remember the online
the expo, the online expo. Yep.
from a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It's
And they're
very
using the same platform, I believe, as well.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
very similar to that.
By the way, the platform was good for what it was. It was good.
Yeah. So you can jump around to different rooms and see what people are offering, and then you purchase it, and then all the deals get done through Trade Safe. So you don't have to worry about sending them money and not getting your card or.
We know how it works.
So.
Yeah.
So you feel safer all along.
Yeah, we had the online card show and we didn't have Trade Safe and it worked fine.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, lost an auction for $65 a week ago. A winner reposted it for $200. I offered $100. He declined. Crazy dude. I see the last there. It's unfortunate, Mark. It's unfortunate. These people sometimes kind of make up the prices. I like this comment. Hockey 66 is turning super heel. Uber heel. Moving on. Joe S. Good evening. State of eBay right now. I made a $250 offer on a card listed for $4,999 and the seller confirmed the sale. Not quite as dramatic as that, but I will say, I'll show it when I get it into because it's going to go through the eBay authentication thing, which I hate. That's going to delay it and whatever for shipping. But I have a card that I'll get in once it's ship my cards. I will show you guys the image of it. I want a card for my wrestling part of my collection. But here's the fun part: the card started at $1,500. $1,500, and I'm like, no chance, 0% chance, not happening. Wait a couple of days, $1,200. No chance, not happening. Wait a couple more days, $1,000. No chance, not happening. $800. Nothing. $750. Nada. $600. Nada. I offer $250. He rejects it. I offer $300. He goes $400. I'm like $360. He goes done. Ha!
A 360, nice.
Yes, but here's the
Didn't
thing:
get that.
360. But we started at 1,500
I know. That's
in under a week. Like in under a week, they like.
He realized.
Yeah, like the reality was, it didn't make any sense. It was just you're making up this number out of thin air. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Welcome to eBay.
It was a tough card. It is a tough card that not too many of them have been pulled yet, but the product seems to be lightly broken right now. So I understand. And it is a card that I wanted. So I was like, cool, that's great. But I was like, no, your price is way out of whack. You're not even close. No chance. I'm interested, but I'm interested at my price. Going back to what we've talked about on the show multiple times. I am interested, but you got to come down to my price. For what we got from $1,500 to $360, quite a gap between the starting place.
53 tops, right?
Yeah, not quite. So it's one of those things where like, and if he hadn't been good with it, fair enough, no problem. I'll wait. You know, another one will come down the road. But no, I'm satisfied with it. Maybe it'll end up being the correct price. Maybe I pay too much. Maybe I pay too little. I genuinely don't know down the road. We'll see. The only way you would have known for sure is if you had put it in the open market and actually gone auction.
Yeah.
I just don't. But whatever it was, your pricing was wrong. We know that for sure.
Of that.
Yeah, we know for sure that your price was wrong. Maybe I paid a little bit high, but right now another one hasn't come up yet. So we'll see. Maybe down the road.
Maybe yours is worth $1,500 in another 6 months.
I bought a couple though from the last series that I bought it at the lowest price it's ever sold for. So it's like it is possible. Sometimes, again, you're guessing. It's a nebulous market when there isn't enough out there information.
Yeah, true enough.
So you can totally get it right or completely get it wrong. You're taking your risk, but hopefully you've got some knowledge to help you find a location that you're comfortable with.
That's how I do the rarities in the hobby. When I price them, it's like it's comparative to this, and that kind of.
And then trust your gut. And then if you've got the enough experience with it, it's like trust your gut. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong, but if you trust it enough times and you're right enough times, you'll be good. Keep Brian Hayes rookie card. So yes, there you go. Nice. Check out 130 point. It's a good laugh. Nice. Okay, sounds good, Joe. Thank you for that. A second of silence for the T is. Are you talking the T206 or T216? So it is T216. It was sold for $60K. Eventually becomes another Wagner I'll never own. I guess it's T216 then. If that's what you're referring to.
Wow, that one's went up a lot. Wow.
Well, a lot of them have. Like, look, Dave's point is not. The 10X depends on the card, but it's true that pre-war has certainly appreciated quite a bit over the last several decades. Like, it really has made a progression forward, and a lot of that stuff is just really tough, and the people that know are willing to pay.
I've seen more action in pre-war, and we're talking about the 10s and 20s in the last 6 months to a year that I've ever seen. Like the record prices that people are paying for stuff, just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I uncovered some interesting information. I don't know if I want to really segue into it, but
well, if right now is a good opportunity if you like.
Sure.
And he starts talking about that stupid website.
I think the website we've all been on for 6 months.
I'm gonna snap.
I found out the date. The date of the expo's coming up pretty early this year, right?
I heard that. Yeah.
That's right. So maybe I should schedule it for then.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
you mean the one that Eric won't attend? I like it.
Oh, you're not going to be there, Eric?
No, he's going to be in the fall again.
Ah, damn.
He doesn't do the spring.
He doesn't do the spring, eh?
Awesome.
That's where the best stuff happens.
Interesting.
All right. You can only sign up there, otherwise you can't get on.
Oh no, obviously after that there's no.
So November for you, next November. So it's only 12 months. Well, 11. I know.
We're a bunch of jerk faces.
We are that.
Yeah, that's like a prerequisite for being on the show.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like I have an application process, buddy. Like I evaluate this. If I don't feel like you're doing enough horrible things, your chocolate stick is pretty horrible. It's pretty much deplorable. It's like it's heinous.
That's
frankly.
probably one of the top things, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's pretty bad. Like it's like the worst.
So you're in like Flynn.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. So one of those things, like I've never said anything as horrifically objectionable as you and the chocolate stick.
Yeah, and to have the chocolate.
It is literally the worst. It is the worst.
I made it clear. I did not know we were live. Okay.
You should have made clear you did not have relations with that chocolate steak. We don't believe you, but you should have just gone with it.
I didn't know we were live. I apologize. I apologize to everyone who may have been watching. I apologize to the panel. I didn't know we were live. Okay. I apologize.
Indeed. So, Bobby, did you want to segue into something? If you're
yeah, I'll just kind of quickly go over. I'm actually writing a nice article on it, but I just wanted to go over. I had the understanding. Before I did some research, I was trying to add to the write-ups in the 1910s. So I was looking around for a little bit of information, and a friend lent me a book on the Imperial Tobacco Company and their history. And I found a revelation on a couple pages that of what I thought, and maybe I don't know what anybody else thinks out there, is that the 1910s, we think of cigarettes as being the major smoking portal for the average person, right? but actually, it was only 19% of the sales in tobacco across
That's
Canada
right. Yep.
at that time.
Mhm.
And what has come from that is the majority was actually cigars and pipe tobacco. So most people smoked a pipe and a cigar opposed to cigarettes, which is very interesting. So it led me to the belief that maybe the cigarette cards that came in the packs, because we do know that from past finds and what have you,
Yep.
that maybe they were more of a premium, or maybe more for the affluent.
Mhm.
And going forward, this kind of changes our mindset, because I never thought that.
Mhm.
And I actually, and the funny part is, I did search the Montreal Gazette and the Toronto Star probably 50 times over the years, always looking for an ad or something.
Mhm.
You know, there's very few tobacco ads to begin with.
Yep.
I think there was mostly back in the day. It was I was screw up this word, tobacconists, where they had a shop. It was a tobacco shop, and and most people would get their stuff there.
Mhm.
So there's no advertisement for Sweet Caporals. Where are the
Yep.
Sweet Capro advertisement? I can't even find them.
Sure.
But there's advertisement for plug tobacco, which is for your pipe, and you got chewing tobacco and a few other things, but a very small percentage. But the lion's share is that, and then the other percentage point is you have to look at if you were a smoker, you get 10 cigarettes for 10 or 15 cents, depending on the brand.
Mhm.
If you got chewing tobacco, if you got your tobacco where you rolled your own, you could make for that 10 cents, you could make 100 cigarettes.
Yeah, basically you can buy it in bulk. You can basically buy it in bulk, and
Yeah,
it
so
would make more
it's
sense.
5 times cheaper.
Yeah.
So the average person was really rolling their own cigarettes at the time, and they were really only 19% of the whole population. So
That's right.
if you keep knocking that number down and doing the math down the road, cigarettes in packages that were pre-rolled or pre-packaged were very rare, and those cards would have to be somewhat rare.
Mhm.
I would say rarer than we assume, because I'm thinking back in the 20s, everyone's got a pack, they get a card, and either they like it or they don't. It's a
Yep.
flower card, it's a hockey card. It's like, I'm not into hockey, whatever. You think they're all strewn all over the streets or something, but it isn't like that.
Yep.
And then we get into the Sweet Capital postcards, because I know somebody wrote something online indirectly related to what I have said, that in a larger package you would get maybe one of these. But this makes a lot of sense now, that in 100 pack, how many people would buy 100 pack? If they're not buying 10-cent packs,
Mhm.
who's buying the 100 tin? And would there be a postcard in the tin as that extra price?
Right.
So then you're really dealing with the affluent types,
Sure.
buying those. So that's where I'm going with it. I'm kind of writing a story around a little bit that, with a lot more facts and a lot more information. But it sounds like it's I don't know what everybody else thought of the tens, but I'd like to know
Sure.
if you guys want to post anything.
Well, I'll leave it open if anybody wants to speculate on that. By all means, feel free. And I'll see here. This is a controversial comment. I'm very concerned about the tone that this comment is taking, but
Do they come
I'll
in
leave it for now.
boxes?
I'll leave it for now. But I'm
Sounds
deeply
good to
concerned.
me.
Do they
Deeply
come in
concerned.
gift boxes for Christmas?
What's that?
Do they come in gift boxes for Christmas?
Just
Chocolate
send
sticks?
me Dunkin' Donuts gift cards, and I'll just put it all. towards
Wow!
chocolate.
Wow!
Yeah, that's easier.
Orlando's enjoying the pre-work talk. Absolutely. No, Bobby is very much. He's published 3 books, so it's one of those things where he does very deep research, written a ton of articles. So it's one of those things. Occasionally, he'll get into some deep research and some elements. I did get a chance to get a little bit of kind of what he was talking about there with you guys as well. And it makes a lot of sense. It's one of those things where you got to take the information and then go forward, where it gets a little bit interesting. Obviously, there could be more information in Pat's, but it certainly at least gives a starting point and a trail to follow on certain things that make a lot of sense. So definitely there's a lot of elements to it. For some issues, I agree with you, Bobby. P206 was the normal. Yeah, T206 is very ubiquitous. We know they made a ton.
I'm doing Canadian here over
Yeah.
over the US.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit more niche market for that one. Picked up a T205 card. The ad is for honest long cut tobacco. Oh yeah, for sure. You got to remember I think it was was it the American, what was it? The American Tobacco something. It's the company that oversaw a lot of those different companies. They kind of work together. And that's why in T206
Oh,
you got
BAT, British American Tobacco.
Well, that's one.
They
but-
owned ITC, which is Imperial Tobacco Canada, and they also owned, and it was sort of a merge between the Imperial Tobacco of England and Ireland.
Yeah, but did they?
And then
But did they have a separate American one, or was it the same one? Because there's an American
No.
tobacco something.
American Tobacco Company. American, yeah. What's it called?
I can't remember what the naming was. That's the part that's throwing me off. I know it's American Tobacco something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Company seems obvious, but I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. I have to remember. Like, it's been a while. That's why I say to the guys sometimes, I joke with folks. It's like that we get kind of pigeonholed sometimes in hockey. It's like, guys, I did vintage baseball for a very long time, and I used to be a lot more up on this stuff. But you get a little rusty if you're not really paying attention or doing much with it.
Yeah. It's hard to remember everything, honestly.
Yeah. It's one of those. It's like a piece of information, a piece of trivia in the back of my brain that I haven't used in a while. American Tobacco Company. Yeah. I thought it was something like that. It seemed pretty
Well, I
straightforward.
have the breakdown of it. I'll just give you guys a quick rundown of exactly what it is and how they all started.
Yeah. So thank you, Rick,
Um,
also, and good evening.
I just have to find it here. I think I have it in the
Sounds good.
files.
Sounds good.
I'm just looking up in my files here.
And after you're done with that, I'm also going to kind of do a link to that card that I mentioned that Brad did, because it's more current, it's more modern, but it's also the same issue where we're missing a little bit of information. And I was kind of chatting with, in the video, I talked about it a little bit, had a little fun with it, because it's like, we sort of know a little bit. There's a little bit of a blurb, a little bit of a write-up, but I also don't remember contemporarily, even though I was around at the time, I don't remember exactly the distribution method. So that's why it's a little bit murky for me. But I thought it was kind of interesting. So go ahead. When you're ready, you let me know.
Yep, I will.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so
Oh,
let me
here it
quickly-
is. Sorry. All right, it just has to come up on my computer here. Let me have a look. Okay, so
Guys, I'm gonna sign off. I got a whole other project I got to finish the next 48 hours. But
Well, you got to do the Eric hit piece.
yes.
We talked about this, so like you better make sure like it's better to be damn incriminating, really incriminating.
Yes.
Mm.
I have
all right, Eric. Yannick.
lots of proofs.
Sounds good,
and,
Yannick. We'll talk to you in a little bit. We'll catch you later. All right. Have
take
yourself a
it
good
easy,
night.
guys. Thanks for
Thanks,
having me.
buddy.
Yep. See ya. Good night. Okay, the rundown is so founded in 1890 as the American Tobacco Company. In 1895, created in 1985 is the American Tobacco Company of Canada.
Mhm.
And they absorbed D. Ritchie, American Cigarettes, all these other brands and what have you. 1901, Imperial Tobacco Company of Great Britain and Ireland is formed. Now they're two separate. They're not in the same.
Mhm.
Then they merge. Founded in 1902, we have the British American Tobacco Company, or BAT, commonly known as.
Okay.
Down and then from that company formed down Imperial Tobacco Company of Canada. So they're still under the BAT,
Mhm.
but they're still an independent company of Canada, and they absorbed everybody. And it's kind of interesting in here. It does say they also Imperial Tobacco Leaf, Imperial Tobacco Sales, Tuckett Company, all these different companies that they acquired over the years. But they also had tobacconist shops as well. So, and then in 1970, Masco Limited, branch of Imperial Tobacco Products Limited, and that's it. So that's
Gotcha.
how it all started. Interesting how it came together.
Sounds fair. So kind of in the same vein, again, modern versus vintage, obviously, but there's a lot of there's sometimes issues that'll come out like that where like we're missing data points, and it's one of those things where in that example you got to kind of put the pieces back together. And kind of where I had some fun is I'll give you guys a short version. I did it a little bit on the video I did. Is that Brad actually is part of the card shop they run. They bought a collection and they ended up with a lot of early 2000s, late 90s stuff, which is pretty standard, pretty common. There's lots of it. But occasionally you're running some stuff that's a little weird. It's not that it's impossible. It's one of those things though that whatever the distribution method was, it was a little unusual, and that's kind of what throws the whole thing off.
A lot of that
And-
went on that time.
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. And what happened is Pacific was notorious for doing these weird distribution methods for certain items, and not everything, but certain items. And basically, what came of it was that in the collection, Brad actually came across this. Now I know you can't see it, so I'll actually help in a second. But the reason you can't see it is because it's basically see-through acetate.
Oh,
Could you imagine visibility issues
that
with
a
the see-through
tag?
thing? Like it kind of stupid, isn't it, to have something that you can't see through? It's kind of dumb. If you can't read it, it's dumb. But anyway, so I'll put a little backing on it that'll make it a little easier to see. So now you can actually see it. So what happened is this is actually they actually had a regular version of these inserts. And what happened is these inserts from basically the information, the blurb that Beckett put in, they were apparently in 7-Eleven packs. So
Oh.
specifically, you needed to buy the 7-Eleven. This is 99 2000 Pacific. You needed to go the 7-Eleven pack specifically to get
Yep.
the regular insert. Now, my speculation is, well, I guess if you, for the regular insert, this is a parallel of it, but these are proofs. And these are a little thin piece of plastic that's double-sided. But the thing is, when you flip it, all it does is just reverse everything. That's all you can see.
Hmm.
But what happened is they numbered them to 10. So there is so there's a total print run of 10 down there at the bottom.
That's it.
That's it. And there's 20 players. So it's a grand total of 200 cards in the entire thing. And I have seen a grand total of 3 of them in my lifetime.
That's something's up there.
Yeah, but I'm thinking the distribution method messed with it. Because I'm thinking because you could only get them in 7-Eleven packs, if you can only get the parallel in 7-Eleven packs, it would make a lot more sense that they're very difficult to find. So like realistic, I've seen an Iserman, and I think I've seen 1 or 2 of the others. I have literally never seen a Medano. And when Brad showed me this, I just laughed because I've theoretically it exists. I've never seen it. It's on the checklist as something like to chase. I've never seen it. And now I physically have it in my possession. So as soon as it came in the mail today, I was like, all right, I got to tell you all about this one because I didn't think I'd ever have my hands on it.
Wow.
I need less than 90 cards for the last 5 years of the 90s of over 900. I have most of the cards possible in that entire run. This is one of them, and now I'm at 86 instead of 87. But I never thought this one would ever show up.
That one's probably like top 5.
Like I've never. This is going to be right at the end of my favorite pickups of the year because I never thought I'd see the damn thing.
You know, as a historian with research, and I have to question that distribution.
Mhm.
For only having 200 and the 7-Elevens and how many 7-Elevens there were.
No, I get it.
It doesn't seem like
Yeah.
Maybe it was made for 7-Eleven and
Sure.
maybe didn't go through, what have you, because that's too low.
I understand. But it was 10 cards per player, 20 cards in the set. That's it.
But
So
who
it's a-
said
it's a-
7-Eleven? What proof did they have?
That's the thing. Like, well, you know,
Speculatory?
it's Beckett that says it. So like Eric
Oh.
agrees. It's like the word. It's the gospel of the
Oh,
gods.
there we go with Beckett. I've been chasing them for 25 years doing this
Yeah.
stuff.
What I can tell you is that the regular insert, is still very easy to get. Like most of the set is on ComC right now. The regular insert you can get your hands on pretty commonly. I had mine years ago. So in my video, I showed the regular version with the proof beside each other, so you can see them back to back. I also put it on my Instagram, so you can see both. I just never seen that one. Other than the handful that I've seen for a handful of players, that's it. So it's like when he showed it to me, I was like, you might as well show me the Holy Grail because I didn't know the damn thing was out there.
Yeah, that's really cool. So they didn't have a production run. Pacific, very large one.
Well,
right?
well, 99 2000 Pacific was printed pretty well. Like,
Maybe it's a super rare insert. That
it
one
is.
in every 50,000 packs or something.
It'd have to be even more than that because they printed
whatever,
plenty
yeah.
of the stuff. Yeah,
I don't know how many.
but it's just I know that it was 90. So to answer John's question, and good evening, John. 99 2000. So 99 2000 season is when this one came out. I opened retail packs. I opened hobby packs. I opened everything for it. I opened boxes of it. I saw a lot of stuff pulled. I have seen. This is now the 3rd copy, and only the second I've ever seen in person. The other one I saw on an eBay auction once upon a time, maybe like 10 years ago. Like it's been 22 years, and I have seen 3.
And the only other thing that it could be related to 7-Eleven, if they sold packs exclusively to 7-Eleven, they had a special deal that those inserts could be maybe one in every 50,000, but only through 7-Eleven.
That's what I'm thinking.
Special issue.
If the regular insert, like I said, I'll take it at face value. Let's assume because Pacific did stuff like that. They did do like specific issues with certain. They made deals with folks, and then like you guys get exclusive packs with an exclusive insert or something.
Yeah.
That was normal for them. So if I go with that theory that they did it for the 7-Eleven specifically, you guys get these special retail boxes that have this insert that the other ones don't have. Fine. So if the base are like that, so the base insert is like that, the parallel being there is a reasonable assumption. Because it would theoretically be a more limited run. But I'm just sitting there like, did you guys not open them at all? Because why haven't I seen more of the proofs?
Yeah.
And like I said, it's literally a piece of super thin plastic. Like it's the thinnest of thin plastics. It's barely anything.
Thin. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's there you go. Comparison. But the thing is, like it was actually flimsy. Like when Brad was looking at it, he goes, "I didn't realize they were flimsy because we haven't seen them that much, so we don't know what to compare it
Are
to."
any graded?
Not that I'm aware of.
Huh?
I have to take a look and check maybe, but I haven't heard of it. Again, I've barely seen any, so like I have nothing to compare. So I just thought, to me, this is one of those moments where like it's not the rarest card in theory. It's not it shouldn't be the most expensive card. I don't think it is. But like it's found in a collection in freaking Nova Scotia.
Oh,
You
go
should
figure.
send it to that grading company, HGA. I heard about it in a film I was watching.
Well, I think they're the most, as far as I know, HGA is the most legit company using machine learning in all of the hobby. The most legit, number one. Nobody else is even close.
Well,
So
I
hopefully
would-
that answers, Carla. We talked about it. Like I said, the speculation from Beckett is they put in the blurb, the regular insert is 7-Eleven. I am guesstimating the parallel. It would make sense for it to also be in the 7-Eleven.
The odds are just like phenomenal.
Yeah. That's why I thought, like, when Brad showed me, Brad said, Carlos, I think I've got something you don't have. And I was like,
Yeah.
all right, challenge accepted. What do you got? And then he shows me that thing. It's like, all right, you win. That's something I don't have.
All right, you win. Send it.
Yeah, like, absolutely. I was like, you will send that to me. You will send that to me. Oh yes, you will send. Like, I'm getting my hands on that damn thing. I haven't even seen one. Send it over here. I got to see it.
It's kind of surprising, you know. Like we're talking 99, what, 2000, whichever.
99, 2000. Yep.
Yeah, that's not that long ago.
It's not.
And I can't believe nobody can figure that out. That they couldn't make the call to someone who worked at Pacific. Wasn't there a couple of people on who did work for Pacific?
I gotta say, it's funny because here's the thing. I know that a couple of guys have had like Kramer on to have a little fun with some of that stuff. But here's the thing: like for the most part, with due respect, I really don't care what Kramer has to say. Like like he can tell the stories, do the thing. This would be one that I kind of would be a little bit curious. But the thing is, I don't know if you would remember something. Like it's one specific issue, one specific set. It's too specific.
It's usually someone that works there within not being the owner because they just go, yeah, it sounds good, stamp, approval, gone. Yeah.
He might have records on maybe if for some reason less of them got out there. If for some reason that was because again, in theory,
you might have 197 of them.
Exactly. But I'm saying that if for whatever reason they didn't make it out of the packs, that would explain the lack of seeing them. I'm not just talking about having them in person. I'm talking about they should have cropped up on eBay at some point. Yeah. Like I'm like there should be once in a blue moon I should see one. Other rare inserts I'll see them once in a blue moon. But I'm like why?
So how many big players do you have in that set? Like,
it's a set of 20. Yeah. So you got Iserman. You got you should have all the 90s guys.
Pretty much the big stars, right? So finding them shouldn't be a big deal.
No, not for that. It's one of those things like it should not be
like
a
they were nobodies. Like, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so
it's nice finding that information. I would dig and find that. I'd find that out in probably a day.
There you go.
I make a few phone calls, get this guy, get that guy, and then you'd have an answer. Like, and you just have to buckle down and find the right people.
Yeah. So the checklist is your guys in the 90s. Obviously, Korea, Solani, Hashik, Iginla, Fleury, Forsberg, Waugh, Sakic, Medano, Shanahan, Iserman, Doug Waite, who was good at that time, Trevor Linden, Brodeur, Alexei Yashin, who had his moment in time. That's late 90s. Lindros, Yager, Curtis Joseph, Sundin, and Mark Messier.
So many of those guys building those sets, they don't have that.
There's no Bruins. Like Bork isn't on there.
I just read the whole list of 20.
I don't.
Yeah. So I read the whole list.
It's 99. It's 10 years after Bork, right? So.
No,
Bork one is Stanley Cup in like 2001. Yeah.
Yeah. So 99, 2000 is when he got traded. To Colorado.
So it's one of those things though. They didn't even do one per team. They literally went 20. So they
20,
they went very, very tight checklist on that one.
32 teams then?
We had 30, I think.
30?
I think 30. Okay. Yeah, 30 flat. So their collectors, I believe most T issues are actually later T206s, T214, 13, just issued later using T206 should run through 1919. Yeah, I definitely seen some scholarship where they try to make that pitch. This was for you, Eric. He's back to turning heel.
Actually, you know something?
You're kind of appreciating it?
No, on this one, that's a really good analogy.
There you go.
For those who don't know, Vinnie Vincent kind of just disappeared off the face of the planet, and he's popped up like twice randomly during the COVID years, and he's a complete mess. He's batshit crazy, but like no one has seen this guy for 20, 30 years, and then he just showed up twice during COVID at these little concert venues. So it's actually a really good analogy.
There you go. So how do we go from American Tobacco to 7? Range, Dave. Range.
Rarity.
We got range. It's like that was the main topic. The topic was, we're trying to figure something out. We're trying to figure out distribution. The reason I thought it was a fair point from two sides of the same spectrum is that I actually don't know where they came from. It's one of those like I genuinely don't know.
Is there any printing on the back? Oh, if you know the back.
That's the thing.
Their name?
It's literally reversible.
There's no a company name like
Well, this is Pacific. Right?
copyright. Yeah, but
Yes.
even still, they might say something at the very bottom.
99 Pacific trading cards. You got the NHLPA logo, the NHL logo, and that's it.
That's it, eh?
Yep, that's it. It's very much similar to the actual base version of it, but like I said, there's nothing special about it outside of the fact that it's got the number and mentions that it is the center ice from 99 2000 Pacific.
Huh.
That's it.
Sometimes there's some extra details, but I guess it wasn't on
Pacific
there.
kept it very straightforward, very vanilla. It's literally a proof of the card that they ended up producing. That's it. So we covered that one. So thank you, John. Didn't McDonald's distribute Pacific hockey cards? Yes, they did. Prism. They did a couple of different ones, but Prism was one of them. By the way, they were nice looking cards. I thought for like, I
They
think it
were
was 99.
acetates.
Yeah, and they were 99-cent packs and stuff, 89-cent packs, whatever. They're fantastic. You could get it fry, and most of the managers will let you buy pretty much as many packs as you wanted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you could build the sets. And by the way, at that point, kids were building sets. They were
Yeah.
building the sets, and they were fun, and they were cool. Even also in the package, I'll see if I can find it. Brad actually included a McDonald's card. It was actually an upgrade on the one that I have, but it was from the UD retro year, so it wasn't the same. It was the jersey card. I'll show you. But basically, it's just an upgrade on the one I have. So instead of a one color, it's a three color jersey.
Oh,
But-
nice.
Where's
Yeah,
the
but these
three?
were. Yep,
Where's the
you got
three?
the green over on the side. It's just a little sliver of the green.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah. But what happens is these were numbered 300 because these were redemptions. So you pulled the redemption and then you had to redeem it, and you could get one of these or a couple of different autographs were available as well.
Thank God it wasn't for me. But anyways,
Yeah. But the McDonald's, they didn't put any of the jerseys or anything in those. So you got the redemption card and you had to redeem it that way. So here, Hockey Barn, clear card, clear slab, tag match made in heaven. Buddy, I don't need to do it. I already have a center ice proof right now. A Ray Bork center ice proof, the rarest, the only one in a tag slab right here.
Mhm.
Check it out. I know you
like
can't see it, but it's there.
that's
No,
a rare
it's right there.
card.
It's
That's
right
a
there.
rare card.
Look at it. It's right there. Can't you see it? It's right there.
I see it. It's gorgeous. How much do you want for that?
We'll talk about it after.
All
Maybe
right.
we'll do like a barter trade deal with the like button, and maybe we'll throw this in.
Oh, yeah.
Think about it.
Okay.
Hedge your bets.
Let's put it down. By the way, it's a tag 1000.
There's no such thing. Maybe
Just
there
saying.
is now.
By the way, it was I was laughing because one person was asking me, it's like, oh, would you get it graded? You know what? I might do it just for my entertainment, but not right now. Right now, I'm going to enjoy it as it is. Because I can't reiterate to you. I have fun in the channel where sometimes people are like, oh, Carlos, you never seem to get excited. You get these cards that are. I get the satisfaction of having it, but this one I have never seen.
I don't think you can get it graded because you really can't confirm what it is.
It would be very difficult, yeah. But it's one of those things where, like, this one is the closest thing I'm going to get to excited because I haven't seen the card. I haven't seen a picture of the stupid thing since production. It existed in theory, and the fact that I physically possess it, fantastic. That's getting buried in the locker.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one.
So Kramer said he literally has all the Pacific records in his attic. Yep, absolutely. So maybe this would be a situation where consult some of these records and like, okay, did you send them all out? Because I don't understand why I haven't seen more than a handful.
Hmm.
First 7-Eleven baseball cards came out in 1961. They were found in machines that distributed cards. Thank you, Rick.
Oh,
Balls Hunt Bruins didn't get any 7-Eleven cards. Shame. Very nice jersey card, Carlos. Thank you, CC. Bob Jackson. It's a tag 1001. I know.
oh yeah.
Amazing. True story.
That's
But yeah,
cool.
so that's what I say. Like, it's once in a blue moon you get a chance to see or pick up a card that is like, no, I really haven't seen it. Like, and I've seen a lot of them, even though the other rarities that I'm looking for, like, I've seen them. I've seen them either in another collector's collection, or I've seen them on Instagram, or I've seen them up for sale on eBay at a ridiculous price I'm not going to pay. I've had chances to see pretty much everything else that I need. That's one of the few ones. It's like, I'm sure it exists. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah. It's cool when you find stuff like that, and that's what the thrill I get out of the pre-war, the older stuff you haven't seen before. It's like really cool. It's stimulating actually for me because it's like you're finding out new information, or you have to dig to find it. And sometimes the information is even more fun than the card.
There you go. I'm keeping the card anyway. I'll see if I can figure out at one point. I'd actually like to know if the distribution method match and if that is accurate. But it's one of those things. It'll require a little bit of digging.
I will give you 5 times what you paid Brad for it.
Ooh.
Let's move on.
Mm.
Mhm. Infinite. Yeah.
Infinite.
Yes.
You can't divide a zero. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things where I think we covered a lot of the main topics. Even got the Magic the Gathering and the synopsis, the fastest synopsis ever devised for that one.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I did the best I could. I got in the main details. You got
Did
the
you
main stuff.
timestamp that so you can
I
go
might
back
have to, because it's like, guys, that's the best explanation you're getting on a lot of components, because there's a lot of moving parts on that one that we ended up with.
and you can't even do it at 2 times because you wouldn't even understand it. It'd be chipmunk.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can understand myself.
No, you were going pretty fast there.
Listen, I do my podcast now in 2.5. I wasn't content with 2. We're going 2.5. I can do better. But yes. All right. So anything else, guys, that we want to kind of touch on? I wanted to see. I'm going to see if I can get Bobbles to come on for a minute if he's still doing this thing. But no. Otherwise, like, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting here. Now that we're in December, I'm looking forward to. I'm actually starting to go back through some of the material, because I do the year-end thing where I talk about some of my favorite, content for the year. There's some good stuff that I've been having some fun with. And it's like, all right, I like to get in. I will get my tribute to Era Director in there somewhere. I'll definitely have a little fun with that. It's later in the year, but there's some stuff earlier in the year that I thought was fun too. So I think that'll be good. Anything going on for you, Eric? Kind of collection-wise, you're just gonna chill for a bit here.
Jeff looks bored.
I'm sure he's on that show. Of course, he's bored. Half the audience is bored.
I'm just looking at it right now.
On what show? What are you talking about?
This show that we don't talk about.
There you go. All right, Bobbles, no problem. You got the link, so no worries. No worries. Do your thing.
One thing that it's hobby related that I kind of am a little frustrated about is
the boredom that is caused by floating head television.
So this new company that's jumping into malls across the area in the country is called Dynasty.
Okay.
I think it may have a Fanatics connection. I think.
Oh, really?
I'm not 100% sure, but they do pitches and framing and all these different things, different sports, all the different sports and everything.
All right.
So tomorrow for their grand opening locally, they're having Zdeno Chara come to do an autograph signing. Now, Chara doesn't do signings typically. He's been busy playing all these many years, so he hasn't done many signings. He's done some charities things, but not so much I'm going to sit down and have the public come and help sign things.
Mm-hmm.
So the prices came out. To get an autograph on a standard autograph, like an 8x10, $100.
Fair enough.
Okay.
After I want you to finish your story, but after I'm done, I just got a message on my Instagram that covers exactly what I talked about and like emphasizes it. And I'll explain why. I'll give context, but go ahead. Finish first.
So I'll say it. I'll do this quick.
About
the subscription is $35.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want 2011 Stanley Cup champs, that's $35. And if you want to get a picture taken with Big Z, that is an additional $100.
Yeah, that started I think about 5 or 6 years ago when I know what the Toronto Expo did, where if I add this or the extra large, or if it's on this, and now they're getting into the extra little things. You just hope you didn't win 20 Stanley Cups, because then you're going to be $20 times, and it's the upcharge. It's the extra money they really want to squeeze out of you.
It's just too much. I should not, as a regular person, should not have to think about, am I going to get the $100 autograph?
Well, you're not a regular person, don't worry.
Well, the other regular people.
You're a hashtag influencer. You're not like the commoners. Go on.
Yeah.
Well, or should I save that money and get my picture taken with them and have that forever?
Or save the money and pay for the like button.
You should get both done.
It's just, you should not have to pay to get a picture taken with someone. Obviously, that is for you. You can't sell the picture of you and Zdeno Chara. I understand that, I can sell the autograph, and, everybody wants their cut off of that because all these people get autographs and sell them and stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. But Gordie Howe was charging $200 for his autograph years ago when he was here in Boston.
Wow.
I couldn't afford it then. I probably wouldn't do it now.
Sure.
I waited for everyone to be done.
Mm-hmm.
there to be no more line. And I said, Mr. Howe, may I please get a picture taken with you? Absolutely. I went over, sat down next to him. We talked for a bit, got the picture. That was it. If Gordie Howe is not charging me to sit next to him for a picture, God damn it, Zdeno Chara sure the hell shouldn't be doing it.
He's a lot taller than Gordy, though.
It is. Yeah, it's
He's a
more
lot
to
taller.
him.
Yeah, like he has to bend and like bad posture. It's terrible.
Under-
Just to accommodate you as a normal human-sized person? No.
He can sit and everyone can stand next to him and they'd be at the same height.
But then you have to sit. What if he doesn't want to sit? What if he's got circulation, he's using his legs and he wants to stand?
So,
He's just being so inconsiderate.
I know.
then we
I'm sorry.
protested like they did, you know.
Well, I won't be going. I think it's completely outrageous.
Where's he going to be signing?
I'm sorry, what?
Where's he signing?
What is he signing?
Where?
Where?
In Peabody, Massachusetts. At the
Peabody?
mall. At this new,
Why can't you say Peabody like normal people?
because nobody says Peabody. That's ridiculous.
That's a name. Plenty of people say Peabody.
I thought he said D.
I know.
Yeah, well, he was talking about hockey, so he probably said giggity. That's a little different thing.
Yay.
All right, now that you're done complaining about bougie issues, can I get to the point that I was going to make?
I just think that these modern day athletes are charging way too much, and it's utterly ridiculous. That's all.
Is it them or is it the promoters or is it what?
I don't know. The money's not going to charity or anything, so it's going right into someone's pocket. And Z has made millions and millions of dollars in his playing career. He just sure the hell doesn't need it. So I don't understand why to get a photo and an inscription and an autograph, you got to pay $235. That is utterly ridiculous.
And you don't need it.
I don't need it. Don't want it.
You can get them on a card for $10.
Yeah.
True. You really could. Yeah.
Like honestly.
That is an option. Yeah. 100%.
And that is the option that will hurt him. You know, take it down the road.
I just think it's an insult to fans to charge me $100 to get a picture taken with them. I think it's insult.
It's not like he's this super duper star. Like, you know, Lemieux, yeah. Gretzky, or yeah.
I don't think they should charge to get a picture taken with it. I think it's ridiculous.
Oh, charge to get a picture taken. No, but have an autograph? Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got no problem with what you're charging for an autograph because the bigger you are, the more I can sell it for. And you want your
You'll
cut.
look so
Well,
much
he's big.
shorter
He's much bigger. He's very big. He's way bigger than Gretzky, like physically, way bigger.
Way bigger.
He's like hanging on to his leg. Like
That's what I
you
mean.
know?
Like Gretzky's a gnome. By comparison, he should charge like 10 times what Gretzky charges. Anyway, all right, moving on from Eric's bougie issues. So the point that I was making, so I mentioned that card that I was just talking about a couple minutes ago. I was just scanning the Instagram while we were talking about it. But one of the comments on here is my buddy Quincy. So Steve Angel, who is at the card show and sets up. A very tall man, unlike some gnomes that other people allege are tall.
And very loud shirts.
Absolutely, very loud shirts. But here's the point that I want to make about this. He commented on this picture, and but he is a very big Sakic collector. And back in the day, he actually got most of the Sakic checklist. So when I say he was a big Sakic collector, he got everything. Like his relative percentage of the collection of what was available, he was like in the 90 percentile. Like he got most of what existed all the time through his playing days. His comment was, 22 years later, I still haven't found a Sakic.
Yeah.
This guy broke product, knew a bunch of dealers, had plenty of connections, was a dealer himself, has super high-end stuff at his table. He's not shy about spending money if it warrants it. 22 years later, I still haven't found a Sakic. If he hasn't found a fucking Sakic, that card's tough.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, even then, he was willing to spend money to get the stuff that he really wanted. He wasn't shy about it.
It can't be in a product.
It's gotta be whatever it is. It's super tough. So like that emphasized, that like puts an exclamation point on what I was getting at. I haven't seen it. So it was like, and of all the random, maybe Nova Scotia has all of them. Maybe that was stuck in Nova Scotia. Maybe that's the issue. None of us can see it. That's why
They didn't have a 7-Eleven, so somebody opened a couple packs that were sitting around in a warehouse.
They've got the magic 7-Eleven with all the good stuff. Like, what the hell's going on?
They didn't have.
I'll have to ask Brad. It's like, Brad, what else is in there? What else is in that box?
Yeah.
Is it the rest of the cards? The rest of the cards are in the box, aren't they?
Exactly.
What's in the box, Brad? What's in the box? Yep. So, Mr. Bubbles, thank you for joining us. Thank you for tolerating Eric's bouginess. But I needed to get that comment in there because when somebody who collects that hardcore a player collection for as long as he's done it is telling me that that's a tough one, I'm taking that one to the bank, because that dude, if that was one to be had, he would have tracked it down by now.
Yep.
So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Now I'm more curious, actually.
Yeah.
That makes me a lot more curious and
Do
a
a
lot more
little more
interested.
homework and see if we can find some other ones.
I'll have to see. But yeah, they're tough.
But that whole conversation that you just like talked about right there is kind of what I was resorting to in the comment I made in the Discord earlier.
Yep.
That kind of stuff is what makes collectors collectors.
Yep.
Like that hunt, that excitement of finally tracking that elusive item down and knowing that it may not mean nothing to 99% of the people in the card community, but you accomplish something, that's like a trophy for you, you know, and you appreciate it. So that's the difference between people that actually love what they're doing in the hobby and their collections and everything else than just the dollar value of it, you know. So that card could be worth $10, who knows? And I'm not saying it is, but
I wish it was. That would have been great.
But see, that's the thing though. You've never even seen one.
No.
So even if it was only $10, you had never seen it. So,
and out of the 20, Medana was one of them. And it's like, you know, if I was to find a rare card,
in 1999, Medana was in a ton of those sets. Plus, he was the poster boy in 97, 98. So it made sense at the time.
but it's probably one of the last ones you want to find if you found a rare card. You just be sitting there going, yeah, I want Iserman or someone good. I got Medana, damn it. You know,
Yeah.
but
They won the Stanley Cup
just
the year
saying.
before. The Bruins barely do that ever. So they had won the Stanley Cup the year before, and
It'll
they
work
won the
for you,
Stanley Cup
so.
in 99, 2000.
Don't work for you, so you're good.
So, but it's one of those things like, the checklist was like, he was in a lot of those checklists at the time for those ones. So that part makes sense to me, but it's one of those things where like a Wah. I'm surprised I haven't seen the Wah. I've seen the Iserman. I'm surprised I haven't seen, that was just after Gretzky, but so it makes sense. The Gretzky wouldn't be there, but Martin Brodeur, Paul Correa was super popular in 99, 2000.
I think they weren't a shoot. I think they snuck out of the office. That's my submission.
I don't know. Could be.
No, it has to be, because otherwise someone would have came across them. It's not like they're not opening the products and finding it.
Yeah.
Is there that many sealed products around still?
I found a picture of baubles online. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Oh, that's scary.
It's not quite a tuxedo, but it's an attempt.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
Well, don't worry. Like, Bobbles is one of those folks that knows Photoshop there, Eric.
Uh-oh.
I was just
It's just occasionally it's good for me to remind you.
Hey, look, if I have the light on, y'all say I'm like on the face of the sun. It's Christmas time, so I got the Christmas tree up back there, being a little festive. I got the championship flag back there lit up. Come on, guys. And I can actually get lighter just by my computer monitor.
True. Well, to be fair, like, you got to remember who we're talking about here. Eric hates children and likes disease.
Oh.
He's a bad person. So, like, honestly, like, what do we expect at this stage? All right, I'm gonna read a couple of these comments here. So Carlotta says, was just on the tag website, inquired about grading vintage cars. Apparently, they only accept 99 after 99. Yes, right now they're stuck to modern. Post two, I think 99 or 2000. One of the two. Eric, ever get a chance to see a game at the Gardens? Did you ever go to Maple Leaf Gardens?
Maple Leaf Gardens, not
I've been to Maple Leaf Gardens.
The Boston Garden we kind of assumed.
Yes.
Yes, I have watched games at the Boston Garden, basketball and hockey, and it was magnificent to be there and be in that atmosphere. But it was a rat hole shithouse. But
Really?
it was awesome.
I think that was sort of like Maple Leaf Gardens, but it wasn't a rat hole shithouse. It was just old, but it was cool.
Yeah.
It was
And
historic.
and the seats went. You just went straight up. There wasn't, except for the obstructed view seats, there wasn't
there
a
was a
bad
few.
seat in the house. Except for the obstructed view seats.
So this goes back to your concert experience that we described, where you were outside. You were actually trying you got used to it there in Boston, and then eventually like, okay, I know how to do this. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. So Rick here says, I mailed you some cards. Thank you, Rick. Post office worker test, you get them before Christmas. But right now at this time of year, the mail is super slow. Super slow. I understand. But thank you, Rick. I
It's
appreciate
not bad,
it.
actually.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Rick. Thank you. It's really pronounced P. Biddy in New England. Everyone says it like that. Psh, because you're all wrong. Nothing is pronounced correctly in New England. Facts.
True.
Highly overpriced for Chara. Yeah, I'd agree with that. But Eric is still being bougie. Like the fact that he's bougie.
Darth baubles.
Yes,
See?
Darth Baubles. Facts.
See, I'm not the
One
only one
battery.
who thinks that.
There you go. Eric, go ahead.
Tamaguchi.
Tatum Gucci.
I got nothing. I'm not even going to attempt that one. I don't see the insert at all on Pacific's website on the Wayback Machine. Yeah, they did have it. The thing is, I remembered the parallel. I have it on the. I've had it on the checklist for years. Like I've literally had it on the checklist for years. It's one of those ones where the reason why I gave that story and I gave that background explanation is, I see it on the checklist. It has literally been on the checklist for decades. But I kind of sit there and go like, but then I'll look around and I'll see one or two cards that go, okay, so in theory it exists because I've seen one or two.
Well, the funny part, how did they make up the checklist?
So the checklist was just a parallel of the 20 initial. It was just these were the proofs of the. So you got the 20 checklist first, and then these are supposed to be proofs of those 20. So in theory, all 20 should have 10 cards. That's the theory.
Maybe there's only one.
I'm just saying that's the theory. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it would seem like more like one. Out of the 20.
Because right now this is 3 of 10. So in theory, this is number 3 of 10. So in theory, there should be 9 more. That's what it should be.
Like you said, 200. I get it, but
yeah. So that's all I'm going off of. I'm just going off like 10 cards per player, 20 cards in the set. In theory, there should be 200 floating out there.
And
in some capacity.
In the reality, there should be a few available on eBay or somewhere.
Yeah.
And they're just not.
Yeah. And that's the thing. They just eBay, ComC, all the platform, even just an Instagram page. Again, I know a lot of Medano collectors who have a lot of stuff and who have bought collections and have been able to get.
Oh, you were happy putting that one up, weren't you?
I was like, I got one. That's the joke with a lot of those Medano guys. Some of the guys have been doing it since the 90s like myself, but it's like somebody asked me once, it's like, well, do you feel competitive? Well, I used to, but at this point, there's no point. Because the way that the structure has gone now is that, guess what? I got stuff they don't got. They've got stuff I don't have. What are we going to do about it? The problem is there's 3 or 4. We can only do this Highlander style. If we do this Highlander style and there can only be one, then somebody will have the ultimate collection. But in the meantime, there's a bunch of us with very good collections that have a lot of the stuff. Although I'm willing to do the Highlander thing, I'm willing to partake. Let's go to Thunderdome, y'all. Let's do this. There can only be
we
one.
get Master to trim it down the middle or something.
Like it. So like Solomon the baby. There you go. USA Patriot cards, kind of off topic, but has anyone had to deal with the Newton rings that can occur in chrome cards and PSA slabs? It looks like moisture, but it's card pressing against the slab. I've definitely seen ones where where it presses up against a chromium card and it looks like it has moisture on it. It's kind of weird. I haven't really dealt with it per se, but I know what you're talking about. I have seen that. An inner sleeve would take care of that, but it would make it less see-through. But I guess it's an alternative.
So that actually happens with SGC too. But
yeah,
as on the topic of inner sleeve, PSA, you could reach out to them. I don't know how hard it is to get to their customer service. They don't put the card in a sleeve, but they do have a plastic film that is very, very thin. You don't even notice it on cards that they put it on usually. But some of the higher end chromium type cards and stuff, they lay a little thin film on top of it to protect the surface. That would fix it. They may need to do that because what's likely happening is the chrome cards now warp so much that even when they're like putting it in there, the card's probably already curved. And when they're slabbing it, it's probably the right size slab. It's just pressing there and it looks bad. So
100%.
Yeah, I heard the tag slabs don't do that. So.
Well, the problem is they don't have a blue hue though, Bobby. So without the blue hue, I don't even want to talk about it. New twist. We don't even have 7-Elevens in Nova Scotia. Ooh.
You missed our tag discussion. It was really good. You're gonna have to rewind it, Bobbles.
I think did you catch bits and pieces of it? I think
I missed the early part of it. I caught it when Brad was on and y'all started talking about it again with that.
Oh, that was
all right. Yeah, no, we wanted to make sure. Look, I had the 3 topics that I had on there. I talked about the AW one briefly, just because Scott was nice enough to ask. But I wanted to cover it since I'd done videos on the 3 things in this last week. So I was like, yeah, okay. I got a chance to talk about the tag thing for a bit. Got a chance to talk about the AW thing for a bit, and got a chance to talk about the documentary with Air Director.
Well, I have a part to
Go ahead.
To kind of mention on the whole tag thing.
Go ahead. And I'll get to this comment in a second, but I want to let it finish. Go ahead.
The post-game show was a hell of an idea because do you realize the post-game show only has 12 less views than my actual freaking interview?
I do link to it though. The thing is I link to it. Like
Yeah.
it's in there. I linked to it.
But I was live, and the post game show has 12 less views.
I was live too, Bobbles.
Yeah, I get that after the show.
It's a post game show. It should be after the first show.
We're gonna have to get a halftime show going, a pregame show.
Bro, I am game for all of the above. I am game.
Man.
Like I just thought it was a fun idea. I did talk about the thought process. Look, I kicked around the idea in my head. I thought it'd be kind of cool if because I knew that the folks on the channel would enjoy. Look, here's the thing.
Well,
People know.
both of our audiences are kind of similar too,
Yeah.
so they would just flow over.
Yeah. But like the way I would put this and the way I present it, and Eric knows this, is that like, look, the audience that we have and the folks that watch this stuff, it's not everybody. It's not the mainstream. It's not everybody. I make fun of floating head to no end, as uncomfortable as it makes Eric, and as much joy as it gives me. But the reality is, there's a whole segment of the hobby, mostly people that are wrong, who actually think his content has value. And the reality is, he has sucked in so many people that promote the hell out of his content. The greatest joy in my life is that he doesn't have 10 times as many views as I do, because he should, in theory, based on the amount of promotion he gets. He literally gets promoted by everybody he sucks up to. I mean, in the hobby. So because of that, he should have 5,000 views where I get 500 views. But that is not true.
So I want to also point out, I don't really know all of the details about him. I've heard several people that have issues with him, and
He basically kicks puppies, and he's like Eric. He likes disease, and he kicks puppies.
I don't pay attention to the content he does, honestly. So
neither does anyone else, including the audience.
I would say I'm neutral on that aspect. So nothing with me and Tag has anything to do with him.
Right.
This was literally me being someone that's involved and loves the whole grading aspect.
Yep.
And curiosity got to me, and it rolled on from there, and that's how it all came about. So it has nothing to do with him. You can have your fun with him,
and I do.
I roll along with it, and we've spoken. I mean, we did the video in the beginning, neutralized on Tag itself, telling people, hey, I'm not saying don't use them or use them. Just be careful at first, because they're new.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what the whole deal. You're not the only one that I know that has issues there, but I don't know much about him. So.
Yeah, it'd be a really long story, and it's most people with sense.
Yeah.
Well, he's been nothing but good to me, and every time we get together,
which proves again he has no sense. Go on. Yeah, just to be clear, the prosecution rests.
Perfect, no, but I've yet to meet anyone who is, and I consider him a hobby buddy, and I don't have a problem with him. Now, that could change. I used to like Carlos. Now I hate him.
Yeah, but that's a standard reaction. That's a standard policy. That's frankly what I go for.
But I get along with him just fine.
I would love to see what it would actually take for Eric to turn on Floating Head. I'm actually kind of curious. It's like, well, he basically harassed the guy online to try to reverse a transaction. Oh, but
no, I didn't defend any of that.
I understand, but that's something that is not good. That's not like what good people do.
It wasn't good, and it was a horrible look. And I hope that he learned something from it and doesn't do that again.
Give him time.
I want to say this because I see Eric as this kind of person. I've never met Eric. I've met Brad. I haven't met Bobby or Carlos.
We've all met Eric, and we're not sure. Like basically, the only person who can be a proper character witness is Marcel. I will only trust Marcel's judgment of Eric.
I see Eric just his personality and demeanor from the show and the Instagrams and all that. Is someone that just doesn't let shit get to him.
Oh, except for Beckett.
Tries to see the good in everybody.
Except for Beckett.
And well, yeah, even Beckett, his rants are like mild compared to most rants.
Wow.
But he sucks and then has them authenticate stuff. So.
Wow, Eric. Wow. He just threw you under the bullet train. Forget the bus.
No, I was actually.
He's saying as a provocateur against Beckett, you suck. You are the behind the cards of Beckett questioners.
I heard what he said. That's all
Nah,
right.
Eric, you're a good dude, man.
All right,
You
I'll
wear
answer-
you call me B and you wear it proudly on your shirt every show.
it's merch, buddy. It's merch.
I wear this for you.
I appreciate it, man. I almost feel like I need to, and I want to ask this question, and
Go
I know
ahead.
nobody can like give me. There's probably going to be 20 different answers.
Go ahead.
I'm loving hockey. I'm loving the hockey cards, but I really do only know the ultra modern stuff and the ultra modern players. I know like, I know Lemieux and Gretzky and Fedorov and those guys from the past.
Right.
But I wasn't like big into the sport. But I like collecting, if I'm going to collect basketball, I would be collecting, Shaq. If I was going to collect football, I would, collect the guys like Emmitt Smith and those guys from that I grew up with.
Mhm.
And I love the inserts and stuff. Y'all seen the Griffey inserts and everything I did. Who is a player that you could suggest from like the 80s and 90s that would have, like, I don't want to break the bank, but I would like to kind of dive into the older stuff a little bit.
Okay.
And it seems fun to stay specific with maybe a player or whatever. I can't say I have a favorite team because I really wasn't keeping up with it back then.
Yeah.
Who could you suggest that would be like reasonable that I could have fun with, but also hunt some of those cool 90s? Because hockey's got some of the same cool inserts that like baseball and basketball and football has. I don't really know. I thought maybe Patrick Waugh, but I know he's
No,
a
that's gonna
popular
cost you
player,
on the
so I didn't know if he was expensive or what.
It's all relative. So let's kind of, and Eric, by all means, you're more than welcome to chime in on this piece of the conversation. But I don't know how much 90s you collect. This, but like late 90s, did you touch on a little bit of that or not so
and
much?
I still collect the only 90s I collect now Bork and Neely cards.
Sure. Yeah.
But Gretzky cards obviously too. But I kind of got halfway through the 90s and got so frustrated. Now this is at the time. During the 90s. I was like, I was so overloaded, and my wallet, which was much smaller than it is now, couldn't keep up. There was so much product. It was constantly coming out. The prices were going up. The first card boom. And I finally said, screw this, man. I'm done. And I walked away from it all and just started collecting pre-1990 from that point on. But if I was gonna start collecting 90s stuff, I'd look at Edmonton Oiler players. I'd look at Pittsburgh players. I mean, obviously I'd go Bruins, but you get a lot of Yari Curry stuff, Paul Coffey stuff.
So I'm going to touch on the reason why I wanted Eric to go first is I'll kind of give a little context to what he's saying. He's not wrong, but I want to add a little flavor to it. So go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I'd start with Hall of Famers and look for but people that were established at that point, not rookies in the 90s, but people who were established at that point, and track down their autographs and first jersey cards, first autograph cards. Like one of the cards I like the most, and I'd have to go dig it out, is like Steve Eisenman's first autographed insert card.
I'm big on like this kind of stuff.
I'm gonna get into that. So Bubbles, I'm gonna get into that in a second. I want Eric to go first because I want him to chime in and give some information. Eric, one or two things you want to add more additionally, because then I'll go into
I just to reiterate, I think you should find out guys who started their careers in the 80s and then were already well established on their way to the Hall of Fame in the 90s and go after their stuff.
Okay. So I wanted Eric to chime in on that piece. So I'm going to disagree with him fundamentally, and I'll explain why. The reason why is that the 90s, so the 90s is my entire wheelhouse, like both baseball and hockey. So the problem is, if you go with that premise, by 1990 and 91, so 1990, the Oilers are relevant. By 1992, they're not. So if we're talking the 90s, they're almost immediately relevant because the last Stanley Cup they won is 1990. Gretzky was gone. That was the last hurrah. You had Marc Messier led that team. And then by 91, 92, 93, the Oilers don't even deserve a discussion. They're around, but they don't matter. By that point, and a lot of these other teams, they also don't matter. So it's one of those things like, yeah, they were powerhouses in the 80s. That's true. And by the time you get to Yari Curry was still a good player in 1990. But by 92, 93, he's okay. He's
I
fine.
want to clarify something though.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't really. I don't. Maybe I said it wrong. I wanted to see like a player that was pretty prevalent in those insert sets and stuff.
That's what I'm
like
getting
that.
at. So Bubbles, that's the reason why I'm giving this. I wanted to start
Okay.
off, but I'm going to give
I
context.
just wanted to make sure because
I'm
it
giving
wasn't
context.
about like the cups and all the
I
other
understand.
stuff. I wanted just something fun.
But the
But
point though
to-
is
to
by the
dive
late
into that older stuff.
by the mid and late 90s, Yari Curry doesn't exist anymore. By the mid to late 90s, most of these guys are at the very tail end. Some of them still have some stuff in them. Some of the the top tier guys, yes. Yari Curry did most of his damage in the 80s. Most of those guys did their damage in the 80s. So by the time you get to the 90s, they're not around. Yager starts in 1990, 91. By the end of the 90s, he's already been winning scoring titles and everything. So he's already established dude. He's in every other set. So Lemieux is still very relevant because he started in the mid 80s. So by the mid 90s, he's still Lemieux. So he's still doing a lot. And then he had a comeback at the end of the 90s, in the early 2000s. So he's able to get into sets. So you get a bit of a balance. So Lemieux is kind of a hybrid in between. The guys who dominated the 90s, now again, they might not have continued past that necessarily. So I'm giving this context. The guys who dominated the 90s were guys like Lindros. But the problem is injuries eventually curtail him. But he was a big dude in the 90s.
Oh,
Yeah, Brett Hull. Paul Correa. Paul Correa was a big guy in the 90s. But he was in almost every set. So I'm saying if you look, it depends on what you're looking for. And these guys are all in the Hall of Fame. All the guys I've just named. So that's why I'm giving you the combination here. You take a Paul Correa. Paul Correa is cheap as dirt. But while he was hot and he was at the very apex of his powers, he was in every relevant set. Die cuts, parallels, inserts, refractors. That's a guy who would be cheap, and he was around, and he was in those sets. It wouldn't be expensive. Lindros still has a ton of value. There's a bunch of names here that people put in that were really good ones. They're actually really excellent points, and I'll read a couple of these here. So really, I'll read a couple of these. You all good, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can see you. We could just hear while you were moving the camera, so you're good now.
I see
Okay.
a lot of votes for Yager, but
Yeah,
then
that's what I'm
I
saying. I'm
see-
going to read a couple of these, but these are not bad choices because yes, they're expensive Yager cards, but they're also ones that are attainable, that are certainly doable. It depends on the item. So to answer this question, I'll read a couple of these and get caught up here. Are you going to get a grading at some point? I may, but not right away. For a while, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it and just enjoy it. Like I said, it's a rare find. I was thrilled to have it, and I got to make sure they know what the hell they're doing before I let them do anything with it. Because I know what it is, but it's only because I was around at that time, so I know what it is. Have you seen a game at the Olive Garden? Valid question. Valid question. Bob.
Many times.
Yes.
You sit there with the free breadsticks, watch the game. It's
It's
great.
fantastic. It was the best venue.
It is.
Rat Hole, Shit House, Quality Monarch, Eric. Love it. Thank you, Baz.
Thank you.
USA have seen. Presumably that's why they now use some sort of clear insert sometimes. Told not much you can do about it. Thank you, Dave. Just reading real quick here through these. 2003 Topps Heritage patches. They're stupid rare. They can be. Yep, that's a good one. No rings are a problem with stickers. Yes, absolutely no problem. Stag videos really hurt. Speaking of floating head, I will only watch if he has a pre-work collector I know. Fair, Dave. I heard Eric's stream is to be sponsored by Chirp Chips. Number one brand in bug chips. Love it. Glad finally caught the show live. Got your background while listening. Great job, everyone. Like and subscribe. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Bobbles open a can of whoop ass on Cass. True. We need to do a 5-part series to explain floating head past and present. I probably need like a 50-part series. Pavel Bure was a monster in the 90s. Absolutely. That's another guy who was a monster. Cool cheap inserts, Keith Tkachuk. I've definitely picked up some Keith Tkachuk. He was big because he had his time where he was scoring 50 goals and he was on the cover of video games. So that's what I mean. A lot of these guys had a moment in time. Keith Tkachuk is a fun one because he's cheap as dirt. Because, yep, he's got 500 goals. But nobody really thinks of Keith Tkachuk now. But in the 1990s, he was extremely relevant. In the 1990s, he was one of the dudes at that time.
Or Walter Kachuk.
Yeah. Well, now his kids are honestly, people think more of his kids now.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, Keith Tkachuk scored 500 goals. He was a great goal scorer in his time. That was basically all he could do, and he was physical.
And from Massachusetts.
There you go. But look, I've got Keith Tkachuk 1-of-1s and stuff. Like I've actually collected a nice little group of Keith Tkachuk rare inserts from the 90s. They're still available, super cheap. And I had a lot of fun with that because it was a fun little side PC. I remember collecting some Tkachuk back in the day, and I was able to buy some the last couple of years, super cheap. Bure is big money because there's some collectors who are hardcore. super hardcore with bure, and they pay a lot of money for it. There is a 2000, 2001, I want to say, SP. They basically, it's SP Game Used or SP Authentic. They had the Sign of the Times, but they had a triple autograph Sign of the Times. And the three guys were Tkachuk, Pavel Bure, I think it was Tkachuk, Pavel Bure, and Medano. So the three guys. And because Pavel Bure is in it, the last one went for like $700. And I was like, I'm not even playing in these waters. Like I can't do this. Like it was him or John Leclerc, but I know Medana was in it. I know Bure was in it. Those two for sure. But there was a third player. Regardless, it's Bure that's carrying that price.
Mm-hmm.
Now it was out of 25, so it wasn't an easy card to find. But I remember there was one that came up on eBay maybe a year ago, and I thought, all right, I'll put a bid on this. I'll put an aggressive bid. It went to like $600-700. I got blown out of the water. I was like, I'm not even close on this. Like, there's no way I can't play in these waters. There'd be more Yzerman collectors. So Yzerman is very popular and has a lot of following, and obviously he's a great Hall of Famer and multi-time Stanley Cup winner. He's got all that going for him. But the thing is, he was also in a lot of sets. So like all these guys, Yager for sure. Stu Grimson or Tony Twist, I appreciate that one. Guy Lafleur definitely wasn't around in the 90s.
Nope.
Definitely was out of the game by then.
But his cars were.
Well, that's not true. He was playing in the 90s. He was in Quebec.
Like 1990, 1991?
Maybe, yeah.
91, 92 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yager all the way through, yes. The 91-92 Oilers lost to the Blackhawks in the conference finals. 92-93, the dumpster fire began. Thank you, Paul. That I knew it was right in that range. Yager, if you want to potentially break the bank, yeah, there's some folks. Brett Hall, yep. I like goalies, fair enough, yep. And there's some good goalies there too. Korea, that's so now the point for Korea. Every time I want a cool insert, Keith Tkachuk is always available and cheap. Yep, so that's what I'm kind of saying. And again, he was very relevant. Like even for a bad Phoenix team, he was still able to rack up. He had, I think, back-to-back 50-goal seasons. Like he was actually quite good. And in St. Louis, he had some decent seasons too. So it's not like he was bad there. Sergei Fedorov was a good one in the 90s. Korea's another point for Korea. There you go. A nice compliment to your Robinson collection, both Asian elements. There you go. There's a little bit of a connection there. Forsberg, cool rare Forsbergs. Yep. Timo Solani, Alex McGillney. Everyone can get pricey. It depends on who you like. Yeah, but there's a couple of guys who were like Hall of Fame. Like Korea ended up in the Hall of Fame. But like he got derailed by injuries. He could have been even more than he was. But as it was, he's still a Hall of Famer. Timo Solani had a career resurgence late in his career. He was actually, I think he was the only guy past like 38 to score 40 goals until Ovechkin came around to do it. Because he had like the best age 37, 38 season where he scored like 40 goals. And it was like, I didn't think you could score goals anymore. And he came back and I think he scored 48 goals for like an Anaheim team. And it was like almost 50. And people were like, oh my God, we thought you were done. And he almost scored 50 that one year. And it's like, no, he still had some gas in the tank. It hadn't worked out for a couple of years there. So there's a lot of guys, Bobbles. Like, honestly, there's some good names on there that, by the way, are in amazing sets. Pacific sets, especially late 90s. Die cuts, if you're talking about that. Refractors, if you're talking about that. Amazing parallels, inserts, Dufex. Anything you like.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen a lot of the groupies and stuff I've done. That's the kind of stuff I love that stuff. So
a lot of these names will cover that, and you'll have plethora of options. A lot of these guys, plethora of options.
I'll have to like pull up maybe some 90s highlights or something like that and pick somebody and maybe surprise one day.
Well, I think that's the best approach though. We can list off names, and there's some amazing names here. I'm not the biggest fan of Roenick, but he certainly is a guy who would qualify as a guy who had great success in that decade. No doubt. That's another good one.
If I were to start a collection right now, the two people I would collect was Igor Larionov and Dougie Gilmore.
Dougie.
That's who I would start right now if I was like, hey, I want to start something new. Larionov and Gilmore.
Sounds good.
Yep, and Hasek was a great goaltender through the decade as well. But that's the reason why I say, like, coincidentally, Bobbles, you happen to have a subject matter expert. Like 90s hockey, like that was literally the zone where I was paying the most attention. Like I was on it.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
And I knew you guys in the chat and everybody would have some suggestions. Like I said, I looked at some Patrick Waugh stuff because I do have his rookie already, and I was like, oh well, he's a goalie, and sometimes the goalies get real cool inserts and stuff.
They do. Yeah, that's very true. That's 100% true. Yep.
So I started looking at some of his stuff, and I was like, man, I just don't know, and I don't want to like start buying stuff of somebody and then not be the guy that I wanted to go with. So
Yeah.
um,
So the balancing act that I would give you, and there's some folks that are making the good point here as well. And like, here's the way I would say it: do the highlight thing. That's a great idea. Find the ones that appeal to you. I started collecting. I'm nowhere near Dallas. I started collecting Medano because of highlights, because the young player had amazing skills. On the fly, he could go end to end rushes, and he was doing amazing things all the time. And it was one of those things where I got to watch it and I started collecting him when he was 25. Like, it was still early in his career when I started collecting his stuff, and I've been collecting it for 27 years. It's
that's
taken this whole time.
that's kind of how the whole Jason Robertson thing happened. I I like caught some, like, I don't even remember if it was an alert or I heard it on NHL Network or something. I don't know, but they were talking about he was on a 6-game point streak, and it was like I think he had only played 10 games at the time. And I started looking into him and watching some of the plays he had made and stuff, and I was like, nobody's talking about this kid. They were talking about Lafreniere and Kaprizov and all of those guys, and nobody was talking about Robertson. And I'm like, if he's coming in his first 10 games, he's got a 6-game point streak. That's pretty impressive, and he was young. And so I was like, I'm going to take a flyer on a few things, and then I started buying more and more and more of them. And sure enough, I mean, look at where we are today. So, but
Yeah, but the reason why I phrased it that way, and my suggestion is that I agree. I think it would be better if you did take advantage of, because you're going to find the players who have the style of play you like. You're going to find, like I said, for me, and we had that discussion a couple weeks ago. The thing about nostalgia is that we're always going to favor our era, whatever that is. That's what we cut our teeth on. So for me, 90s hockey holds a certain plateau that the current product can't touch for me personally. But I'm not but here's the thing. I'm self-aware enough. I'm not claiming it's the best. It was the neutral zone trap era for a good chunk of that. Like, other people would look at it and go, "Oh my God, that's horrible," and I understand.
Jersey.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. But that was the era that I was most tuned in on it. Like, I was in, and I was following, and I was living and dying on every game and following everything. I don't do that anymore. So nothing that happens now, I can still appreciate. I can enjoy it. I laugh whenever on the Discord you talk about the J-Rob things, and I talk about the prices going up again, and you might need some more kidneys, allegedly, from the neighborhood. But the thing is that it's good. I'm happy that you're enthusiastic and enjoying it, because that's what in the 90s, that's what I was doing. I was following these guys, and every night I was tracking every single game and watching everything, and I was on every highlight. I was all over it. That was my time.
I stayed up last night. Me and the missus was watching the Capitals
Documentary?
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
We were watching the Kraken Capitals, and she ended up falling asleep at like the second period or whatever, and I stayed up. I think it was till 1:00 because the game wound up going into overtime. They tied it with 40 seconds left and went to overtime, and then Matty Beniers, he scored with 7 seconds into overtime, and I stayed up to watch it because I'm just, like I said, I'm really enjoying watching it now. So,
Yeah.
But I like the 90s, even though I wasn't watching the sport in that time frame. The cards are attractive because
That's
of all
true.
the inserts and everything. So
Yeah.
that's why those freestyle inserts in Series 1, when I bought that first one, I seen how cheap it was and how hard they were to hit. And then I got it in hand and I looked at it. I was like, this looks a lot like Metal Universe. And that's a product that I absolutely love because of the time frame it came from. So it's all relative together. So
Yeah. But that's the reason why I say, like, when it comes to that stuff, that time frame, and you were correct, is that time frame, like, is my bread and butter, and the cards as well, because I was collecting the cards. I was opening the cards and boxes and packs and all that. So I have great memories of all that. So for me, like, especially 97, 98 on, especially 97, 98. Honestly, that was my favorite year of the brands and the products and everything, because Pinnacle was still in the game, literally. You had, Score, and everybody was producing some amazing stuff for me. But there are so many good players that fall into this category. A lot of them, I hated them because obviously they were rivals with the team. I hated Patrick Waugh for the longest time. I respect Patrick Waugh, but I loved watching him lose. It gave me great pleasure and joy. But is he a great goaltender? He's one of the best ever. Like, it's true. Martin Brodeur. I despise him for costing Dallas a back-to-back cup, but he's a great goaltender. He's one of the best. So, and there was a run there where they could have gone to 3 straight cups, and they almost did. That team was like relevant in the West. That Western Conference was a behemoth. They were beasts at that point in time because you had Colorado that was stacked. Dallas was full of Hall of Famers. There's like 8 or 9 players on that team that made the Hall of Fame. Like that was a stacked team. And then you had New Jersey, had a great team out in the East. And then you had Colorado. Sorry, Colorado I mentioned. And also Detroit was in the West as well at that time. And that team was stacked. So it's like, all right, so you got 3 teams full of Hall of Famers beating each other over the head for the right to go to the Stanley Cup Final to probably play New Jersey. That was the late 90s. And I remember it very well. And I had my buddy who was a Colorado fan and my buddy who was the Detroit fan. And we screamed at each other and argued many a day. Good times. Good times. Good times. But that was how it was. But that was competitive. At those times, like all those teams were in the hunt every single year. They always had a shot because they were stacked, amazing teams full of Hall of Famers all the way through. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. So good times. You'll get a lot out of it. Just go watch the highlight footage. You'll see so much stuff. And again, Mario Lemieux still has a ton of highlights from that period because he was still killing it into the mid-90s. He was amazing before he retired. Because he was still one of the best. He was probably the best player in the game at the time he retired. And then he came back, and for about half a season, he was the best player in the game again, which is scary.
I remember when they had to pull his number down from the rafters so he could put it back on.
Yeah, but it was scary. Like he took about, what was it, like 4 or 5 years off?
Yeah.
And then he came back, and in half a season, he had like 37 goals and like 80 points or something.
It was
stupid. It was stupid.
It was man versus boys. It was just crazy.
Which tells you, like, okay, so what could you have done in the 5 years you took off? He was still at the top of his game when he went away.
You know, the guy's highest point total was 199 points in a season.
Yep.
One shy of 200. There's only one guy that's ever cracked 200, and Lemieux was 1 point away from doing it. I mean, he's just incredible.
Yeah. And then he came back in the latter portion of his career, and he was still dominant when he could get on the ice and he was healthy enough to play. He was still dominant. He could still, because like I said, for me, I prefer Lemieux to Gretzky, and the biggest reason for it is that he had the skills, but he could also kind of physically push his way around a little bit. He had a couple more options that Gretzky didn't have. He could actually bully his way in a little bit and actually be able to move some people out of the way and make his own shot. So if he needed to, it's like, all right, I'm just pushing you out of the way. I'm going through you. Whatever. We're going to do it that way then.
So someone asked me earlier if I ever saw a game from the Boston Garden, and I watched Lemieux play at the Garden. And I think I may have brought this up recently on a show, is that he basically just stood over on the right wing of the red line and just stood there when the puck was in his end, just waiting for breakouts. I mean, he wouldn't cross center ice. If the puck went down into the Pittsburgh end, he would skate back, stop at center ice, go over to the benches and just wait and just stand there with his hands on his knees. And then his defense would run around with a man down. When they got possession, they'd kick it out to him and he'd go off. I'm telling you, I sat there and watched them play, and it's like, does this guy have a rule? Is this the Lemieux rule? You can't cross center ice? He would just goal hang.
Are you suggesting that Wayne Gretzky played defense?
No, but I watched Gretzky play several times, and
did he play defense?
At least fake it.
Why bother? He wasn't playing defense.
No, but he faked.
He was busy. He was busy in the stands having a hot dog and getting a secondary assist. The man is busy. He's got things to do.
He would cross the red line and go to the next blue line and hang there.
That's called working smart, Eric.
Yep.
That's called working smart. That's why he's better than Gretzky. Moving on. 97, 98, 98, 99 peak for me. I'm with you, Bob. I'm in agreement. Doesn't look like a USC will make the college football playoff. Okay, fair enough. I haven't been keeping too much tabs. Does Panama have a soccer team in the World Cup? I honestly don't know either. I don't pay attention to soccer.
Canada won't.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't pay attention to soccer. I don't care. Although there was one thing I did notice. Eric, yes. You should be all over this. You should be all over this.
All right.
Who is the U.S. playing?
They're playing the Netherlands, and that means they're playing the Dutch.
They're playing the Dutch.
Yeah.
As sworn enemy of the Dutch, I bequeath upon you, United States, destroy them. Crush them.
I will
Tulips and
send the
all.
message
Because it's wrong to be Dutch.
I will send the message over that we have your support, and that will
You have my support for this game. I will pretend to care about soccer for long enough for you to defeat the Dutch. And that is it.
I'll send the information over as soon as possible.
You should. That is inspiration. When they beat the Dutch 37-0, you'll be like, man, why did they do that? Inspiration.
Because Carlos said so.
Correct. Lemieux go when he put in the puck and Bork skates. Good times. Fact
So,
brothers.
so it's funny that you mentioned that because I was talking to Paul Coffey the other day, and he's telling us all sorts of stories.
Bubbles, look at this guy. I was
And-
talking to Paul Coffey the other day. Let me tell you
And,
guys.
well, what do you want from me?
Mhm.
And he talked about players he had a hard time with and this and that, and he wasn't being derogatory in any way. It was with the conversation, but he was like, yeah, Mario owned Ray. He just made Ray just look stupid. And it's like, if you look, I mean, Mario's very first goal on his very first shift in the NHL was against the Bruins, and he made Ray look stupid. And Ray had already had a Hall of Fame career by 1985. And you go back and look at Mario Lemieux's first goal, there's Ray Bork. And if you look at a lot of highlights, Mario versus the Bruins, Ray's right there, because if Mario hit the ice, Ray jumped over the boards. And Ray couldn't stop him. And even Paul was saying, yeah, he owned Ray. He made Ray just spin around in circles.
Yeah. But that was the thing. Like Lemieux, like I said, regardless of everything else, Lemieux's skill set was off the charts. He had the skill set, and he also had enough size. Like I said, he could. There was the game, Bobby. Do you remember? Like I think he scored 5 goals, and he scored it 5 different ways. Because there was a breakaway, a power play, a shorthanded. Like it was a variety of different, but it was 5 goals in 5 different manners. That you
Penalty
could score.
shot, shorthanded,
Power play?
Yeah, I forget what the 5 were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was just this ridiculous. It's like, that is such a weird and random thing, but it's also a 5-goal game. It's like, impressive. Impressive. It's one of those quirks that happens. Is it a soccer match or football? It's football. I think Eric was wearing I thought Eric was wearing a Penguins jersey.
No.
Ignores the shoulder patches. Ignores them.
Mm-hmm.
There's me and Paul hanging out.
Look at you with the same look on your face you've got in every other picture, including the one you have with Char that you paid $100 for.
I did like hell, and I shall not.
Go ahead, Bubbles.
I'm gonna mute my mic and everything a minute, so I
Yeah,
can
no worries,
take
no worries.
care
Do your
of-
thing. No problem. Go ahead. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, Paul Coffey owns a dealership up the street. I'll just go see him.
As you should.
Awesome.
He's in
Absolutely.
it quite a bit, actually.
There you go. I like it. Sounds good. Sounds good. But yeah, I think like I said, when it comes to that time period, I remember it fondly. I remember the cards fondly. I remember the game fondly. I remember watching it. Oh, here we go. So Robert's got it. Power play, shorthanded, empty net, penalty shot, and regular goals. 5 different ways.
Yeah.
Which is it's pretty good.
Empty net, eh? They call it that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, an empty net is a different kind of goal. So, because otherwise, what other type would you put in there? Like the other 4 are very distinct. But what else would you put other than empty net?
They didn't have shootouts then.
Yeah,
Not at that time.
5-on-3. I mean, you have your
Yeah, 5-on-3,
shorthanded,
5-on-4.
and then it's like,
I get that would be basically what you have to reach for. You'd have to come up with something.
3-on-3.
Sure. But yeah, that would have been more unusual at that time. It wasn't very common. So I think the empty net one is legit. And either way, it was the 5th goal. So it was like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had muted Bobbles. So you're good. Keep going. But yeah, it was one of those things where I just thought that was such an interesting quirk of a game. I just thought it was kind of interesting because you're not going to see that kind of thing all the time.
No.
It's so difficult to wind up in those scenarios and then also be able to capitalize and score and all. Again, you're including a shorthanded there, so you gotta get one. That's a tough one.
And few guys get penalty shots in their career.
True. That's what I mean. Like
I don't even know what he was doing on the ice during a short-handed situation because the man did not know how to play defense.
Look at this guy trying to slander him just to prop up Gretzky. Terrible.
Yep.
Terrible.
Keep it up.
Yep. Bob says shorthanded. I thought he didn't play defense. That's what Eric's slanderous discussion is. He's talking about the all-time peasant Gretzky, and he's talking about a hockey god, Lemieux, and he's trying to give us this information. Eric, the arbiter of knowledge, told me so.
I've had the pleasure of watching Lemieux live, and I've had the pleasure of watching Gretzky live, and I'm telling you what I saw. Don't get mad at me. That's what happened.
All right, but how many secondary assists did he get in that game? So you didn't have 6 or 7, 8? I actually think Gretzky scored a secondary assist tonight.
No,
he hasn't played in years. It's impressive.
I'm not talking to you. You're big stupid.
We're going to wake up one day and Gretzky has 3,000 points from all the secondary assists he's collected since he retired. Lies.
I am curious, and I know that the information's easily obtainable, of how many total points he has, WHA, NHL, playoffs, just how many points does that guy have?
3 billion.
Legitimate or secondary assists?
I think it's 9 figures.
Probably, yeah.
Bobby?
He's a historian. Don't question him.
You can get on my list just as easy as that one. Watch out.
You're pointing in the middle of the screen. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you getting at? I can do this. It's really easy.
Yeah, just go like this.
Yeah, like, what's the problem? It's not that difficult.
Yeah. It's not like you use everybody out there.
Here, watch. I'll show you.
There.
This guy doesn't know how to point properly.
He doesn't.
Right there. No idea.
I'm not.
Moving on. Is this the sports card equivalent of the Brat Pack? I think we're a little too old for that, but you could try it. Because the Rat Pack was one thing. The Brat Pack was the movie, like, was that group in, I think Demi Moore was one of them at that time.
Yeah.
So they were kind of young. I think we may have aged out of that one.
Oh,
Alas. I think we may have aged out of that one.
Oh, yeah.
I have the best claim to it, and trust me, I've aged out of it. Like, it's, not going to happen.
Yeah,
because
weren't
they like the Brat Pack when they were doing it? Weren't they like in their early 20s?
Yeah, it was something like that.
It would have been something like that, yeah. Because they were all very young at the time, and they were making a bunch of those movies at that time. That's where they came up with the nickname. But yeah, no, you have to be in your early 20s, I'm afraid.
Molly Ringwald and
yes, that's right.
Judd Nelson.
Corey Feldman? Was Corey Feldman one of them or no?
No, he wasn't cool enough.
He was outside of it, yeah.
No, the two Coreys weren't in it.
The two Coreys, yes, that's right.
I think he had River Phoenix really in there too, but he died early, so.
I think there were a bunch of them. I forget now. There you go. St. Elmo's Fire. Yes, that's right. A movie only remembered for the song.
No, it was a good movie.
You like the movie? Interesting.
Up period, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Fair enough. All right.
See, when you look back on movies, you look at how simple it is compared to today, but back then, you have a different feeling for it because it's your coming of age, right?
Sure. I do think though the song was really good.
Like the 90s, you like the 90s cards.
That's
Everybody
right.
has their choice, right?
Yeah, but I do think the song is really good though.
The song is great. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, though, my favorite part about it, it was I watched a review of the song, and the guy did a great job with it. But it was one of those things where he goes, no, it's like, this is so American, all this, and he's looking at the guy and everything. He's British. It was fantastic. The singer's British. But he literally was like but then you look at the video and everything, you just look at him and he goes, this is the most American man that has ever lived. He's from England. He's from England. He's got an American flag guitar. I'm sitting there like, are you confused, sir?
We're cousins.
The colonies. The colonies.
Yeah, we're cousins.
I was so good. I loved it. Emilio Estevez, yes. That would definitely, yep, it would qualify. Yes, second figures at Ken Golden, yes. Yes, and it's the choice of a new generation.
Oh, it was Michael Anthony Hall was in it too.
Yeah, there's all bunch of those 80s kids,
And he got older and did shit. I think he was in Edward Scissorhands and turned into a jerk.
Iron Man, the guy, the guy who plays Iron Man in the movies, he was in it.
Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were all in it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so this one you're looking for 357. It is the 9-figure bank account. 9-figure bank account. That's the one for Ken Golden. Kenny. Bob here says Gretzky's WHA NHL points including playoffs 3,369.
Wow.
And 369 of them legit. 3,000 secondary assists. Amazing. But Carlos, what about the goals? 3,000 secondary assists. Amazing. Amazing.
Just.
Yep. That's the beauty of it. We're on the internet. We get to make up our own facts.
True.
So I've been told. It happens. Cool. All right, guys. Anything else you want to touch on? We'll start winding down in a couple of minutes. I want to see if Bobbles can come back so we can at least chat with him briefly before we take off. But otherwise, it's been a good show. Had a lot of fun. Covered a lot of the ground and covered the videos and everything for the week. Even touched on some of the other items. Got the Magic the Gathering review for those of you who asked for it as well. We got that in there. So that was fun. There will be more videos coming up on the channel. I did do the pickup video for that card that I showed you guys. I talked a little bit about it in the video, so you can check that out if you want to. Otherwise, it'll be pretty quiet from pickups in the channel. There will be, I think, one more good one. I'm not waiting for the. I picked up an item that's going into the wrestling card collection that I want to send to ship my cards, but it's going to eBay authentication, so I'm kind of concerned. I might have to send the other stuff first because it might take a while.
Oh, the authentication.
Yeah, I unfortunately, it's like, guys, I know what the card is. It's fine. It's like, send it over. Just send it over.
Please bypass.
Like, please, I know what it is. Like, we're fine. Don't worry about it. But we'll see. We'll see. So take away the goals. A cardboard cutout goalie would stop, and Gretzky would have like 200 goals. Facts, Bob.
Is this show almost over?
Eventually.
All right. I
It's fading quickly like Tags Fundings. Go on. It's fading quickly. It's reaching the.
Eric wants to go to the other show.
That's true. Is the other show even still on? Have they given up?
Idea.
Has Jeff finally given up?
There's a 3-hour time difference, so it's like noon or something over there now.
There you go. I like it. I'm kind of curious now. I want to know. All right, hold on. Let me see. Oh no, they're still going.
Really?
Well, they started super late. They started 2 hours after us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they don't. We don't run for 2 hours, so.
Yeah, well, it's true. But it's one of those things. I was like, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
So let me see here. Eric has a bag of chirps he needs to eat. True.
I don't even know what that is.
Ferris Bueller. That was his joke about the bugs earlier. Ferris Bueller was another great movie. It was. Yeah, Ferris Bueller was a great movie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a little corny. I didn't like that one when I watched it.
From that era, that makes sense.
1986. I saw it when it came out.
Yep.
And I just thought it was the absolute coolest thing that Cameron was wearing a Gordie Howe jersey.
Well, remember, I'm 25 in 86, right?
Right. I was in middle school.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that coming of age kind of movie it kind of bypassed me on that.
So what year was St. Elmo's Fire then? I don't remember. So what year was it?
What's that?
What year was St. Elmo's Fire then?
80. St. Elmo's is pretty early.
It'd have to be early 80s, but I don't remember exactly where.
83?
83.
Okay. That sounds about right.
Because I'm just out of school and it just came out. Yeah. I think maybe 84.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. It's about a 2-year gap between the two then.
Somebody look it up.
Yeah, somebody will look it up here. So I'll read a couple of these. International Border says, FYI, only a quarter of Gretzky's assists were. Now it's a third. So there you go. Legit. Gretzky, WHA, 110, 20 points. NHL, the breakdown here for Hockey Barn Collectibles. Thank you. Robert, from Wikipedia, the Brat Pack, the core members, Emilio Estevez, Anthony Michael Hall, Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe. True.
Anthony Michael Hall.
Yeah, Andrew McCarthy, Demi Moore, Judd Nelson, Molly Ringwald, and Ali Sheedy.
Ali Sheedy, she was hot. Anthony Michael Hall was, he was in Weird Science, if you like that movie.
So basically a third. So International Board is saying a third of Gretzky's assists were secondary assists. Interesting. He had a lot of assists, so that's removing a lot. All the secondary assists are fake, so interesting. Very interesting.
Just show over yet.
Let me see. I'll check. Chirps are an actual chip brand that uses cricket flour in them. Love it. I must remember them as cheaps instead of chirps. All right. Almost over. It's kind of over for Eric. He's lost this argument. Gretzky's a fraud. Lemieux's the real goat. Well, other than Ziggy Palffy. Ziggy Palffy's the goat of goats, but Lemieux, I'd say he's goat. He's goat. St. Elmo Breakfast Club, 85.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, do you know 85? St. Elmo's or Breakfast Club? Which one are you watching?
Breakfast Club.
All right. Fair enough. I just thought I'd check. I still like the song of St. Elmo's more than the movie, but I'd go Breakfast Club just based on that. But, to each their own. Nothing wrong with whatever choice works for you. Cool. All right, Mr. Bobbles, I think we're going to start winding her down. We're going to let Floating Head hang out with Geoff a little bit longer. They've been hanging in there for a grand total of like 2 hours. So maybe Geoff hasn't had his bedtime yet. Mind you, I think he's out west, so fair enough. By the way, given that he's got one of the most polarizing guys in the hobby, the fact they've got it shows me 124 watching is actually an abomination. It's embarrassing.
He had 114 watches when I was over back there.
That sucks. The
I
last
know.
time he
For
and Jeff in
Jeff.
there was like it was hundreds of people.
For Joff,
I
that's
thought
low.
I thought he was in like Florida or something.
Who?
Well, he's a Florida Gator alumnus.
Yeah.
I don't know if he lives in Florida.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I know
thought
he's.
he did.
I know he's got. Look, here's what's funny. Everybody makes fun of Jeff Wilson. I believe he's a collector in one thing. In one thing, I genuinely believe he's a collector.
Here we go.
The Team Tebow.
Oh yes.
Because no one invests in Team Tebow.
Ever.
So any Team Tebow cards he has, I think those are
he
legit.
was he does a lot with what's the guy, the baseball guy, got baseball cards, and they're in Georgia.
Yeah.
So I thought he was up in the
Well,
northern,
he
like,
might be in
panhandle
Georgia.
of
That might be
Florida.
right. Yeah. I know he's I just know he's not in Florida. But no, like I said though, is that I genuinely believe that like I said, he has a portfolio and everything. The Tim Tebow's not part of the portfolio. I'm sorry. It's because he's a Florida Gator, and that's the thing he likes about it. Because at this point you can buy the Tim Tebow stuff dirt cheap. Like Tim Tebow is not hot in the hobby. So any Tim Tebows you're buying, that better be PC, because otherwise it's not happening.
Yeah.
Atlanta. There you go. Okay, so Georgia. Yep, you're right. Good memory, Bubbles. Good memory. Eric, don't mess with the bull. You get the horns. There you go. Good stuff. But yes. So question for you, Bubbles. I know you've been inspired lately. There's been some good content coming out. Anything in particular that you're kind of thinking about or percolating on, or is it just going to be whatever the mood hits you right, and then that's the right time to bring it out?
As far as my content,
yeah.
Honestly, I'm just having fun with it. Sometimes, something will come up and I'll get on and talk about it. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't have like a whiteboard or a schedule or anything. I'm planning anything out. Tonight, I did the grade reveal. I'm just having fun with it. Like, obviously I spoke about it and we crossed another bridge right now. As of right now, all of the bridges have been crossed. As far as anything that could potentially be like worrisome, there's still some progress to be made on a few things.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of what this started as, because I don't even know how many days straight I've done a video now, which is very odd for me.
Every day lately.
It's been like probably 40 days or something. I don't know. But it started because it was giving me an outlet to just kind of take a few moments, get my mind off things just for a little bit, 30 minutes to an hour, whatever.
Yep.
And escape from reality for a little bit. And then it became fun. And then I got quirky and sarcastic with the thumbnails and
what? No.
And it just led to a lot of fun. And some of the videos have gotten really good reactions, the comments, the discussions, all of that stuff. But I haven't really worried like what we're technically into Saturday, so tomorrow technically is Sunday. Mm-hmm. On Sundays I've been doing my hockey video, and I gotten accused of pumping Jason Robertson, which I find very hilarious. I think he's pumping himself. But I think I've had one hockey video that hit 100 views. But I don't care. I'm having fun with it. And that's been my Sunday content, just finding something. And I've even expressed in the video, don't take it as I'm a professional in hockey or hockey cards. I am new at this, and this content is to be accepted for others that are new in the space, like a noob. So don't think I may not have a damn clue what I'm talking about, but I'm having fun. So that I can't sit here and say, well, next Tuesday I got this on this. No, I'm literally, maybe throughout the day I'll think of something. The yesterday's video was literally come from the conversation. I was sitting here looking over some Series 1 Upper Deck, and I noticed the quality, and it was just like, you know what? All three companies right now, we give so much crap to Leaf, but I have to give it to them. They have the best quality cards in the damn hobby right now.
Well, they're producing small batch, so like they basically have to. Like in all
Yeah.
honesty, imagine if they had quality control issues in the small batch they're actually really and the high price point per pack
Yeah.
they're doing. Like out of necessity, they have no choice. They'd better be like on point with their QC.
But that's sad though. They get so much crap, but yet they are actually providing a good product. It doesn't have licenses on it. It doesn't have the logos, but it's a good product. This other stuff, they keep raising the prices, overprinting it, and you get a box of crap. And one thing that I will say, and this was a topic that's came up a couple times in the comments, of quality's always been an issue. And I would agree with that. But someone, and I kind of discussed it a little bit in the video, someone that when we buy wax, we do it because we enjoy opening it. I know I don't need to buy it. Like, screw it. I could protest wax. But me and my wife enjoy doing it. But in order for me to continue that, I don't have unlimited funds. So that's
Would
where
you please refer to her as Eric's BFF? Thank you.
yeah, you'll yeah. Nah. Anyway, we have a lot of fun with it, but for me to continue that, I do have to sell some of the cards, right? I don't have unlimited funds. I'm not an owner of multiple grading companies and all of that, as I would love
Oh,
to
now
be.
like listen, we're doing so well. Why do you have to lie to people? That's like saying
But
Eric
no.
isn't bougie. Please don't tell people lies. Don't tell my audience lies. They deserve better. Come on.
Yeah, you get the point. I don't have unlimited funds, right? So I do have to sell some of the cards. But when you spend this money, and I don't care if it's a lower end product that is cheaper or even a higher end product. I mean, we talked about it today. Chrome Sapphire dropped $250 a box.
Yep.
$250 a box, and the checklist is 660 cards. Last year, I bought Chrome Sapphire, and I hit, at the time, what would have been the best rookie in the product's autograph. But it was so badly cut, and that used to not mean anything. But today, what happens if you post a bad quality card on eBay?
You don't get bids.
You get 50 questions about what condition it's in. If somebody receives it and they find a little tiny speck under 300 magnification, they file a return claim. So you're almost relegated to having to grade this stuff just so the people don't nitpick it.
Yeah.
It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario right now. So, I want to have fun, but I also have to be able to continue, building pieces of it with the collection, as well as recouping some of the cost of it, so I could, we could continue to do it, especially when the prices keep going up. And it's just hard to do right now.
Well, it used to be like, to your point, it used to be that one of the plays was that people would buy a case and they would open up a bunch of it, pull a couple of hits, and if the couple of hits were doing well enough, it wouldn't necessarily pay for the case. Sometimes it would, but most of the times it would just it would soften the blow. But you also had potentially complete sets and a bunch of other stuff, and you could nickel and dime your way back to break even and keep the stuff you really wanted to keep, or maybe you'd come out a little ahead if you pulled a monster. If you pulled them on today, it's really hard because even if you pull the monster, you're like, by the way, you're still going to be struggling for the break even. But you did pull the monster, but still not good enough. You need multiple. You need multiple case hits just to have a shot.
Yeah,
you are almost in. She loves opening wax. I'm blessed to have a partner in all of this. A wife
Eric's
that
BFF?
loves this hobby.
Yes. Who are you referring to?
That one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, she's got a Christmas card that's coming to you. Okay.
No, she does.
That make you feel better?
No, Eric, she does.
Actually,
and I've seen the envelope.
All three of you guys,
you'll see it.
So
she's awesome. That's why she.
That's how much she loves this. Just to be real with you, she has a bin down there that I think there is. What did she say? 160 Christmas cards to go out or something like that.
Good for her.
And there's more people hobby related that's she's sending Christmas cards to than family or friends. So she does love this. She loves getting on chatting when I'm live and stuff.
Right.
You know, she has a lot of fun with this, and I'm blessed for it. And she's the one that ordered the case of Series 1. I didn't order it. She ordered it. And she wanted the Maddie Beniers, and that's kind of what stoked the flames on yesterday's videos because we pulled 2 of them. Awesome, right? She got one for her collection and, you know, potentially another one to sell, whatever. And then I looked at him and I was like, holy shit. I showed Carla, there's literally like somebody took this knife and just drug it right all
It's really bad.
across the
It's
card.
actually really bad. It's beyond. It's actually look. I gave a lot of the. I was telling Bobbles when we were chatting about it. I know people in Upper Deck. I had Billy on the channel before, and we chat about this stuff. And it's one of those things where I understand the people at Upper Deck do the best they can, but they send it off to the supplier and hope for the best. Because what happens is they don't have any control over the manufacturing process. They can build out the spec. We'd like the design. We want to use this foil. You can do all that stuff. You're sending it to a third party in Italy or in the States or wherever it's coming from. And then what you get back is what you get back. You open up some stuff. You try to do some QC. Scott was asking about the quality control of the AEW thing. I watched people open cases of it. Most of it's fine. I saw some stuff that was so miscut, the number on the back was cut off. I saw one that you saw white from the side of the sheet. It was so miscut.
Wow.
And they were in the same box. So if somebody had bought the one box, they would have gotten all the miscuts.
That's
And
like the that's like that
it's bad.
clear cut
It was bad.
that I pulled, and it's an acetate card, obviously, and it's like cut at an angle. And I was like,
Yeah.
how in the hell did they even do that?
And that ended up in the product. And you can see it. It's on YouTube. You can watch it. And you just sit there, and it was one box where all the stuff in it was like messed up. And then the next box was fine. But if you happen to have bought that box, you just got
crushed.
demolished. You got demolished because even though there were nice cards in it, but they were damaged. So it's like you actually got the pull, but it's damaged. So now it's like, and it's unfortunate. It's been a reoccurring issue, and it's not 1 or 2 products. It's across the line, and I don't think anything's going to change with it.
And
So-
And I want to make clear, I don't expect every card that comes out of a pack to be Gen Mint. I mean, there's so much handling and shipping and process. I don't expect that, but it's almost like they don't even care anymore. That's the worst part of it. It's like, hell with it. You know, they're going to buy it anyway. So,
Yep. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. Revolution is a great example of low-end beauty. Yeah, it's a nice product. Will Donnie Baseball save the Jays next season? No. The Jays will be good or bad depending on the talent on the field. Don Mattingly, I don't even know if he's a good manager, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. I don't think it's going to change anything. I think the players will either play well or they won't. The Jays have underachieved. They've got talent. Like, they do have talent. Maybe he can help. There's certain, like, he was a great hitter in his day, so maybe he can help out a little bit with that. But I don't think it's going to make a difference as the bench coach. I don't think it's going to change anything. But it's a name. Well, you know, hey, Don Mattingly's the coach of the Blue Jays. It's kind of neat. But outside of the novelty of it, it's like, I don't know if he's any good at it. I'm not convinced of that. Does anyone know if the card manufacturing is outsourced to China? As far as I know, there isn't a single card that is outsourced to China. You're thinking general manufacturing.
Panini might do some for their Asian and Australian, but I'm not.
Well, they have the
sure.
product, but the thing is the outsourcing, the actual card printers. I don't think they do any of them in China. Upper Deck does. Upper Deck has Italy. Upper Deck has a supplier in Italy, but a bunch of the other ones are stateside. Don't worry. The suckage of it is largely American. Made in the USA.
So here's a question.
Yeah.
And this will play back into your little synopsis of the Magic the Gathering thing from earlier.
Uh-huh.
We're discussing quality and everything.
Uh-huh.
Do you
Speaking of the quality of the person in the panel asking a question to set himself up for a question? That kind of quality is what you're talking about?
What are you talking about?
So some rando on YouTube said, Carlos, you haven't asked Eric about a name for 2 weeks. We really want to know where he is. Thank you, YouTube rando.
How the hell am I supposed to know?
So, like, that's the kind of quality you're talking, Bobbles? That's the kind of quality?
Well, I had another question, but I'll let you go ahead and.
I'm waiting.
answer
I'm waiting.
randos.
I'm waiting for you to respond to the YouTube rando.
Oh,
Where's his name, Eric?
From what I understand, he is in his basement. He is now hired by PSA Canada, and he is the Western manager for cutting cards and slabbing them. So he is busy at his new job, working for PSA Canada, and he is unable to join us this evening because he has a one of those miner's lamps and a magnifying glass, a ruler, and a razor blade. And he's just down there all night long, just cutting up cards for Brad and slabbing them and sending them out to people. So that's what he's doing.
I hope that satisfies you, YouTube Rando. Thank you. Thank you, Bougie Eric.
Well,
All right,
people
Bubbles,
wanna
please.
know.
Bubbles,
Yeah.
please. As you were.
So here's a question for you guys. Do you not find it interesting? And we're talking about this quality thing, but in the TCG stuff, they have some mistakes too. They have cards that get way miscut or like a factory print that's off. And CGC actually has been grading those now. They'll give them a conditional grade, but if it's like way the hell off centered, they'll put error on it or whatever. And those cards are actually highly sought after by the collectors in those, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, what have you. Sports cards, we used to love the error cards and all that stuff back in the old days. But today, everything is relegated to being gem mint or nothing, like gem mint or bust.
Right.
Why has that been such a sudden change?
Well, sorry, you're talking about in the TCG realm?
Well, like, it's just funny to me that they accept these print defects and stuff so highly, and they actually are really sought after and collected when those happen. If we got a miscut card today, like Panini does it sometimes, they'll cut the card over and you'll have like part of another guy on it and everything. If that was a Pokemon card, shoot, that thing would be wanted by God knows how many collectors. Today, we're like, oh, Panini sucks, in sports cards. So it's funny the two collectible sides of how one of them actually accepts it and the other one it's like hated on.
Well, I think you can actually play with the cards. So when you're playing with the cards, you can still do something with them. If you're talking about from the collectible perspective, the Panini thing, the problem is that the errors and issues they have are too common. Like I said, literally for that one box, almost everything you got out of it would have been miscut. Like almost everything. So it's like, it's not rare. So as if you got the bad box or the bad batch. So when Upper Deck gets your information back, if they're willing to replace it for you, they'll ask you for the UPC code and the information of where you bought it, so they can track it back to the batch. Because Upper Deck boxes have a separate code that helps them determine which batch it came from.
Don't speak of the code.
I've already spoken of the code, but the thing is that it helps them track it down to the batch. It's consecutive numbers and stuff, so they do differ from box to box. So they can do a QC check and go, all right, so that was in the Italian supplier, or that was in this other supplier, or whatever the case may be, and it was done in February of 2021 by Larry. All right, now we can narrow it down and go, what the hell happened over there? Were you taking an extra long break? Like, were you napping at the wheel? What the hell's going on?
So, somebody actually made a comment that kind of resonated with me. They said, we're in the age where a lot of these people that are probably running the printing machines and running, working in those facilities, they really don't care. Like, they're not working for Upper Deck or Panini or Topps or whoever. They're working for the company that's the print company. And they're probably getting paid, little as they can. And they're just of this who cares, ship it thing. And that resonated with me working in manufacturing. Because crazy enough, the amount of times that you hear, especially with the younger generations coming in, if something was wrong, they would laugh and be like, oh, ship it. And the other phrase I heard so many times was, well, I can't see it from my house. So it was like, once it was gone from the building, didn't matter. They couldn't see it, So that, when that person said that, I was like, that's likely one of the key answers to it all is they just don't care. They're there to collect a paycheck. The job likely isn't the most graceful thing in the world. And ship it,
Damn kids.
Damn them. They should have been like the previous generation that were suckers. I mean, go on. So with that, thank you. That's a valid point, though. It is a valid point. But I don't want to drag it out anymore. because I think we've gotten a lot of good topics in it. So thank you for joining us, Bobbles. Thank you for joining us, Bobby, other guy. Good job by everybody. Mrs. Bobbles BFF. So that one, other guy. So that's you. But otherwise, yeah, we'll come back. We got 4 more live streams in December. So right now that's what's scheduled. That's the plan. That's the plan. 4. We'll see. If and listen, if anything else comes up, I'm not morally opposed to doing a post game. Bobbles, if you want to interview anybody else that'll entertain me, I'm
I
willing to do
don't
the
know
post
that
game.
anybody else will come on.
I
I
want
might
to
have
ask
ruined my
Bobbles.
chances.
Bobbles, I have a serious question.
You got a serious
Okay.
question.
I know. I'm serious. Why
Go.
don't you do more live? You making these videos all the time, and you're posting every day, sometimes twice a day. I mean, it seems. Why aren't you just jumping on live and saying what you have to say, but being available for people to interact with you? Have you thought about that?
So I actually used to go live every single night before lives became a relative thing in the space. I stopped when my grandmother got sick and then she passed away. At that point, the YouTube space kind of had ballooned up. There was a lot more content creators for sports cards and that kind of stuff. More people started scheduling their lives. Also, back then there wasn't sports on every night, so it gave people something to watch. Um, Today, you got sports almost every night of the week with basketball and everything else, and there's also a competitive area where there's usually somebody going live almost every night every week. So that's kind of the reason why. Like, I did, and I had a decent audience back then, but once my grandmother got sick, I stopped because I wanted to be with her. And then, she passed away. I needed to detach a little bit. I'll be honest, in that time period, I've talked to people in my community and stuff. I went live and discussed it. I was pretty negative for a while. I actually took things wrong a lot or let it get to me a lot, but it was because of the emotional state I was in. And I was letting things get to me more than I should have. And that kind of also turned some people off that maybe actually liked the content, but I might have been a dick because of the state I was in. So I do like going live. It's just like everything blew up and then there's people doing it all the time. I just don't know if there's
I would like to see you if you think you're in a better space.
Do it on Saturday
I am
nights.
definitely now.
Do it on Saturday nights. There's nobody doing it.
It doesn't matter what time. If you want to do it at 1 in the afternoon, if you want to do it at 9 o'clock at night on whatever day of the week, there's no difference.
Probably like 10 p.m. Saturday night, I think. 10 p.m. is like open.
No difference between going live and for an hour or putting in a pre-recorded thing for an hour. It's still, you're putting it up. People can watch it if they want to watch it and watch it later if they can't see it when it first comes out. So I don't know. I just think, I think you're good live. I think you have a good sense of humor, and whether it be any of us in the comment section having fun or other people, I think I wouldn't, me personally, and it's all what people like. I couldn't just do a video like you and Carlos do and then post it. Like, I have to interact with people.
I made 1 or 2, 187.
So
yeah.
I've actually had this discussion.
I have to feed off the people in the comments and guys like Bob and Paul and everyone
use the voices in your head, man. Just let them give you feedback. It's fine.
I couldn't just set up a camera and talk to it for a half hour.
So I actually have had this discussion with Carlos, and I irritate your BFF a lot of times because until recently, the past month, I would come up here and I would record videos. Sometimes 4 times I would record a video, and I'd be like, "Nah, it's coming across wrong. I sound bad. Nobody's gonna hate it," And I would delete it and never upload the video. I'd sit up here and record it multiple times and never upload it. And then I've told him some of my best videos are the ones that I thought people would hate, or the reaction would be completely negative or whatever. But I was just like, screw it. It is what it is. I'm saying what I want to say, and let's upload it. those are the ones that people like watch, interact with, love, agree with. And I'm like, the ones I think people will enjoy, they don't freaking watch. What the hell is so I have like this weird
The thing is, that, look, I've
I
talked about it
struggle
with
with
you.
it.
I've talked about it with you. Like you're calibrating it all wrong. The joke with the thing when I did the rebuttal. So when I did the review of the movie, and then I did the rebuttal video. The review has twice as many views as the rebuttal, basically twice as many, which is fine. I totally get that because it hit the right time. It was one of the early reviews. It was one of the first ones out of the block, so I got it. YouTube has more watch time and actually paid out more AdSense for the rebuttal because more people engaged with it, even though it was half as many viewers. So in reality, people stuck around and watched it more for 3 a.m. Carlos, basically ripping apart this idiocy. But the other one, I was very happy with the review. I was good with it. But in the second one, it's like, all right, I'm recording this at 3 a.m. I don't give a crap. I'm just going to say all my stuff. Here you go. Here it is. I was never worried about it because I was like, well, if you don't like it, you don't like it. I don't really care. At this stage, like, I genuinely don't care. I'm going to make the thing I want to make all the time. Every video is the thing I want to make. You're getting it.
That's why I said now I'm like, I'm much better at it. Not even just recording, but in my own space. That's why I said I've started letting the sarcasm come out more too, because I used to like hold that in, and that's who I am. You know, I love being sarcastic, whether it's jokingly or what have you. That's just who I am, and I always kind of retained that because I was always worried about, I guess, offending someone. And now I'm just like, let me just be who I am.
Exactly.
And it's much easier, you know?
Yeah.
So,
and this isn't a job. I mean, you actually do have a job. I mean, the Bobby kind of does too. Carlos and I don't. So you guys,
I've tried actively to avoid it.
Right. I mean, you both.
I'm approaching year 40 of avoiding a job. So it's been good.
You both have businesses in the hobby, and so I understand why you want to be more careful because you're trying to, both of you have businesses to promote and products to sell.
Eric, what are you talking about? I'm a man of peace. I preach love and tolerance.
Well, but I do this for me. I don't have anything to sell. I have, I'm not trying to get any shekels. I'm just Friday nights. This is fun, hanging out with my buddies and the people in the chat and having a good time. I don't really put a lot of hard thought into any of this. Whatever in the voices in my head, especially, whatever comes out, comes out. Whatever's funny is funny. Whatever happens, happens. Some weeks are better than others, whatever. I don't dwell on it, but I understand that you have a business that you're trying to do too. And if you're connecting them, I understand, but I say just do what you like to do and just let it run, and whatever happens, happens.
That's what I do. Like the business side of it, to be honest with you, I'm not under any sort of written contract, written agreements, terms of service. I can say whatever the hell I want to say. And that's why I've even done the video showing, hey, they screwed up. I'm not going to hide that back if it's out there to speak on. I wouldn't have done, if I had to be careful or whatever, I wouldn't have done the interview and asked the questions or, whatever. It's just more, I've had to kind of learn the space. And I will say, there for a bit after I lost my grandmother and everything, I wasn't in the right emotional space. She was like my last rock in my family.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me a minute to get over that and get right, back to having fun. The hobby right now is a lot more fun too than it was the past couple of years. I know people might disagree with that, but it is.
No, I agree with that. I'm having a lot of fun right now.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. I mean, so I'm back to doing the videos and stuff like that, and I definitely appreciate the thought. I will say on here with you guys and having people to talk to is a lot easier. It's a lot more fun too than sitting here talking to a dunce camera and trying to portray content or a topic that people are going to listen to, interact with, enjoy, and all of that. This is not trying to do a video. This is having a conversation with friends. So, and the voices of friends.
Yeah, it's very important. We have to acknowledge them, otherwise they will scream. It's shrieking mostly. It's really bad.
You do what's best for you, and that's really what I'm trying to say is whatever you enjoy doing the most. I couldn't stare at a camera and do it. I need the interaction to have fun doing this, and I would like to see you do more of that. You know, when I get the ping that says, you know, Baubles and Ball Cards has you know, posted a video, it's like, well, I would have got that same ping if he went live, and I would have popped in and said hi or interacted with him, you know, as I'm sitting there at work. You know, I would have had, you know, the phone up and interacting with you at that period of time during the day.
Work, hanging out with Paul Coffee's work. Come on.
Someone's got to do it, and it's me.
Interesting.
I appreciate that, man.
So, I mean, that's just, I don't know. I guess it's a little bit about me too, because, you know.
It's pretty much all about you, Eric.
All right, it's all about me. I really don't care.
This entire last segment is about you.
Do it.
So, I don't know. I'd encourage you to instead of recording all those all the time and posting them, just pop on the camera, do it live, and whoever shows up and talk what you can still send your message.
Right.
And then be done with it. If you're done talking after half an hour, say goodbye. That's it.
Or do a Bob Lewis and stare blankly at the screen for like 2 minutes.
Bob is a cool dude, man.
He is, but what I'm saying is a fact. He's made that video before. He's literally just stared at the screen for like 2 straight minutes. It's impressive.
I had never, I don't think I had ever even messaged or had any interactions with him. That was the thing about going to the National. There were so many people that I met that came up to me, and I was like, I didn't even know these people knew me. Like Andy, She Blinded Me with Refractors.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know he had a clue who the hell I was. Lou Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know he knew who the hell I was. And they were coming up to me, and I was like, okay, well, I don't know who them. I don't really know them, but obviously they've heard, or, you know, and they would talk about the content and stuff. And I was like, I didn't know these people would watch. So that was actually a pretty cool experience, I guess.
Listen, this whole hobby is cool, and I'll sum it up like this. I was a fan of Bobby's before I even knew what he looked like or sounded like or anything. I had his books. I'm like, this guy's amazing. The work that he did is remarkable. I was, you know, going through his books all the time. Paid crap loads of money for him once I saw him.
Loads.
And I paid like
secondary market.
He paid basically like what he's paying for the like button, but like
I paid $75 for the Playboy edition. Because
$100 a quarter now.
There was no way I was walking away from that table without it. And the guy, I took it out of the guy's hands. He goes, well, I do have one more at home. I said, how much do you want for this? He's like, $75. And of course, anyone else would have been like, are you on drugs? I was like, here's my money. Take it.
The problem is he was on drugs.
Well, maybe. Yeah. But the point is, the hobby's cool because I was a fan of Bobby's work for years before I saw him on YouTube during the COVID, you know, crisis. And then one thing led to another. And now we're, you know, friends and hanging out when we get together. And the hobby's cool, man.
Yep. It definitely is.
So
to Carlisle's question.
Yes.
Me and Mrs. Bobbles do have our own bobblehead. Our friend, our actual personal real life friend here.
Look, you're not going to go Bobbles and Ball Cards and like not have a bobblehead.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll go grab it and show you.
Yeah, you got to. I'm about to say, you know, you have to show us now, right?
Yeah, hang on.
And we'll wind her down. And we'll wind her down on that one because I got a sandwich that is calling my name that I'm going to make.
Oh, Carlos is hungry.
Look, Bobby, it's snack time. Normally, this would be like I'd be in the process of having my snack right now.
I get you.
Yeah, so it's like, look, we timed it out pretty well. I actually enjoyed doing the 8 p.m. starts because it's given the opportunity to have a full show. Talk about a lot. We actually covered a lot of ground tonight. We covered a ton of topics.
I like
times at 12:30.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, so like after this one, we'll cut her off because it's been a full show. Everybody's gotten their full money's worth. And by the way, thank you to those who have been hanging out. And I noticed we had a good audience, and then they've hung out, and then it dipped a little bit, and it's actually come back up. So thank you to those who tuned in again late. Going, these idiots are still on? Yes, it's true.
Yeah.
Bob, have a good night. Hope your headache feels better. I'll see you
Yep.
next
Have a good
week.
one, Bob. Take it easy. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate you as always. Yep. Got to blame it all right, as you should.
That's fine.
Good
I
job.
wouldn't expect anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We always appreciate everybody who hangs out regularly because we know who you are and we see you all the time. So look, you're hanging out for this. Whether you're sorting cards or just doing something else, all good. Hopefully. There you go. Always being so nice at the end. It's crazy.
Things,
Yeah.
things are heading in the right direction. Feeling good.
There you go. Thank you, Baz. Absolutely. Have yourself a good one. All right. Bobbles, hit us with a bobblehead.
There we go.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Nice. Nice. Well done. Mr. and Mrs. Bobbles. Well played.
Awesome.
There you go. There's your BFF too, Eric. Come on.
Yeah,
Should
and
put a small
this-
wax box in the base.
So I used to wear the blue hat that had this design on the full hat. They don't.
Yep.
It's the Father's Day hat. So they actually made the old blue hat. It's actually back there on the tree.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yeah,
I
put it
see
on the tree topper. So
Nicely done. Nicely done. Very well.
yes, Mr. and Mrs. Bobbles do have a bobblehead.
That's
Well
awesome.
played. Well played. And there you go. You got the payoff to that one. We covered. Again, I want to thank everybody who's been hanging out in the chat and commenting and participating in the chat. Part of the fun is that you guys do participate. So that's very helpful and that's actually very good. On your way out, if you could hit the like button, last chance to make Eric pay. And he should.
Whatever.
And needs to. Try not to get any bugs this week for Eric.
Yeah.
Very nice, Bobbles. Facts. Thank you, Carla. So, folks, like I said, 4 more lives this year so far scheduled. If anything comes up, I'll try to make sure there's a placeholder in place if anything does come up. Otherwise, there will be more videos on the channel. I got stuff planned anyway. I got the 3-year end videos for sure. Probably at least 1 or 2 more pickups before the year's end planned. And then anything else that comes up. If Fanatics buys something, if Ken Golden lights himself on fire, I still hold out hope. I still think there could be a moment.
Things possible.
Like
Could be an impromptu.
I'm holding out. Come on. I think the day will come. I'm optimistic. Every day I wake up thinking, today is the day he's lighting himself on fire. Kenny! So far, no good so far, but I'm hoping one day. Anyway, so that's good stuff. Bobbles, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you as always. I don't always remember to do it, but this time around I will, since you've been hanging out with us the latter portion of it. I'll include a link to Bobbles' channel on the description with it, along with the other stuff I've referenced. So that way we'll always have it on there and it'll be included. But yeah, if you haven't already, a lot of the same audience is here, but check out Bobbles' channel. He's been making a lot of videos lately. So check it out. There's some provocative thumbnails. And appreciate the strong thumbnail game.
The
Thumbnail games
thumbnails
pretty
are
strong.
fun.
Have a good one, Carlisle. Anyway, so that's it for us. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday if you're on the East Coast. West Coast, you got a little time left. Otherwise, enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.